Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
Welcome, come on in, said Wu Jing in a happy voice as Mei and I entered his office. He walked up to me and held out his hand for a firm handshake. I'm Chen Wu Jing, floor manager of this branch of the Blue Wind Pavilion. I'm glad you came to visit. Thank you, I said, returning his handshake. My name is Su Fang. Wu Jing led me to the armchairs at the side of his office, and we sat down for a conversation. Even though I knew this was an act, and he was just following Mei's instructions, it felt genuine. I had to wonder how long the two of them had been working together to have such a fluid working relationship. How can I help you today? Asked Wu Jing. I heard you were looking at pills and herbs. Are you an alchemist? Yes, I said, and I am hoping to explore cooperation with the pavilion if you are interested. Wonderful, what type of cooperation are you looking for? I paused for a moment. I had thought about what to say, but I still wasn't completely sure. The fact was, the people in this building had incredibly powerful social blessings, and I almost certainly couldn't bluff my way through things. Also, I was presenting myself as a young master this time. I should be direct and honest with my goals and allow the chips to fall where they may. I looked Wu Jing directly in the eyes as I spoke. I am an alchemist, and I need to improve to the level of Pill King, possibly even Pill Emperor, as soon as possible. To do that, I have to make a true ascension to at least Martial King. I want to partner with you to achieve this goal. Wu Jing looked at me in shock. Do you know what that involves? Yes. Do you have a place to do it? Not yet, but it will need to be in the Brilliant Sun Empire in the south. Wu Jing looked at me and considered for a long while. He looked at Mei, and she only nodded her head. Any other place, I, a martial disciple in the wastes who hadn't even begun cultivating, would have been laughed out of the room for proclaiming I would ascend to Martial King. These two were different though. Alright, Wu Jing finally said, what's your plan? I laughed a bit sardonically. I don't have one yet. I don't know how to get the Empire to give me a city, let alone a kingdom, but I know it is possible, and I know it needs to be done. Wu Jing tapped his fingers on his armrest as he thought. Does it have to be an imperial kingdom? There are ways for the pavilion to help you ascend. No, I said, I just need to form a close relationship with their ruling family. I was thinking becoming an honored court alchemist may accomplish that while also allowing me to claim a kingdom. It's possible, said Wu Jing, but there are other ways. A Pill King is unheard of in the south. The best alchemists down there are usually just experienced pill lords. If you can become a Pill King, the imperial family will be falling over themselves to win your favor, so you don't need to worry about that, but that's assuming you're already a Pill King. Wu Jing poured himself a glass of amber-colored liquid before beginning again. When you reach Grandmaster Alchemist, you will need to be in a position to ascend to Martial Lord, and as a Pill Lord, you need to be able to ascend to Martial King. That will be extremely difficult to accomplish in Brilliant Sunday. I don't know much about that specific empire, but every empire is notoriously tight-fisted with its lands, so you would have to be both exceptional and viewed as extremely loyal to get a city from them, and I don't see that happening in a short time frame, no matter how good you are. So, I can't go ascend through the empire, I said. Any suggestions? Of course, Wu Jing smiled. You're already here, so why not work directly with us? As long as you are a member of the pavilion, and your contributions have been great enough, you can purchase an ascension all the way to Emperor if you want. The Blue Wind Pavilion sells empires for contribution points? I asked. That's absurd. No, laughed Wu Jing, not at all. First, we don't use contribution points here. This isn't a sect. It's a business. Everything is handled in gold. Money isn't the problem here though. To purchase a chance at ascension, you need the approval of the higher-ups, and they will look closely at what you contributed to decide if they want to sell you that chance. And second, you aren't buying the empire, just the chance to ascend. The pavilion's leader also controls a peripheral empire. After the purchase, you will be crowned emperor for a year. During that year, the karmic energy of the empire will flow to you, and you can use it to ascend, but you will have no actual authority. Can you actually do that? You can just rent an empire for a bit and it's enough to ascend. I sat there dumbfounded that such a thing would be possible. Yes, said Wu Jing with a smile, and you never even have to step foot inside its borders. Whatever forces control the world don't care. It's just a matter of where the energy is directed. Instead of going to the true ruler, you become the nominal ruler for a period of time, and it gets sent to you. By the forces that control the world, I knew who he was talking about. I could understand that from that being's point of view, The details weren't important. An empire improved, a cultivator advanced. It didn't care who. Let's do that then, I decided. I'll plan to advance to Martial King through the pavilion. How do we get started? Excellent. Wu Jing smiled. First, we need to get you set up as a full member of the pavilion. This will involve disclosing your blessing and, if at all possible, providing proof that your claims are true. Since you are looking to become a pill king, I will assume you currently have some alchemy ability. Once you are accepted, you can start making pills for the pavilion, earning money and contribution. How will I get to Brilliant Sun? I asked. Getting there is easy, just earn enough money for a ride in our carriages. You don't want to just go there though. You need to get promoted there. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult to establish a firm foothold in an imperial capital. So, how do I get promoted there? For me as a manager, earning contribution to get promoted out of the wastes is difficult, but for you as an alchemist, it's simple. Just make good enough pills that they can't be sold locally. Then, instead of constantly shipping them out of here, you'll get promoted up. So, just make excellent pills and I can get sent to Brilliant Sun? Maybe, but you'll probably get sent to a smaller kingdom somewhere, possibly even just a city. We just need to make it so we are sent somewhere down south. Then, when you become too good for that place, we can aim to be sent to Brilliant Sunday. We? You're going with me. Your contribution is alchemy, laughed Wu Jing, but my contribution is you. I'm going to take shade under your tall tree for as long as possible. As long as you become an incredible enough Grandmaster Alchemist, I should be able to use it to get promoted to branch manager of a kingdom and take you with me. That will allow me to advance to Martial Lord. Then, the farther you go, the farther I go. If you get me promoted to branch manager of Brilliant Sun, I will be able to advance to Martial King. I smiled and nodded. A harmonious exchange of opportunities was what I needed. Pies didn't fall from the sky, and I wasn't going to get a chance to ascend without giving something back in return. I hoped this relationship would bear fruit because the only other real idea I had for advancing to Martial King was spending a long time learning martial arts and carving out a kingdom for myself through blood. I much preferred the mercantile route. On a related topic, I said, will the pavilion provide cultivation techniques? Wu Jing gave me a scrutinizing look. You haven't cultivated at all yet, right? Is it because you don't have a proper technique? No, I said honestly, I have a technique I plan to use. It has its drawbacks, but it's sufficient. I just wanted to see if the pavilion could provide me something better. Wu Jing swirled the liquid in his glass as he thought. We can certainly look at that. What rank is your current technique? Mid-profound. He sucked in a breath through his teeth. That's difficult. Very difficult. If we were at the main branch, it wouldn't be a problem, but there's nothing better here. The best I can authorize is a low-profound technique, and the pavilion master can only get you a mid-profound one. To do better, we would need to request it be delivered here from the main branch. The pavilion master has the clout to do that, but it would put you deep in her debt, and I wouldn't recommend it if you want to keep a firm control of your future. He could be playing me a bit here. His words stunk of internal politics, keeping me to himself instead of sharing with the pavilion master. His reasoning may be skewed, but I was certain there was also truth behind what he said. I didn't want to put myself into someone's debt this early in life, so I accepted his recommendation. I'll use the technique I have then, I said. But I will be able to purchase access to any of the techniques here eventually, including that mid-profound one, right? Yes, he responded, though profound techniques require requisite contributions. Understood. Before I can do much alchemy, I need to cultivate for a while. Should I do that now, or do we need to deal with membership first? Let's handle the membership first, decided Wu Jing. If we get that taken care of, you can stay in the pavilion to cultivate, which will be much easier. Wu Jing and Mei brought me up to the 8th floor of the pagoda, the top floor. At the top of the stairs was an expertly carved dark wooden double door that had been inlaid with silver and gold. In the design, golden snow-peaked mountains stood proudly as silver streamers of wind blew around them. Wu Jing opened the door, and we walked inside. This room was simple, yet elegant. There were no paintings or artwork, but the walls themselves served as decoration. Wood slats had been arranged in geometric patterns encircling the entire room. Large windows were deftly worked into the pattern along 2 walls. A lone man was working behind a desk that was set to the side of another door with the same design as the first. Secretary Jiang, said Wu Jing, this is Su Fang, he wishes to become a member of the pavilion. I came to arrange everything. A martial disciple one, said the man behind the desk. Interesting that he caught your eye. Very well. The man pulled out a large book from a drawer and opened it to somewhere near the middle. Your name is Su Fang, correct? What is your age? 16, I said. The man nodded. It would be expected since I hadn't cultivated affinities, he asked. This was trickier, and I hadn't completely decided how to proceed, but I felt I needed to be able to make perfect rank 3 pills. That would only be possible by pushing to peak 7-star in everything. I wouldn't be able to push everything to 6-star, but I could do it for a couple of affinities if needed. Still, this wasn't the time to make the big plans. Peak 7-star in all 5 basic elements, I said confidently. Everyone looked at me in shock. It seemed even Wu Jing hadn't expected that answer. However, it could also be that he expected me to have something better in store. Should a future Martial King have 5-star affinities? Multiple affinities are difficult to test, said Secretary Jiang. Manager Chun, are you willing to vouch for the truth of this? After a short hesitation, Wu Jing responded, yes, I will. Acceptable. Blessing? Jiang asked. It is a somewhat comprehensive blessing that has benefited my alchemy. I have gained significant knowledge up to the level of Grandmaster Alchemist, a spirit fire, and various improvements to chi control. I also suspect my affinities are a result of this blessing. What are the herbs needed to concoct a rank 3 fire chi expulsion pill? I quickly recited them from memory. What is needed for a rank 2 creeping death pill? Again, I answered quickly. I will accept that as tentative proof, however practical demonstrations over time will be necessary. Su Fang, he said as he wrote, you are now an official member of the pavilion under the recommendation of Manager Chun Wu Jing. After writing down a bit more in the book, he closed it and looked up at Wu Jing. Manager Chun, he is your recruit, so you can get him settled. Then he looked at me. Welcome to the Blue Wind Pavilion. May led me back down to the 3rd level of the pagoda. This is where you'll be staying, she said. 3rd level is for all the scrubs. If you can contribute enough, you'll get bumped up to the 4th. Thanks, I said. No worries. Take some time to relax. We have to get back to work, but if you need anything, Suyin or any of the other attendants can show you around. Just head down to the shop floor and wander around. You should be able to find someone easily enough. Do I need any ID? I asked. Sect members all carry jade tokens, right? Does the pavilion have anything I need to get access to the upper levels? Nah, she said with a shake of the head, the guards should have already been informed about you, so there won't be any trouble. Wu Jing can get you a pavilion badge to use when you go to other branches, but you won't need it here, so might as well hold off on getting it. Right now, you have 0 contributions, no cultivation, and no proven ability. That means you get the lowest level badge. Work your way up a little first, otherwise, you'll be replacing it before you even use it. Thanks, I said with a small laugh. Now, take a break and stop bothering me. I have to get to work, she said with a wave as she walked away. My room in the pavilion could only be described as opulent. In the sect, after moving to the Eyes Enclave, my apartment was nice. It was well made and clean, but it wasn't anything special. It was a single large room with no decorations and only a bed for sleeping and a mat for cultivating. The pavilion apartments, even for the lower level members, were something else. They had a sitting room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and a separate cultivation room. The sitting room had a table and chairs, a couch, a couple of armchairs, and a stocked bookcase. The bedroom had a large, soft bed, flower vases, wall art, and a window overlooking the city below. Only the cultivation room retained an ascetic sensibilities. It was a small room with no windows and only a mat for cultivation. Dismissing the luxuries, I sat down in the cultivation room to consider my future course. I needed to improve my affinities, there was no question about that, but I also wanted several other upgrades, and it would be difficult to pay for everything. As far as the early stages of cultivation, my biggest worry was the advancement to Grandmaster. I had read through the rank 3 cultivation technique I was going to use, and building my Danteon for it would be extremely difficult. I highly doubted it would be anywhere close to correct the first time, and I didn't want to have to repeat everything up to that point to fix it. System, how much does a temporary reset point cost? Current price is 30 credits. What do you mean by current? How is that price calculated? You would gain 10 credits if you died now. If you advance one stage, you will gain 20. Adding the two together, the cost of a temporary reset point is 30 credits. If you were a martial disciple too, the cost would be 20 plus 30, for a cost of 50 credits. Note, the cost of each return to a temporary reset point will double until the host returns to the fixed reset point. For a temporary reset point that lasts 3 deaths, it would cost 30 plus 60 plus 120, for a total of 210 credits. So, if I wanted to set a temporary reset point as a Martial Master Peak, it would cost 120,000 credits, but if I set it as a Martial Master 10, it would only be 30,000. I could save more credits by moving it even earlier, but the additional savings would be marginal. I suddenly thought of something and started talking to the air, hoping the powers that be were listening. A boost to my affinities changes my body, that's why temporary affinity boosts aren't taken with me. However, if I give myself a temporary boost, and then set a temporary reset point, the effects of that temporary boost should persist without cost until my next permanent reset. Any changes to my body from before the reset point should remain upon death, right? I waited several moments, hoping my words might have an effect. System, if I temporarily raise my affinities, will they remain raised after a death back to a temporary reset point? If they were raised before that point was created, then yes, they will remain. However, an additional cost of 10% of the price of all temporary boosts will be added to the base cost of a reset point. Additional note, purchasing temporary bonuses before changing your permanent reset point will result in a substantial price increase. I smiled. I didn't know if my soliloquy had any effect, but I got the result I wanted. Now, I could start making purchases. System, modify my rank 1 and 2 cultivation techniques as discussed earlier. Make the mental effects personability, focus, and dedication. Cost 101,000 credits.
Purchase confirmed.
448,200 credits remaining. Upgrade all my affinities to temporary peak 7-star. Cost 86,250 credits.
Purchase confirmed.
361,950 credits remaining. That was a good start, but I would need more to reach Marshal King. I hoped I would find something to boost my affinities naturally, but until then I could take one more step with the system. Raise my fire affinity to temporary low 6-star. Cost 100,000 credits.
Purchase confirmed.
261,950 credits remaining, with the most important ones down. Next, I wanted to deal with the problem of my fire seed. I couldn't let anyone know it was a seed. It had to seem like a normal spirit fire, and I wasn't confident I had the knowledge and ability to pull that off. System, purchase mastery of my current fire seed. Mastery of seed of the yellow rank cold mountain fire costs 90,000.
Purchase confirmed.
171,950 credits remaining. For my last purchase, I considered how I had as much time as I needed to slowly master all the skills I wanted, but that was only if I was willing to stretch that learning out over several lifetimes. In my last life, Wen Hao was able to become an excellent Grandmaster Alchemist in less than 40 years. In the end, I may have surpassed him in the fundamentals, but it took me nearly 80 years in that life along with centuries of building a strong foundation. Extrapolating that out, I could guess it would take over 100 years for my skill to meet the requirements of Pill Lord, and Pill King might take 200. Simply spending time at that level was an option, but I wanted to claim that spatial fire seed as soon as possible, which meant I needed to be a better version of myself. System, I want to spend 20,000 credits to permanently enhance each of the following: my alchemy comprehension, my herbalism comprehension, the rate of my soul growth, the rate my chi control improves, and my comprehension of cultivation techniques. Total cost 100,000 credits.
Purchase confirmed.
71,950 credits remaining. After the enhancements, I didn't feel any different. I wasn't sure how much a 20,000 credit enhancement would help, but if I allocated a portion of my earnings each death to this kind of upgrade, it would slowly build up over time. I was left with enough credits to create a single temporary reset point at Martial Master 10. That would give me one extra chance to ascend to Grandmaster properly, and if I succeeded, I could parlay the credits from that into additional attempts at perfecting my Danteon. Purchases complete, I stood up and left my apartment. I wasn't ready to start cultivating quite yet. Instead, I wanted to find Suyin to learn a little more about my new life. Suyin, I said with a smile as I spotted her down on the shop floor. It looked like she had just finished up with a customer, so I grabbed her attention before she moved to someone else. Seeing me approach, she smiled and bowed. Hello again, how may I help you? Hi, I just became a member of the pavilion. May said you could show me around. Oh, she said with a surprised look. You're a full member now? I believe so. I talked with Secretary Jiang and he set everything up. Congratulations, she smiled. You are joining as an alchemist, right? Yes, I confirmed, but I'm not sure about the details of what I should do. I was hoping you could fill me in. I'd be happy to. Let's head upstairs. She took me back up to the 5th floor of the pagoda. At this point, I was beginning to wish the place had an elevator. If this was what my life was going to be like, constantly climbing stairs all day, I needed to hurry along my cultivation. The stairs to the 5th floor opened out into a large room. Another female attendant waited behind a reception desk, and hallways branched out in 3 different directions. All of our workshops are on the 5th floor. We have several rooms for alchemists and formation masters, but we also have places for rarer professions, such as talisman crafters. There is even a workshop dedicated to weapon and artifact refining, though it has never been used. As she spoke, she pointed in the direction of the rooms she was talking about. How does being an alchemist member of the pavilion work? I asked. I'm not too clear about where to begin. It's simple, she said as she walked me over to the receptionist's desk.
This is Su Yulin.
She or whoever is working here at the time will help you with anything you need. Hello, sir, said Yulin with a bow. Sister Su, this is, began Su-in before remembering she didn't know my name.
Su Fang, I interjected. This is Su Fang, she began again.
He is a new alchemist member of the pavilion, and I'm showing him around.
A full member?
At his age? Asked Yulin in surprise. Congratulations. Why did they all keep congratulating me? It seemed like joining as a member hadn't been a problem for me. Was it so much more difficult for the average person? Let me introduce you to how our system works, said Yulin. First, while you can buy ingredients on the shop floor like anyone else, it isn't necessary. You may come here and order any herbs you require, and they will be delivered to your workshop or apartment. If you wish to choose them yourself, you may visit the warehouse floor in the basement where an attendant can show you everything we have available. I nodded at that. It would be nice to be able to pick out my own herbs, but it usually wasn't worth the time. Is there anything specific I should make? I asked. As a member, we will buy any pills you concoct at a regular price of the ingredients plus 50% of the profit, she said, before pulling out a thick book. This is a ledger of pills in demand, and if you sell those your percentage will be increased to 55%. Selling pills deemed to be in urgent demand will provide 60% of the profits. She flipped to a different part of the book before continuing. These are special request pills. They are either more difficult than normal or require rare ingredients. There may be penalty clauses attached if you accept a commission to make these, as we cannot waste rare ingredients, but selling them will give you a 70% share of the profits. If we have an urgent commission, someone from the pavilion may contact you directly for your assistance. As a full member, you have an obligation to assist, but your compensation in such events is increased to 75% and any penalty is waived. I wasn't too surprised that I would be obligated to make certain pills, but having a bonus to the payout was a benefit I didn't expect. Finally, Yulin said, walking to a place where several names were hung on the wall, these are craftsmen who are available for special requests. The pavilion will help coordinate these requests, but they are, in the end, an agreement between the craftsman and the buyer. You will receive 85% of the profits if you complete a special request, but they are usually subject to steep penalties. If I began working now, what pills would be best to focus on? I asked. The Su clan just completed their annual blessing ceremony, answered Yulin. Other families also have blessing ceremonies around the same time, so there will be a large demand for chi gathering pills in the near future, though they are always needed. Other than that, pills to restore energy will also be needed since they get used a lot during training. Later in the year, when the new cultivators start wandering around, they will need healing pills and such, but there isn't too large a demand at the moment. Sounds good, I said. Do I need to pay for the herbs up front? As a full member, you can purchase common herbs on credit which will be deducted from future sales. Rarer herbs must be paid for up front. Alright then, I decided, send a dozen sets of ingredients for superior chi gathering pills to my apartment. I'll rest for a bit then come up and begin work.
A dozen? She asked in shock. That may not be a good idea. Don't worry. It'll be fine, I said smiling.
I turned to Su-in who had been waiting there patiently during my discussion with Yulin. Thanks for showing me around, I smiled. We can continue the tour later. I need to get to work. As I was preparing to return to my apartment, a voice echoed through the room.
Su-in, there you are.
I turned to see two people entering from the stairwell. In the lead was a middle-aged looking man with a young man around my age following behind. Both were wearing dark yellow hanfas. The younger man's was plain and unadorned, but the older man's was embroidered with bright green flames. Su-in's face fell the moment she heard the boy's voice. What are you doing here? He asked in a harsh voice. I've been looking for you everywhere. Su-in scooted closer to me at his words. This caused the boy to give me an appraising look. Who are you? He asked in a flat voice. What should I do here? Normally, I would just brush off someone like this as I always did in the sect. I generally felt there was little to gain from such an encounter, so why play the game? This time, though, I was young Master Su, and this kid was trying to knock me down on the pecking order. That was something young Master Su would not abide. Su Fang, I said with as cold a tone as I could muster. Well, Su Fang, stay away from my woman, he said with a snort. Looking back at Su-in, he continued, you know I don't like you talking with the rabble. You shouldn't entertain them. I looked over to Suyin to see how she wanted to handle this situation.
Alchemist Go, please be polite.
I am introducing a new alchemist to the pavilion, she said. Her voice was quavering, but she remained firm. I told you, you don't need to work anymore. You are my woman, so I will take care of you. Alchemist Go, I am not your woman. Please allow me to continue my work.
We both know what you are, he smirked.
Then he gave me a nasty look. You're a new alchemist? Why don't you get the hell out of the pavilion before you embarrass yourself? I can't do that, I said with a wide smile. I just ordered a batch of ingredients, and it would be terrible to leave before I've made any pills. He laughed uproariously at that. Bought a few peonies, did you? Fine, I'll give you 10 silver to fuck off. I believe it was 12 peonies, 12 astragalus roots, and 12 schisandra berries. I don't actually know what the price would be, but it's certainly more than 10 silver.
He didn't respond for a moment. He just looked at me.
He was using his own chi vision to gauge my cultivation level. Finally, he burst into laughter once more. You aren't even a cultivator, and you think you can make superior chi gathering pills? You're just making a fool out of yourself. Come on, Suyin, let's leave this loser.
Alchemist Go,
she began to look worried. I have to guide Alchemist Su. If you need assistance, another attendant can help you.
He isn't an alchemist. Go shouted.
I bet this time next week he will be coming back here having wasted all his money and begging for free herbs.
Enough of him.
Suyin appeared to become more frantic as the conversation continued, so I decided to step in. Fine, I said, I'll take the bet. What is your wager?
What? Go laughed.
You wanted to make a bet.
I'll bet.
What's the wager? He gave me a sinister look. If you don't bring back a single pill, get the hell out of the pavilion and never come back.
Oh. I asked surprised. All right, I can accept that.
In 1 week, we will meet back here, and if I don't have a single pill I will leave and never enter any Blue Wind Pavilion location again in my life. If I do bring one, then you leave and never enter another pavilion in your life. Sounds like a good bet to me.
What? Go asked shocked. How dare you say that?
Sorry, I said, putting on a concerned expression. Isn't that the bet you wanted? HMPF, I'm not going to be banished just because you go out on the street and buy some third-rate junk pill. Ah yes, I said nodding my head, I understand. So, what bet do you propose? Amazingly, Go stopped to think about his answer. He must have considered that I could have at least some level of skill if I was willing to bet with him. Fine, he said, you bought 12 sets, I will buy 12 too. Whoever makes the better pill wins, and you fuck off. So, to be clear, I asked with a calm voice, we both buy 12 sets. In 1 week we return and hand over all the pills we have made from those ingredients. Whoever's pills have the greatest value wins, and the loser is banished from all Blue Wind Pavilion locations for the rest of their life. Is this correct? Yes, he said through gritted teeth. Suyin, I said, turning to her, will the pavilion serve as guarantor for this bet? The Blue Wind Pavilion does not provide any such service concerning non-members, she said, regaining a bit of poise.
That's a shame, I shook my head.
Very well, I looked at the middle-aged man who had been standing there stoically observing. You are his master, right? Will you serve as guarantor for our little bet? How dare you speak to Master Zhong like that?
Go shouted.
My apologies, Master Zhong, I said with a solemn smile.
Go, Master Zhong is your master, right? What did you call me? He snarled. Huh? What?
I asked confused. You're Master Zhong's disciple, right? He is a Grandmaster Alchemist. At this Master Zhong snorted, but it was Go that replied. Do you think Grandmasters are cabbages you pick up by the side of the road? Master Zhong is an honored Master Alchemist, and you should show proper respect. Of course, I bowed to Master Zhong. As an honored Master Alchemist, Master Zhong can be trusted to be the guarantor of our bet.
Agreed. Go looked to Zhong, and Zhong just nodded. Fine, he said, this time next week.
I'm looking forward to whatever trash pills you bring back. See you then, I said with a smile. Suyin, please show me around a bit more. I gave her a small shove to get her moving and guided her to the stairwell. Go was staring daggers at me the entire time, but inside the pavilion, he didn't dare make a move. While Gogo was a twerp, and giving him the benefit of the doubt, could have been strongly influenced by his cultivation technique, putting him down would help me establish myself in the pavilion. When I was searching for a way to do just that, Gogo came and delivered me coal in winter. I needed to thank him in the future. Before I could push him down, I needed to prepare, so I left Suyin and returned to my apartment. I wanted to deliver pills with greater than 100% efficacy, but the ingredients of chi gathering pills all contained wood energy, which I couldn't enhance at the moment. Instead, I would just have to deliver 12 perfect pills with 100% efficacy. I left open the possibility of Gogo cheating with the help of his master, and I wasn't sure what he would be able to produce, but based on their reverence for Grandmaster alchemists, I doubted it would be anything special. Before I got started, I needed to advance my cultivation. I could make some pills as a martial disciple one, but achieving the quality and quantity needed would be difficult. My first target was my lower right arm. I began to fill the muscles of my thumb, index finger, and middle finger with fire chi, and I filled my ring and pinky fingers with wood chi. Continuing up my hand and into my forearm, the muscles on the left received fire chi while those on the right received wood chi. This division wasn't completely balanced, and I ended up with more fire chi than wood chi, but that would be balanced out by flipping the muscle groups when I worked on my left arm. As I pulled in chi, my arm began to feel dirtier and dirtier, like I had submerged it in pond scum. This was because of the buildup of impurities from using a mid-yellow level chi filter. Once I reached my limit, I popped both fire and wood chi purifying pills into my mouth to begin cleansing my chi. As the impurities left, I pulled in new chi to fill the voids. The impurities in the new chi were then expelled and I continued the cycle of cultivating and purifying. Even with this new technique, cultivating to martial disciple 2 was simple, but I still took the process slowly and observed every step of the process. I needed to gain a true understanding of how cultivation affected my body. In total, it took me 4 days to break through. For most people, that might have resulted in a rushed and shoddy advancement, but I made sure to reach the pinnacle of what was possible with this mid-profound technique. I had 4 years until chi stagnation began. I could run up to martial master in less than 1, and I would have very few side effects, but I wanted to take it slow instead. I would give myself 3 years to advance to master. That would allow me sufficient time to understand the changes in my body at a deeper level. I needed to reach martial king, but I had 120 years. I could afford to spend 3 here to prepare. Having reached martial disciple 2, I left my cultivation room and returned to the sitting room. With chi to support me, concocting a dozen rank 1 pills was no longer a concern, so I put that to the back of my mind. Instead, having access to wood chi for the first time, I wanted to see what I could do. I had a few martial arts that involved using wood chi, but they would be difficult to practice inside my apartment. They almost all involved using plants in the environment as tools to attack or defend. The ones that didn't use environmental plants used seeds or other plant life carried by the cultivator. Such techniques seemed limiting, but techniques with more stringent requirements should produce superior results. I went to my bedroom and picked up a few of the flowers there. Channeling wood chi, I began practicing twisting and shaping them. Whenever my chi ran low, I cultivated to restore it. "So, where do you want it?" a burly, well-tanned man asked. After practicing all I could with the flowers, I needed something more, so I went out shopping and purchased a long flower bed for my room. I didn't have a balcony, but I had ample windows, so I could only hope it would be enough. "Over there," I said, pointing to the sitting room wall. "You sure?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "This is a nice room, and even if you're careful it'll get dirty in here." "Yeah, I'll take care of it, don't worry." The floors were all hardwood, so a broom and dustpan could take care of a little dirt. "Your call," he said, waving to a couple of guys in the hallway. They worked together to bring in a long flower bed made of thick wood. Looking at it, I was impressed at their ability to maneuver it around tight corners. Then, after putting it in place, they made several trips to bring up bags of potting soil for it. All of this was done through the warehouse entrance on the bottom level, so on each trip, they were climbing up and down 4 sets of stairs, but they never complained, at least not in front of me. "Thanks for your work," I said, giving each many a hearty handshake. Tipping wasn't a custom here, but they did an excellent job, so I slipped them each a few extra silver. The leader grinned at me happily. "Let us know if you got any more work for us. Always happy to help."
"Will do."
I led the men out of the pavilion and waved goodbye. After that, I grabbed some seeds and got to planting. The herbalism techniques I had studied in my last life were all very basic, but they included ways to encourage plant growth. Since I was only working with mortal plants, not spiritual herbs, I needed to be sparing in chi usage because they couldn't handle much. I planted both seeds and a few young shoots and spent an entire day playing with them. On the evening of my 6th day in the pavilion, Suyin came to see me.
"How is it?"
"Are you ready?" she asked with a face of nervous concern.
"Sorry, what?" I was confused. "The bet?"
"How did your pills turn out?" "Ah, the pills," I said, suddenly remembering Gogo. "Yeah, I'll get right on that. I'll have them ready tomorrow."
"What?"
You haven't started."
She looked panicked.
"No worries, I got this." I was trying to be reassuring, but I don't think it helped. Why was I so blasé about my bet with Gogo? Even if I could make perfect rank 1 pills relatively easily, making a dozen in a single night as only a martial disciple 2 would be challenging, wouldn't it? Normally, maybe, but I had a secret ace. Spirit Fire Seed Mastery. After purchasing Mastery over the Cold Mountain Fire, I gained insights and ideas I hadn't even imagined before. One of the first things I did with it was infuse my body with the Spirit Flame to mimic the way most people used Spirit Fires. It would be completely dormant most of the time, and I would never consider using it when concocting pills privately, but if someone examined me, or I needed to perform some public alchemy, it was waiting there for others to see. I also learned that, since it was a yellow rank Spirit Fire, it would have limited effects on concocting a pill above the Grandmaster level. Ruler tier pills needed profound rank Spirit Fires. However, if I could reach 6-star Earth and Water affinity, and I pumped in enough Fire Chi, the Cold Mountain Fire would be good enough for any rank 4, Lord level pill. The affinities were a small problem, but it was fixable. To become a pill king, I needed to look into getting a more powerful fire seed. Roadblocks kept appearing in my quest for a spatial fire seed, and a profound seed for alchemy purposes was just one more, but the seed I wanted being held by a formation emperor let me be confident that it would all be worth it in the end. In the evening, there was no one on staff on the workshop floor, but members were still allowed to use the workshops. I picked an open room at random and went inside. The cauldrons provided by the pavilion were all top-notch. They were a step above what I had in the sect, and I even noticed formation markings on them, but I didn't know what that was for. I had never used formations in alchemy before, so I left them alone. Taking the first set of ingredients, I chucked them all into the cauldron without a care. I didn't need to start a fire or heat it up. I didn't really even need the cauldron. I just needed something to help contain the medicinal energy as I worked. I blasted out a wave of spirit fire, and in a second all the exposed toxins were gone on all 3 ingredients. Then, I used my wood affinity to peel open the medicinal energy, careful not to damage its structure, and expose the final bits of toxic energy. After a small wisp of fire chi, the herbs were completely cleansed. Before combining them, I spent a little time examining each herb. My chi vision had improved since the last time I studied low-level herbs, and I wanted to see if I could find anything new. I noticed small areas where the medicinal energy structure was not quite right. I hadn't tried it before, but I reached out with my wood affinity and attempted to massage those areas back into perfect form. It didn't work quite right, but the energy seemed to be slightly better. This experiment gave me a new avenue to look into for improving my rank 1 alchemy, which was very gratifying. Worried that I would cause damage if I tried to do more, I merged the 3 energies and compressed them into a pill. It was a perfect pill with 100.1% standard efficacy. Fixing those small imperfections might lead to only a small boost, but to me, any improvement was worth the effort. "Hey Gogo," I said as I met the group at the alchemy floor's receptionist desk. "What did you call me?" he growled, his forehead turning black.
Huh? What? I asked.
"Ready for the judging?"
Yes, he snapped. Great.
"Who's going to be our judge?" "I will," said Master Zhong with an imperious voice. "Lovely," I smiled. "Why don't you go first, Gogo?" "Here," he shouted, slamming pill bottles onto the counter. 8 superior chi gathering pills. Master Zhong picked them up one by one and examined them. 5 mid-quality, 3 high-quality. All have an efficacy above 85%, with some breaking the 90% mark. "Extremely fine work for a disciple alchemist," he praised. Gogo glared at me and snorted.
"Give up now."
Your pills are quite good, but I think we should get mine appraised first." "It's only fair, right?" "Present your pills," said Master Zhong before Gogo could speak again. I placed 12 pill bottles on the counter, and Master Zhong's face darkened. He opened the first and examined it closely before returning it to the bottle. On the second pill, he spent twice as much time examining it. After the third pill, he stopped. "I declare Alchemist Go the winner of this competition. As guarantor of the bet, I announce martial disciple Su banished from the Blue Wind Pavilion." After this pronouncement, he knocked all my pill bottles onto the floor. Gogo began laughing nastily.
"Fool.
"If you don't have the ability, don't make a bet. Get out."
"Oh? I lost?" I asked.
"That's surprising. That's your official judgment as a guest master alchemist of the Blue Wind Pavilion." "Yes," Master Zhong said in a firm voice. "This competition is over." Suddenly, a voice sounded from the stairwell.
"A competition, is it?
Sounds interesting.
Tell me about it."
Wu Jing walked out of the stairwell and smiled at everyone. "Manager Chun," said Master Zhong. "This disciple agreed to a bet and lost. As such, he has agreed to be banished from all Blue Wind Pavilions. I was simply announcing the final results." "I see," said Wu Jing in a concerned voice as he slowly nodded his head. "This was an alchemy competition and he presented pills of lower quality? That would indeed be a loss. His pills made it clear that he is no alchemist, confirmed Master Zhong.
Wu Jing turned to me.
Well, what do you have to say? Are you leaving? If that's his official and unbiased judgment as a guest master alchemist of the Blue Wind Pavilion, I have no choice. Indeed, agreed Wu Jing, looking back at Master Zhong. Everyone stood there for several moments, no one willing to be the first to move. Master Zhong's face darkened further, and a frown crept onto his face, but he didn't say any more. Well, said Wu Jing eventually, since we are all here, I may as well take a look at the pills these two concocted. What do you say? It's not necessary, I interjected before anyone else could reply. Master Zhong is clearly unbiased in his decisions, so I must have lost. Nonsense, said Wu Jing, I wouldn't dare question the master, but I would like to see what you two are capable of. Without waiting for a response, Wu Jing stepped over and started looking through Gogo's pills. After reviewing them all, he nodded. With 12 sets of ingredients, you concocted one pill we can sell in the pavilion. Not bad for your age. With hard work, you may have a future. Thank you, Manager Chun, Gogo said with a smirk and a bow. Alchemist Su's pills seem to have fallen onto the floor. Wu Jing bent down and picked up a pill bottle. He examined the pill, returned it, and placed the bottle carefully on the reception desk. He slowly examined one pill after another. After the last one was placed back down, he spoke again.
I see. Quite interesting.
Again, we all stood there for several moments without anyone willing to move. This time, it was Gogo who broke the silence. Do you need someone to show you the way? Get out. I smiled at him. Master Zhong, asked Wu Jing, allowing the other man to begin. When he didn't speak, Wu Jing continued. What was the bet exactly? Master Zhong cleared his throat. Each person was to take 12 ingredients. They were to return the pills concocted with those ingredients, and the person whose pills had the higher total value would win.
And? Asked Wu Jing.
Disciple Su violated the rules and did not return pills made with the ingredients he was given.
Really?
Why do you say that? These couldn't possibly have been made with normal herbs. He must have had a master alchemist concoct them using herbalist-grown ones. That is my official judgment as the officiator of this competition. And you want to banish a member of the Blue Wind Pavilion based on that judgment? Wu Jing's voice turned a little cold. No, said Zhong, his eyes widening. He agreed to the bet and cheated. I do not wish to banish him, that is what he agreed to.
Su Fang, did you cheat? Wu Jing glanced at me. No, I smiled.
Bullshit, screamed Zhong, his composure finally breaking. I couldn't have made pills of that quality with even the best herbs. There is no way some yellow-haired brat could. Wu Jing nodded with a straight face. Alchemist Su, how should we handle this? In Master Zhong's fair and unbiased opinion, there is no way I could have made these pills with the herbs provided, I said, stroking my chin thoughtfully. I could make another one in front of everyone.
What? Growled Zhong.
I could, but then, where would I put my face? I asked with an honest expression. To ask a member of the Blue Wind Pavilion to prove his honesty? That's not just slapping my face, but the face of the pavilion. I think Manager Chun should make a decision for me here. Wu Jing considered, then looked at Zhong. You stake your reputation on the fact that it is impossible for alchemist Su to concoct these pills with normal ingredients? At this point, Zhong was in a tight spot, but he was already riding a tiger. Yes, he finally said. Great, that makes things simple, smiled Wu Jing. Su Fang, you will be given one set of ingredients. Concoct a perfect pill with more than 100% standard efficacy or you will be expelled from the pavilion. If you are successful, Alchemist Zhong will lose his position as guest alchemist. Understood, I said with a bow. Zhong's face contorted in rage. We waited as Yulin left and gathered ingredients. When she returned, everyone followed me to the room I had used the previous night. How dare you use Master Zhong's workshop, shouted Gogo. I glanced at him, then looked at Wu Jing. Are the workshops reserved for certain people? I wasn't aware. There are no signs. No, said Wu Jing, shaking his head. Workshops can be used by anyone. Interesting. I didn't look back again. After entering the room, I walked up to the cauldron, and everyone else circled around. Deciding not to use my spirit fire, I lit the burner below the cauldron and began heating it. I put on a show of being a perfectly normal disciple alchemist. Once I was ready, I chucked everything in at once. Gogo began laughing. He doesn't even know how to make a simple pill. I turned and gave him a look of pity. Without wasting time, I melted the ingredients and burned off the toxins. Then, I carefully exacted the small bits remaining in each herb. Finally, I tried once more to heal the energies and enhance their efficacy. Once my pill was finished, I examined it. Perfect pill, 100.3% standard efficacy. I was getting better. I didn't remove the pill from the cauldron. Instead, I let Wu Jing do the honors to ensure everything was above board. As guarantor of this competition, said Wu Jing, I announce Alchemist Su as the winner. Master Zhong will be stripped of his guest alchemist title, and Alchemist Go is hereby banished from all Blue Wind Pavilion locations.
What? Shouted Go-Go.
You can't do that, shouted Zhong, my uncle. Please contact him for me, said Wu Jing with a smile. I'll be happy to explain everything and let him decide on the appropriate course of action. Zhong and Go-Go both tried to speak again, but Wu Jing looked at me. Shall we talk in my office? He asked.
Sure, I grinned.
His uncle might cause you problems, you know, said Wu Jing once we were alone. Yeah, I know, I said, shaking my head, but I still feel that was the right way to handle it. I needed to quickly establish my prestige here, and those two offered themselves up freely. You aren't wrong, but just be careful. Zhong is a martial master, and his uncle is a grandmaster. They'll probably send Go after you first since his cultivation is a bit higher than yours, but if you beat him up, they'll just keep coming. Without a grandmaster's protection, you won't last forever.
I sighed.
Nothing is ever easy. Hiring a grandmaster bodyguard long-term isn't an option for me at the moment. Can the pavilion provide protection if I need to go out?
Yeah, but it still costs.
Your pills are the best I've seen from a disciple alchemist, but that won't be enough to afford a grandmaster. I considered for a bit. I should be able to make rank 2 pills in small quantities. It will be difficult with my limited chi pool, but I might be able to manage it. By the mid-disciple levels, it will certainly be possible. I plan to take my time advancing, but worst case, I'll just hole up in the pavilion for a year or two. Wu Jing tapped his fingers on his armrest. There is another angle to consider here. We've just expelled one of the few on-call master alchemists we had at this branch. No one should blame you for it, but they might. If we can't fulfill orders because Zhong is gone, there will be trouble. I can cover anything for rank 1, I said with confidence. Rank 2 will be trickier, but if something urgent comes up, I have ways to handle it if absolutely necessary, but I would rather not use them. Let others handle what they can, but if something is about to slip through, I'll take care of it. Wu Jing gave me a serious look, then nodded his head sharply. After dealing with Go-Go, I focused inward and spent the next 3 months in near seclusion. While I did walk around the pavilion a bit to talk with Mei, Suyin, Yulin, and others, my focus was on cultivation. My original plan had been to spend 3 or 4 months at each level, slowly comprehend the dual element technique, and then advance to the next. However, every day I became more and more dissatisfied with this dual element technique. For all that it was labeled mid-profound, it was a piece of garbage. The chi purity generated when cultivating it was terrible. At the level I was used to working at, the slightest burr in my chi could cause significant damage to my ingredients. I was used to a nice, smooth laminar flow of chi that I could use to delicately cleanse each herb. With this cultivation technique, I was taking purifying pills daily to maintain a bare semblance of pure chi. While I had concocted countless pills for the pavilion, my bank account was rather barren because of all the purifying pills I had to take. The second problem was also something I expected but still hated. I couldn't store nearly as much chi of a single type when using this technique. My total storage capacity remained the same, but now it was divided in 2, so I was having to return to my apartment and cultivate to restore my chi far more often than I liked. This wouldn't have been too much of a problem though, if it weren't for the last problem. The way the chi filter and whirlpool affected cultivating to restore spent chi was atrocious. When I needed both fire and wood chi, I could cultivate at what I deemed a normal rate, but if my wood chi was full and I only needed fire chi, my cultivation speed plummeted. It wasn't just a matter of only pulling in half the total possible. No, the wood chi would clog up the filter, only allowing trickles of fire chi through. Overall, this cultivation technique was shockingly bad. Yes, it allowed for 2 types of chi to be cultivated, but the final effect was far worse than the peak yellow technique I had been using. Before I moved on, I had to do something about this rotten technique. The first problem was straightforward. Upgrade the chi filter. I wasn't sure how yet, but I had plenty of references to work from. The second problem was trickier. I essentially needed to increase my total chi reserves, but how? Remembering the effects of some of the other profound rank techniques I had read, I began studying them more closely. That is where I found my solution to all 3 problems at once. I had 3 techniques that all claimed to improve chi density. They were all slightly different, but they seemed to function on the same basic premise. Open more acupoints, pull in chi from more places, and use the additional forces to compress the chi. The total benefit was minor, so they were only considered low-profound techniques, but the theory behind them was far more powerful. Combining these techniques, I identified dozens of additional acupoints around my body that I had never used before. There were potentially even more, but I could wait to study that later. I needed to take one step at a time. System, if I create a temporary reset point here but never use it, will that affect the price or doubling effect if I move it forward in the future? I asked before beginning. No, however, all credits spent to create a point here will be lost.
Great.
Make me a temporary point right here.
Confirmed.
Cost 18,675 credits. 53,325 credits remaining. That was potentially a waste of credits, but it made sure that I wouldn't be wasting everything I spent on temporary upgrades if this all went completely sideways. I began cultivating in my lower left arm. Instead of one large chi whirlpool, I made a dozen of them with half the normal diameter at each of the acupoints I had identified. Then, I didn't create a single complex chi filter to handle both elements. Instead, I copied the single-element peak yellow filters and placed the appropriate one at each point. After that, it was a matter of directing the chi from each acupoint into the right muscle groups. As I cultivated, the chi drawn from the various acupoints began to interfere with each other. I scaled down the whirlpools to a third of their normal size, and that problem disappeared. I wasn't too happy with the size limitation. 12 whirlpools with a third of the normal diameter only had slightly more surface area than one large one. It was significantly more workload for a marginal improvement in cultivation speed. This, I realized, was likely a big reason these techniques were only low profound. The huge increase in complexity for marginal improvements was a trade-off few would be willing to make, but it had untold benefits for multi-element cultivation. My fire and wood affinities were both high enough that I could handle directly cultivating in this way, and once I advanced in rank, these changes would be locked in through automatic cultivation. I examined my energy body with chi vision. The chi filters were working perfectly, and my body was only absorbing perfectly pure fire or wood chi. I stopped cultivating wood chi, and because of the reduced interference, the speed I was cultivating fire chi increased. When I looked at the rest of my body, I was shocked by the changes. The regular flow of chi throughout my body had become turbulent. The small but clean streams that naturally circulated around my body were instead a swampy morass. I had come to realize that these energy flows were what caused the mental changes in cultivators, and one of the big reasons people who rushed their cultivation had problems was that these flows became unstable. I had no idea what kind of mental effect this technique I had created would have, but it was clearly in conflict with the one I had chosen for myself earlier. I stopped cultivating and expelled all the chi from my left arm. After a solid day, the energy flows in my body slowly returned to normal. I began a laborious process of adjusting the cultivation technique. I had to individually tweak the size, angle, and speed of each separate whirlpool. I started with a very low cultivation speed to cause as little disruption as possible in my chi flow, but even still, after less than an hour of work, my body would be completely disordered, and I would have to stop for the day. It took me an entire year to perfect the cultivation in my left arm. When I was satisfied, I locked it into place and broke through to Martial Disciple 3. After that, I purged all the impurities in my right arm, dispersed my chi, and crippled my cultivation. Using a mirror image of my left arm, I then implemented the same cultivation technique in my right, fully stepping into Disciple 3 with my new technique. At that moment, an alarm sounded in my mind. System alert, a novel cultivation technique has been created. Please name your technique.
The focused hearth fire mantra, I said.
I hadn't been prepared for this, so I had to come up with a name on the spot. I did my best to combine the effects with wood and fire, but well.
The focused hearth fire mantra.
Rating beyond peak profound rank 1 wood fire cultivation technique. Would you like to submit this technique to the DAO? What was happening? I had no idea, but I would play it out.
Yes.
Submission successful. Contribution confirmed.
Calculating.
Reward, 50% discount for the next purchase below 20,000 credits. Note, profound rank 1 techniques will no longer qualify you for further discounts. That was surprising. It wasn't much, but it was essentially 10,000 free credits, and it was the first time I had found a way to earn them besides dying. Creating higher rank techniques should reward exponentially more credits, too. As I was thinking about credit gains, my mind suddenly felt like it had been struck by lightning. Information poured into me. Various abstractions about how to further refine my technique culminated in a complete, detailed cultivation technique with all the positions and adjustments for each acupoint at every stage of Martial Disciple. My reward, it seemed, was far more than a few credits. While I could have deduced this all myself, what would have taken me years was provided by the DAO in an instant. Comparing my implanted knowledge to my previous efforts, the acupoints in my arms looked all wrong. There were dozens of small details I hadn't hit exactly right. I dispersed my cultivation and began once more. When I finally ended my seclusion, I was still only Martial Disciple 3. I had been locked away for nearly a year and a half, but my gains had been worth it. From here, I could slowly increase my cultivation by one step every other month. I was confident in my new technique, but I wanted to slowly adapt to it. I walked through the pavilion in high spirits. My new technique and improved cultivation base promised a bright future ahead. From the second level, I looked down on the shop floor and just smiled as I watched the masses shopping. After a while, I headed toward the commissary where pavilion employees could eat during the day. As I was walking, a somewhat haggard Wu Jing approached me. "Fang," he said in relief before studying me, "Martial Disciple 3? You've only advanced to Disciple 3 in over a year?" "Hello, Wu Jing," I said with a steady voice. "Yes, however, I completed what I needed. I'm ready to begin advancing further and faster now." Wu Jing shook his head, crestfallen. "Even if you can, it may be too late. We just received an urgent request from the Su clan. The patriarch has placed an order for several pills, and it's unlikely we will be able to meet his request without ordering them from another branch. This is normal and shouldn't be a problem, but one of the deputy managers is claiming that if Zhong were still here, we could have fulfilled it immediately. He's stirring up trouble. Could Zhong have completed the order?" I asked, interested. By himself, no, but he could pull in connections to do it. He wouldn't have if he was still here, but since he isn't, some people are saying he could have. "I see. What pills are needed, and what is the time frame?" Wu Jing handed me a sheet of paper and I looked at it. Nothing was higher than rank 2, but the purity and efficacy requirements were intense. Also, there were several pills I hadn't seen before that required rare ingredients, meaning they were potential money pits for an alchemist. "He wants them by the end of the week," said Wu Jing, shaking his head. "We have 2 masters in the city, but they can't do this quality, so we either have to order from outside the wastes or try to source them from the Twin Mountains sect. Neither option is good. Going outside means huge expenses, and going to the sect for this devalues the pavilion. Again, either would be normal in this situation." "But people are causing trouble," I said, cutting him off. "I got it. Send me the ingredients and I'll get started right away. End of the week is a tight timeline, but I'll do my best." Wu Jing's eyes widened. "Are you serious? You're only a disciple." "Deadly," I smiled wolfishly. "Just get me the ingredients and I'll make sure you have your pills. Though, it would be best if you included a substantial number of herbs for rank 1 Qi recovery pills. I'll probably need them to meet this deadline." The list Wu Jing provided me contained a combination of rank 1 and 2 pills. Beyond the quality of pills required, the quantity was also substantial. I began by knocking out all the low-hanging fruit. The rank 1 pills were almost all easily dealt with. For the herbs with wood, water or metal energy, I quickly and efficiently burned out the toxins and formed the pills. All were perfect with around 102% of standard efficacy. There weren't many pills that required earth or fire herbs, but I was able to use fire or wood chi with the techniques I knew to boost those all the way to at least 121% of standard efficacy as perfect pills. The only rank 1 pill that tripped me up required an extremely rare herb with energy I hadn't seen before. Comparing it to my memories from the attack on the Twin Mountain sect, I realized it must be lightning energy. I didn't have any lightning affinity, so I couldn't improve or perfect the pill, but I was still able to concoct it as a high-purity pill with 99% of standard efficacy. Staring at the completed pill, I tapped my fingers. I'm going to have to move beyond the basic elements, I told myself. It wasn't vital yet, and it would cost, but it would need to be done. With the rank 1 pills completed, I moved on to the rank 2 ones. These would be significantly more challenging with my low chi levels, but with my fire seed mastery, I knew it should be possible. Instead of focusing on herb type, I paid more attention to the prevailing energy in the toxins. Targeting the herbs with mostly water toxins first, I got to work. With peak 7-star earth and water affinities, the cold mountain fire was a joy to work with. I didn't have to use any chi at all. I just opened my soul, and it poured out exactly when and where I wanted. My chi vision had advanced enough to see through rank 2 herbs, and with my higher affinities, I gently opened up the medicinal energy to eradicate all the small traces of toxins. Where I could, I used my fire or wood chi to enhance a pill, but I couldn't inject enough chi to push them past 105% of standard efficacy. Instead, I was much more successful using the energy from the spirit fire to boost pills. The cold mountain fire was more than 90% earth energy with the rest being water energy. I used my affinities to separate the two, then I sent the earth energy to enhance metal herbs and the water energy to enhance wood herbs. Where I used earth, the pills were raised to around 115% efficacy, and where I used water, they were raised to around 104%. The water boost wasn't amazing, but it was far better than nothing. With this new experience, I wanted to go back and redo the rank 1 pills, but unfortunately, that wasn't an option. Where the cold mountain fire was less effective, such as metal toxins, I had to use copious amounts of qi, and I burned through several qi recovery pills to get everything done in time, but by the end of the week, the order was complete. While the order had stated minimums, there was no maximum acceptable quality. The Su clan implicitly agreed to buy the highest quality pills produced with the provided ingredients. Normally, they would be overjoyed to receive such high-quality pills, but I hoped Wu Jing would take advantage of the situation to milk them for as much as he could. After handing over all the pills to a beaming Wu Jing, I went to find Suyin.
Hey,
I said when I saw her on the shop floor.
can you help me out? I want to study some techniques.
Just go up to the library, she said, her face showing confusion at my request.
The what?
While I had lived in the pavilion for well over a year, almost all that time was spent focusing on my cultivation technique. I didn't even think to resume my previously cut short tour.
Come on, she sighed, leading me to the stairway. As she did, she began to explain.
The 5th floor is the workshop, the 6th is the library, and the 7th just has a few meeting rooms. That's where we hold important events, such as large meetings with the heads of different branches. The 7th is rarely used here, but we still have to maintain it. Anyway, we just need to go to the 6th. Once we had tromped back up the stairs, Suyin brought me to a large library not too dissimilar to those in the sect, but instead of tables in the middle of the hall, the pavilion had small reading rooms around the perimeter, and large wooden bookshelves filled the entire space. There were no windows on this floor, and lighting was provided only by softly glowing orbs. You can flip through anything you want on the floor, but to study a manual you need to register it with the librarian, and she will charge it to your account. If you want something that isn't here, such as a higher grade manual, talk to the librarian. If this branch has it, she will check your contribution to see if you are allowed to view it. If we don't, she can requisition it from the main branch, but that requires substantially more contribution.
I nodded. Thanks.
What about herbalist and wood chi techniques? Where would I find those? Suyin smiled wistfully at that question. Let me show you. She brought me to a section of the library dedicated to plants. There, she gently ran her fingers across the spines of several books. Here they are, she said in a soft voice, everything you could want to know about growing plants. I wasn't great with people. I had spent centuries alone in a shed in the past avoiding them, but even I could pick up on some clues. What's wrong?
I asked. Nothing.
She looked down and shook her head.
It's just,
my parents are farmers. Most people in these parts are, you know. I just imagine what this kind of knowledge could do for them. You can't buy it and send it to them? I could, she gave a wry laugh, but no one in my family can cultivate. No one has any affinities, so it wouldn't do any good even if I did. That's how it is, you know. Most of us are just hanging on, waiting for someone to get a blessing that can help. We just stood there for a moment. Suyin finally shook her head.
Sorry.
I need to go. Without looking back, she walked away. I headed toward the stairs too. Not to follow, but because I was no longer in the mood to study. I headed down to the 2nd floor where there were some break rooms I could relax in. After I had been sitting and thinking for several minutes, a young woman walked in front of me.
Come on, said May, follow me.
May led me down the stairs to the warehouse floor and out the side entrance. I had used my first life here. Don't worry, she said. No grandmaster is going to jump out at you this close to the pavilion.
We're safe.
I had assumed so, but I was still nervous about Master Zhong's uncle finding trouble with me too early. May took me to a small apartment building behind the pavilion. It had a similar aesthetic, but the smaller size and reduced ornamentation made it feel significantly less ostentatious. We went up to the 4th floor, and she guided me into a room. Welcome to my apartment, she said, gesturing to a small sofa.
Take a seat.
May's apartment was incredibly well decorated, and it put my paltry efforts to shame. There was no gilding or expensive ornamentation, but tastefully subdued wooden carvings were spread around the room. The sitting room had a large balcony, but it opened onto the side of the building facing the pavilion, so the view was blocked and little light could come in. After I sat, May quietly made a pot of tea and placed it on a coffee table in the middle of the chairs. She poured 2 cups and began drinking without saying a word. The entire time, I was worried about what was happening and why she suddenly brought me here. After finishing her cup, she set it down and began talking. You know about my blessing, she said with a subdued but firm tone. I don't know how much you know about how it works, but I know you know what it is.
I nodded. Yes, I do.
She hadn't explained it in this loop, but Wu Jing had told me the first time we met. She gained knowledge about the best way to act to gain the most benefit in any situation. To me, this made her both the most and least trustworthy person I knew. I had a firm belief that my blessing would always give her the most benefit, so I believed she would never risk betraying me, but I could never trust the intentions behind her actions. It doesn't tell me the words to say, and it doesn't let me read minds, she said, looking at her empty cup with a downcast expression. It just guides me on how to behave. I don't know the reason why I should act the way I do. I just know that is what I am supposed to do. I've become so accustomed to it that it has become natural. Right now, my blessing is guiding me to act vulnerable and afraid. I don't even know how I would naturally behave in this situation anymore. Even hearing her say it, I still felt a need to protect her, to help her. I could not let emotions control me around this woman. I didn't bring you here to talk about me though. We are here to talk about little Ian. Do you know about her blessing too? She asked. No, only yours and Wu Jing's, I said with a slight head shake. Her blessing gave her a good memory. It's nice, it helps her in the pavilion. She can perfectly remember anything you tell her, and she is especially good at remembering and recording diagrams and such, but that's about it. Like me, she has no affinities and will never be able to cultivate. She is just a girl with a good memory. We sat in silence for a bit, but finally, I looked at May. And? There is a reason to say this, right? I'm sure there is, she said with a wry smile, but I'm just supposed to bring you here, act vulnerable, tell you what I want about Ian, and let you decide. Alright, I said, firming up my mind. Anything else to say about her? Just? I don't know if the way you handled Go and Master Zhong will be good for her. She is from a poor family, most of the attendants are. Working here, we have a chance, but pavilion attendant is a job for the young. We trade our youth for the hope of a better future. Suyin might not have liked Go, but I don't know if she will be able to find anything better, especially now. I sipped my tea without responding. I knew what I was being pushed to do. I knew what May's blessing was asking for. But did I want to do it? Even if I didn't change every future for them, I could give them a single life. May, I said with a mirthless chuckle, you can give people advice on how to act through your blessing, right? Do you just tell people how you yourself are supposed to act, or is it how they should act? She began before stopping to think. It's a bit of both. I feel how I am supposed to tell them to act if that makes sense. Yes, I sighed. So, what does your blessing say? Should I do it? It's your choice, she said, shaking her head. I'm not supposed to tell you either way. Alright, I said, making my decision. Choose. I know what Suyin wants. What do you want? I didn't tell her the question. I wanted to test her blessing's power. If she was telling the truth, she had to combine what it told her with her own powerful intuition to know exactly what was happening. Anything? She asked, looking me in the eye. Sure, anything, I smiled. Wind. If I could choose anything, it would be wind, she said with a smile before shaking her head. Too bad it's the wrong answer. She paused another moment, then looked at me. Water. I guess it has to be water. Was that all to get me to look for wind chi cultivation techniques? I was going to do that anyway. System, I subvocalized so May couldn't hear me. How much to give May a temporary low 8-star water affinity and Suyin the same thing for wood. Temporary low, 8-star water and wood affinities for May and Suyin. Cost 520 credits. Discount applied. Discounted cost 260 credits. I laughed quietly. Well, if this was going to burn my discount anyway, I might as well play big. How much is a wind affinity? Temporary low, 8-star wind affinity. Cost 2,600 credits. So, 10 times the price of the basic elements? Alright, system, give them both mid 7-star affinities and give May a mid 8-star wind affinity. Temporary mid, 7-star water and wood affinities for May and Suyin, and temporary mid 8-star wind affinity for May. Cost 15,620 credits. Discount applied. Discounted cost 7,810 credits. Purchase confirmed. 45,515 credits remaining. Was it a smart move? I don't know. Credits were valuable, but this only cost me 8,000 and a somewhat limited discount. I could spare it. Spending these credits may have bought me something much more valuable. Normally, May and Suyin would have died long before my encounter with Formation Emperor Du Xiongming, but now, they should be able to easily step into Grandmaster and live much longer lives. If this bought their loyalty, the price might be worth it. I looked at May. Alright, I said, it's done. Get me a pen and several sheets of paper. May did not act giddy or excited in the slightest. She moved with the gravity I was personally feeling about my decision. I still wasn't sure I had done the right thing here, but it was a new choice, and it was something I wanted to try. She gave me only a couple of sheets of paper, but as I started writing, she left her apartment to buy more. I spent 2 hours carefully writing down peak yellow cultivation techniques for water and wood qi. Without cultivating wind qi, the extra affinity wouldn't do much for Mei, but she should be able to slightly control the air around herself. Alright, I said when I finished, this one is for you, the other is for Suyin. They are the best I have. You might be able to get better from the pavilion, I don't know.
Thank you, she said.
Tears began to well in her eyes. I just nodded, trust and distrust warring within me. If you have any questions, you can come find me.
Tell Suyin the same. Don't rush.
Slow and steady is the only path forward. Don't worry about qi stagnation or any problems like that. We can take care of cultivation speed with pills. Instead, be slow and deliberate. Your blessing should give you a lot of protection from the mental deviations cultivation can cause, but you still need to be careful. I understand, thank you, she said again, tears beginning to flow from her eyes. My distrust of her emotions ran too deep. I couldn't believe anything I saw. I just stood and left. I didn't see Mei or Suyin at all the next week. They gave me the time I needed to digest my decision. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like it had been rash, but I wasn't willing to go back and undo it. I would let it play out and see what happened. During this time, I began spending time studying the martial masters that visited the pavilion. Whenever I had free time, I would stand on the second-floor balcony and watch the people below as they shopped. I wanted to understand cultivating as a martial master on a deeper level. So many of the masters I had met were mentally unstable. This also affected martial disciples, like Gogo, but the problem seemed to increase by an order of magnitude among masters. Why? More importantly, how could I fix it? The logic I had been told before was that it had to do with cultivating too fast. During my time in the sect, I had been repeatedly advised to progress slowly as a master to ensure I stayed balanced. I wasn't completely convinced of this though. Why did cultivating faster cause people to become unbalanced? There should be a way to increase cultivation speed without risking such problems. I just had to find it. If the energy flows within a disciple's body were what contributed to their change in temperament, what did adding meridians to the body do to affect these flows? Day after day, I stood on the balcony and just watched as the world passed around me, but on the 7th day after our last meeting, Mei finally came to find me. Alright, she said, stop just standing there.
Come with me.
Mei led me up to a small meeting room on the 7th floor. It only contained a few mats spread out around the floor, but it had a large window with an impressive view overlooking the city below. When I entered, I saw Suyin already sitting on one of the mats. She looked nervous. Her eyes were staring at the ground, and she was twiddling her thumbs. When we stepped into the room, she looked up at us but then quickly lowered her eyes again. Mei gently touched my shoulder and guided me to sit near Suyin. Fang, she said, I've told Yin what I know, but it would be best if you gave us more details. I nodded slightly. Have you tested your affinities? I asked. No, it would be better if we don't make a big deal about this. Some people, like Wu Jing, will notice the change, but most won't think twice about it if we don't say anything. I looked at Mei. You should now have a mid-7-star water affinity and a mid-8-star wind affinity. Suyin, I said turning to the other girl, you should have a mid-7-star wood affinity. What? Both girls gasped at the news, but Mei kept speaking. That is higher than I would have expected. I gave a small smile. It's what made the most sense under the circumstances. Yin, Mei said in a firm tone, never speak of this conversation. Forget about ever being tested before. You always had this affinity, right?
Yes, Mei, she said in a weak voice.
I didn't interrupt her, she knew what she was doing. I waited for her nod to continue. I've given you both the best cultivation techniques I have for your affinities. The library might have better, but... No, said Mei, cutting me off, we will use the ones you already gave us. That is for the best, but I didn't want us to begin until you were ready to guide us. Alright, I said, accepting her judgment. First, Mei, the technique I gave you will make you more pliant. You will feel the urge to follow others' instructions and wishes. I'm sorry, but that's the only decent water one I have. As long as you are careful in your cultivation, it shouldn't become a problem though. Your blessing should override its effects, but if it doesn't, we can look to minimize them after you reach Grandmaster. Grandmaster, she said with a bright smile. Don't worry, this is the technique I'm supposed to cultivate, at least for now. Suyin, I said, looking at the other girl, yours will make you more adventurous. It might give you a wanderlust that urges you to go out and explore the world. I can see why this would be seen as valuable for wood qi practitioners since it will give you more exposure to a variety of plants, but you won't have the same protections as Mei, so you will have to be extra careful to cultivate carefully. Otherwise, you might find yourself lost in the wilderness by this time next year.
Yes. Thank you, she stammered out. If you are both happy with your techniques, let's begin cultivating. It doesn't matter where you want to start, but I would suggest an arm. It's easier to visualize what's going on there. Both girls had already familiarized themselves with the techniques I had given them earlier, so they were able to immediately get started. May was quick at forming a chi filter and whirlpool. It seemed she had been practicing, but as I watched, the filter began to destabilize, and impurities flooded her body. Stop, I said, using my affinities to help cut off her cultivation. You need practice with the filter. It wasn't quite right, and that will cause you serious problems. Until your chi filter is absolutely perfect, don't try to draw in any chi. Yes. I see, she said, it's difficult though. Working from a picture on a scroll. It's not exactly clear where all the lines go or how to space them. It will take me time. I thought about this problem. She needed practice with chi control, but with her affinity, cultivating a yellow ranked technique shouldn't pose any problem. She just needed a clearer picture of what to do. I held out my hand and began channeling chi. I used fire chi to create a large version of the filter she was supposed to make. With the insights I had gained from my enlightenment after creating my own technique, the filter I showed her was even better than the one recorded in the technique manual. I then created a second copy at the exact scale she should use. I had them both begin emitting a faint glow so they could be seen in normal vision. Here, I said, this is what it should look like. Your chi vision hasn't developed yet, so it may be hard to see details clearly, but hopefully, you can use this as a guide. Try to copy the smaller one exactly. I looked over at Suyin. She seemed to be struggling. Unlike May, she didn't quickly jump to create a filter. Instead, she was placing and removing chi over and over. If any bit of chi was even slightly out of place, she dispersed it and tried again. One moment, Suyin, I said, use this instead. With May, I used the insights I had gained to slightly enhance and alter the chi filter she was creating. Suyin only took one look at my creation before getting back to her work. It's her memory, I realized. She has perfect visual spatial memory. Unlike May, Suyin knew exactly how the filter was supposed to be put together after a single look. She needed practice to do it completely correctly, but she was able to easily identify any shortcomings in her work. Don't rush this. Take your time. Once you are confident in your filter, come find me, and I will help you begin cultivating. If you have any questions, just let me know. 2 weeks after our first session, Suyin was the first to seek me out for further help. The amount of time and energy they spent perfecting their chi filters before cultivating made me feel ashamed of how I behaved when I first started cultivating. I could only console myself with the fact that their situations were completely different from mine. They weren't learning to do everything alone in a rotten shack. Fang, she said when she saw me. She was still hunched and nervous, a world away from the bright young woman I met when I came here. I'm ready to learn the next step. I tried to smile gently at her, but I don't think it worked. All right, come with me, I said, guiding her to my apartment. Inside, I poured her a cup of tea as I began to speak. With a solid filter, all you need to do is create the whirlpool and cycle your energy. I'll help you with the location and precise direction of everything, but with your memory and eyesight, it shouldn't be a problem. She nodded without speaking. Go ahead and begin. She began to pull in the chi and form it into correct shapes. Stop, I said quickly. The positioning isn't right. Move it here. I used a flicker of fire chi to indicate the correct positioning. It was only a fraction of a millimeter off, so it wouldn't make too much difference, but why settle for substandard if you didn't have to? She began working again. Stop. Adjust the angle of the whirlpool, I said, again demonstrating with my chi. She did as I instructed and began again. I worked her through several more small adjustments, but finally, everything was as close to perfect as my understanding would allow. Once everything was locked into place, I handed her a pill bottle. This is a basic chi gathering pill, I said. It will give you a burst of additional chi, allowing you to smoothly break through in an instant. It might be a little hard to handle, but just focus on maintaining your cultivation. I will handle any problems. She silently took the bottle and swallowed the pill. Chi suddenly began pouring toward her arms several times faster than before. Suyin began sweating a bit, but she maintained everything perfectly. I was ready to step in and disperse the flow of chi, but it was unnecessary. After only a few minutes, the chi in her arm reached the saturation point. Alright, you only get one chance at this. You need to form your chi into a sharp needle and stab directly here, I said, creating a visible example with my chi. Try to mimic the placement, shape, size, and angle of my needle exactly. If it's a little off, it's okay,
Just do your best. Suin's performance was perfect. She stabbed with her chi, opening her acupoint, and broke through to martial disciple 2. Good job, I said with a wide smile. Thank you, she replied in a quiet voice. I waited patiently for her to adjust to the changes in her body, expecting her to silently leave when she was ready, but she kept sitting there. After several minutes, I wasn't sure what to do and became concerned. Suin, I tried to begin. Fang, she finally muttered, I'm willing to be your woman. That was not what I expected her to say. Suin, I struggled to reply, no, we cannot have that kind of relationship. I have concerns that won't allow it. I'm sorry. She began to cry. But you've given me. No, I said in a stern voice, what I've given was given freely without obligation. Especially not one of this kind. I have to repay you, she said, weeping, and all I have to give is my body. I wanted to slap the foolish girl for saying such a thing, but I had come to learn that this type of exchange wasn't uncommon in this society. Maybe in the past, I allowed, maybe, but not anymore. You are a cultivator now, and you have a world of possibilities in front of you. I tried to see the situation from her perspective. The biggest problem was that she had no context to understand our relationship now. She was alone in my apartment, and I had given her a gift beyond value. For her, from her life experiences, this might only happen in a romantic relationship. I needed to give her a new lens to see the situation through, though a bit of self-interest also played into my final decision. Suin, I began, we won't ever have that kind of relationship, but if you are willing, I will take you as my personal disciple. While my knowledge is limited, I will share it freely with you, and I can guarantee your advancement to martial grandmaster. Beyond cultivation, everything else depends on your own efforts. Will you accept me as your master? Master? She asked. My question had shocked her out of her despondence. But I don't know anything. All that matters is if you wish me to teach and guide you. I will provide as much help and protection as I can, though it will be limited. With current affinity, you could easily join the Verdant Field sect and find a superior teacher. That may be the better option, but if you wish, you can become my disciple. Yes, she said. Hope seemed to well up inside her as she gave me a short bow. I am willing. Before I could stop her, Suin kneeled down on the floor and kowtowed to me. Master, I will follow your guidance. Please teach me. I helped her back up to her feet. As your master, my first bit of guidance is to rest. Take some time and live as a cultivator. Go to the library and read some books about herbalism or wood chi techniques. I handed her a large bag of coins. Use these to buy techniques. If you need pills, just ask me directly. I can't. It is my duty to provide for your studies. Take it to learn. This amount of money has no meaning to me anymore. She gave me a deep bow but accepted the gold. Then, I guided her out of my room. I said goodbye to her as she walked away. Luckily, the hallway was pretty empty, so there weren't many to see a tearful Suin leaving my apartment. There were a couple of men at the far end, but they were looking the other way. The following year was quite peaceful. Every other month, I advanced my cultivation, and I spent the intervening time studying any small changes to my body. The enhanced technique provided by the Tao was far more powerful than I could have hoped, and as long as I cultivated correctly, there was zero impact on the chi flows in my body at each step of cultivation. Using that as my guide, I was able to correct the 1,000 tiny errors I made in the process and smoothly advance to martial disciple peak. At the same time, I helped Mei and Suin cultivate their techniques. The ones they were using were far from the quality of my own, but I was still able to help them improve beyond the limits of what I had originally written down. Because of her age, Mei cultivated at a slightly faster pace to reach martial disciple peak at the age of 20. Suin was younger, only 19, so she allowed herself to go slower and had only reached martial disciple 7. While Mei should advance to martial master this year, I wanted her to wait until I had completed my study of the martial master dual element technique. If I could improve it, it would allow me to provide significantly better guidance for Mei during her breakthrough. She had 9 months before chi stagnation would set in, so I was a little rushed, but as I told her, chi stagnation isn't too terrible when you have unlimited access to perfect pills. On other fronts, I continued my pursuit of rank 1 and 2 alchemy mastery. After I completed the order for the Su clan, open discontent had been silenced. I wasn't sure if it was gone, but my ability to more than fill the role left open by Zhong left others with little room to attack me. According to Wu Jing, the pavilion had begun sending most of my pills outside the waste since the people here were too poor to afford them. This was the first step to our goal, but I needed to take on the role of a peak Grandmaster alchemist before we could step outside this small corner of the world. I continued my study of herbalism using the flower bed in my apartment, but my results were mixed. I didn't have a teacher, the techniques I was using were substandard, and the location of my plants was less than ideal. Still, I was slowly gaining an understanding of the process. I monitored the medicinal energy in plants from the moment a seed was created to the time they were ready for harvest. The small changes in its structure, and the accumulation of toxic energy, was a complex interplay between the plant and its environment. While I could learn some of this from books, the more I watched, the more I felt I needed someone to guide me. After arranging everything through May, I was finally ready to break through to Martial Master once more. After sitting down in my cultivation room, I made my final preparation. System: move my temporary reset point to this moment.
Confirmed.
Cost 19,706 credits. 25,806 credits remaining. This wasn't where I wanted to place it. I wanted it to be nearer to when I was Martial Master peak. However, I planned to create a new rank 2 cultivation technique, and I was hoping to trigger a new discount. If I waited until after I did so to create the temporary reset point, I would just be burning that discount for no good reason. That done, I began working on my cultivation technique. Improving the mid-profound technique to a basic peak-profound technique seemed like an incredibly simple thing to do. The only difference was improving the quality of the meridians to match a peak yellow technique. After studying the manual for a short time, I had quickly realized that the original author had used weaker meridians simply because this technique would be incredibly difficult with peak level ones. The cultivator needed to create 2 meridians simultaneously, always keeping the flow of fire and wood chi throughout the body balanced. Creating a single peak meridian had challenged me greatly the first time I did it, and that was after I already had years of practice with weaker ones, so I could imagine that a peak version of this technique would be nearly impossible for the average cultivator. After constructing several practice meridians, I quickly concluded that it would be no problem for me. My enhanced affinities and experience were enough to easily cultivate this technique at a peak level, but that wasn't good enough. That wouldn't make a novel cultivation technique, only a slightly improved one. I needed to go further. There were 2 key issues I wanted to address.
First, the dantian.
The rank 3 technique I used previously had me cut holes in my meridians for chi to flow to and from my dantian. After living with that cultivation for years, the only word I had to describe it was janky. It felt like someone created a meridian system and only later realized they needed to attach a dantian, so they kludged together a way to make it fit. That wasn't acceptable. I wanted a cultivation system designed to work together properly. The other problem that I was fixated on was the layout of the meridians. Why were so many martial masters going crazy? What was wrong with them? I finally had an answer. The flows of energy through the body were what affected the mind. If meridians were placed exactly on top of the existing flows, it would speed them up, making the effect more pressing, but it should be manageable for nearly anyone. If they were misaligned or completely misplaced, they interrupted the flow of energy through the body, leading to mental deviations. The Twin Mountains sect encouraged disciples to cultivate rank 1 and 2 techniques with completely different energy flows. If disciples were extremely patient and allowed the chi flows to completely settle after each breakthrough, it wouldn't be ideal, but they may be able to cultivate without too many problems. However, the more they cultivated without returning to baseline, the worse the mental deviations would get. Worse, even with a perfect ascension, this mix of cultivation wouldn't lead to a strong cultivator. I needed to perfectly place my meridians to match my natural chi flows precisely. Where chi naturally diverted towards the body's dantian, I would leave openings in my meridians, allowing chi to move freely there and back even before I made a proper storage vessel at rank 3. Leaving holes in my meridians may be questionable, but it seemed to be the best option unless I was willing to throw away all standard practices and form my dantian first. Still, I didn't believe this was enough to be truly novel. I needed to push further. Referring to the rank 2 versions of the techniques I used for insights previously, I found 2 different options for enhancing a martial master's cultivation. One had 8 additional meridians placed throughout the chest and head. This seemed interesting, but the placement of these additional meridians didn't match any of my current chi flows, so I was hesitant to use it. The other 2 created countless capillary meridians throughout the body to follow ever smaller tendrils of chi. This idea would be significantly more work, but I believed it was an excellent fit for my rank 1 technique which utilized additional acupoints. Plan in place, the only question I had remaining was how big to make the meridians. They should contain the natural flow, but they should also be capable of holding larger quantities transferred from around the body. I was worried, though, that if they were too big it might reduce the pressure. With no better idea, I began experimenting. I created an arm meridian that was the same size as the natural chi flow, but after testing it a bit, I realized that it was constricting the rate at which chi wanted to move. I carefully dispersed that meridian, venting the chi back into the environment, and started again. I slowly increased the size until I reached a diameter I was happy with. Using that sample meridian as my reference, I began working on my first true chest meridians. The fire and wood chi in my body followed different paths, so I carefully made separate channels for them. Every centimeter, I created several small capillaries to follow tiny tributaries that branched throughout my chest. I was not willing to pause for a moment in this process. I wanted each meridian to be completed in a single sitting to avoid any small defects from arising. I ended up swallowing meridian builder pills like they were candy. Each time, I had to take 2, 1 for each element, and after several hours I also had to begin taking fasting and restorative pills to avoid eating or sleeping. The process of making a single pair of meridians went on for days, but when I finally finished, what I saw was a thing of beauty. The placements weren't completely perfect, but they were close. My only disappointment was I didn't get an announcement for a novel technique, but that wasn't too surprising. I wasn't done yet. After a quick rest and a real meal, I got back to work. With the first pair in place, the chi flows for my new meridians had slightly shifted, so I worked mostly from memory to try to place them where they should be, not where they currently were. Again, I was less than 100% successful, but it was close enough. Once I was finished, I let my chi flow through them, enhancing my body and internal organs. Once again, I had ascended to Martial Master. System alert, a novel cultivation technique has been created. The Focused Hearth Fire Mantra. Rating beyond peak profound rank 2 wood fire cultivation technique. Would you like to submit this technique to the DAO? Yes. Submission successful. Contribution confirmed. Calculating. Reward, 50% discount for the next purchase below 2 million credits. Note, profound rank 2 techniques will no longer qualify you for further discounts. Information flooded my head and I collapsed to the ground. Countless calculations for chi flow, meridian size, proper placement, and ways to alter the weave to best accommodate branching meridians poured into me. After I finally regained my senses, I looked at my brand new meridians and wanted to cry. They took me over half a month to create. Taking a deep breath, I slowly and carefully began to unweave and disperse them. I couldn't allow myself to use such terrible meridians. A month later, I left my cultivation room, once more a martial master one. I finished in time, but I still needed to hurry to ensure May was able to advance before it was too late. I opened my door to begin searching for her, but she was standing right outside. "Hey Fang, ready?" she grinned. I shook my head. "It feels like you're showing off." "Just excited. I only have around half a year left, need to get to it." "Alright," I said, "come on in." We both headed to my cultivation room. It was a bit cramped with the two of us, but the isolation helped with focus. I examined her energy body as I had done several times before. Everything was clean, and she showed no signs of impurities from either poor cultivation or bad pills. The flows within her were vastly different from my own, so her meridians would need to be placed very differently, but the new knowledge I gained made understanding the necessary changes easy. "Have you been practicing?" I asked. May held out her hand and began forming a practice meridian. I examined it and frowned. Comparing it to the manual I had given her, she did an excellent job, but "We need to fix that, it's not right," I said, trying to understand my thoughts. "The weave isn't right." I held up my hand and created a large example. "Can you do this?" May examined my altered meridian for a long time before trying it. Even after several attempts, it wasn't quite right. There were small, nearly imperceptible burrs in the weave. It would have worked, but it wasn't perfect. "It will take time," she finally said, shaking her head. "Let me." I reached out with my water affinity and tried to manipulate her chi. She had a high enough affinity that it was difficult for me to wrest control of it, even with it far outside her body. "Can you, I don't know, let me move your chi?" "I'm not sure if it's something you can consciously do." Either she knew what to do, or her blessing kicked in, but suddenly I was able to manipulate her practice meridian like it was my own. "Alright," I said, a little excited, "I think this will work. Start forming your first meridian, but give me partial control. You focus on gathering chi and placing it into a rough weave. I will perfect it and make sure its size placement is correct." May nodded and got to work. Compared to constructing my meridians, the process was a breeze. In less than a day, May had a brand new peak yellow meridian. After 2, she stepped into the realm of Martial Master. "Thank you, Fang," she said. This time, she didn't cry. She didn't show much of any emotion. "You're welcome, May." My new cultivation technique and knowledge guided me on where to place my meridians. I believed that if I followed its guidance precisely, I would be able to rush through the Martial Master levels without needing to worry about mental deviations. However, I didn't. I took my time. I was still exploring the limits of this new technique. After several months of examining the interactions between the cultivation technique and my chi flows, I decided to advance. I carefully constructed the wood and fire meridian pair to pull energy from my chest and guide it down my right arm. The placement of this pair in the cultivation technique matched the location of my energy flows precisely, and after several days of hard work, I stepped into Martial Master 2. I allowed a month for my chi flows to settle, but they didn't. It might not have been apparent to anyone else, but I was able to see constant perturbations everywhere in my body. Also, the chi flows in my right arm had significantly shifted, especially the ones that flowed from my right fingers back to my torso. I waited another 2 months, but it didn't help. My chi remained in this state of constant agitation. With no other idea, I constructed the second pair of arm meridians to pull energy away from my right arm and into my chest. This was trickier because none of the chi flows were where they were supposed to be, and nothing matched what my cultivation technique told me to do. I trusted the technique though, and built the pair where it instructed. The moment the meridians were complete, the chi in my body snapped into place, and a subtle tension I had been feeling the last months completely vanished. This was a new pitfall, I realized. The advice to let your body stabilize between every meridian was wrong. Both meridians in a given part of the body should be built at the same time. Likely, the practice of splitting meridians developed from people who were unable to maintain the necessary focus and energy for prolonged periods. Deciding to give myself plenty of time to let my chi settle, I resolved to only advance every other year, but at each advancement, I would advance 2 levels by completing an entire limb. That would place me a Grandmaster by 28, which was far earlier than most could hope for. If everything worked as well as I hoped, then next time, I would consider rushing up to peak master before the age of 20 to see if it was possible. While my time in the pavilion had been good so far, I didn't like that I had become trapped here since near the beginning of this life. If I ever left, I was at risk of being attacked by Zhong, one of his flunkies, or his Grandmaster uncle. At Master 3, I could finally resolve this little problem. What I needed was a Grandmaster protector who was skilled in combat. While Grandmasters were uncommon, they could still be hired for protection details if the price was high enough. I just needed to be able to afford their price. Yulin, I said, arriving on the workshop floor. I need ingredients for rank 3 chi gathering pills. Can you send me a couple of sets? I'll be in room 3.
Rank 3. She gasped. How?
You can't have advanced to Grandmaster. I just want to give it a try, I smiled. Maybe it'll be a waste, but I want to see what happens. All right, she said with a touch of worry in her voice. I left the busy reception area and went to the alchemy workshop to begin centering myself. Rank 3 pills took a lot of energy, so I needed to be as conservative as possible. Once the ingredients were delivered, I studied them. The quality was incredibly good compared to what I had been working with in the sect. I wasn't sure how much that would eat into my profits since cheaper herbs would be better for making money, but these were perfect for my first attempts. Working mainly with my chi was a complete non-starter. I needed to rely on my spirit fire for all the heavy lifting, but even with mastery over it, using an intense flame next to and within the medicinal energy would destroy an herb, so I needed to attack it in very precise ways. I used my affinities to pull away as many toxins as possible so they could be eradicated by blasting them with high-intensity flames without worry, leaving a gossamer-thin membrane around the medicinal energy. Then, I used the most effective tool at my disposal to carefully remove that membrane. Fire or wood chi for metal or earth toxins, isolated earth or water energy from my spirit fire for water or fire toxins. I had no access to any form of metal energy, so wood toxins were the most problematic, but a combination of fire and earth was able to take care of it. I just needed to be more careful. Also, I was beginning to realize how lucky I was that the toxins were mainly from the 5 basic elements. If other types of energies were more dominant, I might have been at a complete loss. This was all the more reason to branch out into new energies, but I could only take one step at a time. It was strenuous work, but I was able to cleanse everything to the standard I had reached in my previous life. That wasn't good enough. My chi vision wasn't at a level where I could easily see through the rank 3 energies, but it was enough to sense where traces of toxins existed within them. Carefully, oh so carefully, I began opening up the herbs to attack those hidden dangers. As I did, the structure of the medicinal energy began to tear. It was significantly more brittle than lower ranks had been. After eliminating a speck of toxin, I tried to massage the energy back into shape, but I was only partly successful. After I completely eradicated any sign of toxic energy, the herbs were in pretty rough shape, but they were still viable. I then used all the skills at my disposal to increase the efficacy as far as I could. When the pill finally dropped to the bottom of the cauldron, I was completely spent. I had 0 chi left in my body, and it might be more than a day before I was ready to concoct a second one, but when I examined the pill, I smiled. It was a perfect rank 3 chi gathering pill with around 74% efficacy. The final efficacy was horrible, but being a perfect pill far outweighed that loss. 2 days after having requisitioned ingredients, I walked into Wu Jing's office. "Fang," he said with fidgety fingers and a worried expression on his face. "Did you buy rank 3 herbs?" "Yes," I answered with a calm voice. "Yeah, we have a small problem," he grimaced. "Oh? What's going on?" I was a little surprised. Buying ingredients had never been a problem before. Procuring rank 3 herbs is trickier than lower ranks. We can get a small supply from the Verdant Field sect, but most of them are shipped in from outside the wastes. As with everything, buying them should not be a problem, but it opened up a way for people to attack you for using resources better reserved for others. Deputy Manager Liu has reported this to Secretary Jiang, along with other indiscretions, and is asking for you to be punished. I couldn't help but laugh. I placed a pill bottle on Wu Jing's desk and spread my arms wide. "Take a look." Wu Jing and I arrived on the 8th floor where a wonderful show was taking place. Deputy Manager Liu and 2 others were speaking to Secretary Jiang in loud voices. "He needs to be driven out," said Liu, slamming the desk. Su Fang has been nothing but a disruption to normal order. Both Fan Bingqing and Yi Lu have testified to the problems he's caused. He is pulling attendants into his room for escapades in the middle of the day. This has to be stopped. Secretary Jiang responded quietly, and I couldn't hear him, but Lu's face revealed his displeasure at whatever was said. "Ah, you're talking about us," said Wu Jing as we approached. "Excellent. What seems to be the problem?" "The problem," began Lu, "is the menace you've recruited. He's driving away talented alchemists, fooling around with the staff, and now he's wasting precious ingredients. It's time for Manager Kai to put an end to it." "I see, that sounds like an important problem," nodded Wu Jing. As he spoke, he handed a pill bottle to Secretary Jiang. "And you want Manager Kai to, what? Determine if my recommendation for his membership was in error? Expel him from the pavilion." "Not just him," growled Lu, "you brought him in. Without you, he wouldn't have a place here. You need to take responsibility. Without me, he wouldn't have even been considered for membership." "That's what you're saying, right? So, he's entirely my responsibility." "Yes." Lu's tone was sharp and clipped. "Secretary Jiang," said Wu Jing, "I think you need to report all this to Manager Kai now, right?" During the exchange between the two, Jiang had been studying the pill Wu Jing had passed him. Yes, I do," said a flustered Jiang. He stood and quickly made his way to the back office, but once he was gone, Lu snorted. "You think a petty bribe will help you? Have you forgotten everything about how the pavilion works?" I ignored him and spoke to Wu Jing. "Why is this guy so confident? He seems convinced we are done for." Wu Jing shook his head. "A lot of it has to do with the system here. The pavilion cares about order and structure, and he is correct that your actions have been disruptive. You've interfered with the regular work of both Suyin and Mei, and you have caused what could be considered a great deal of turbulence in our alchemy operations. Is it really that bad? Why hasn't anyone told me it was a problem?" I asked, somewhat alarmed by his characterization. "Because I've been blocking it for you. You've interfered with 2 shop attendants, but as the floor manager, I have the authority to let it slide. You caused the loss of a master alchemist, but I was able to smooth it over with your work for the Su clan," he said, trying to explain, "but you haven't done anything else. You haven't completed any other urgent commissions or special requests, so your contribution can be considered minimal." "I haven't been informed of any commissions or requests," I said, dragging out the words. "No, you haven't," he replied. "No one has requested your services, and none of the urgent commissions have been directed toward you, so you haven't completed any." "This was their plan? Block me from completing high contribution requests so they could say I was worthless?" What surprised me the most was that, from what Lu had said earlier, this didn't seem to be directed at me. He was using me as an excuse to attack Wu Jing, and partnership with Master Zhong would have been an alliance of convenience. At the same time, Manager Lu seemed somewhat unaware of what I had done. If he knew about the quality of pills I sent the Su clan, would he be so aggressive? By blocking his access to key information, this situation might have been designed as a trap for Lu. As Wu Jing and I spoke casually between ourselves, Manager Lu, Fan Bingqing, and Yi Lu stared daggers at us, gloating internally at our fate. Secretary Jiang opened the back door and gestured toward me and Wu Jing. "Come in," he said. "Manager Kai needs to talk with you." The other 3 began to walk forward as well, but Jiang stopped them. "Only them," he said. "You can return to work. Manager Kai will handle things from here." Lu put on a big smile, cupped his hands, and gave a short bow. "Please thank Manager Kai for dealing with this problem." After that, he chuckled and walked away. Wu Jing and I entered the back office. It was massive. Several tables were lined up together and maps were stretched out across them, and dozens of bookshelves containing an array of reference materials and records filled all corners of the space. Behind a large desk on the far side of the room sat a steel-haired woman examining a pill. After Wu Jing and I were seated, she looked at me. "Do you have any more?" I passed her another bottle, which she quickly opened. "How many can you make?" she asked. "Right now, 1 a day. That will improve with my cultivation, but it will take time." "Remarkable. Jiang said you had a blessing for alchemy knowledge, but this," she said, shaking her head at the pills, "this is far more than basic knowledge. Perfect rank 3 pills as a low-level martial master." After a moment of contemplation, she began again. "The higher-ups know about you," she said. "They have to. Because of the restrictions in the wastes, we fall under the authority of the branch manager for the Rising Sun Empire. There can be no question that he knows about you, but it might even reach the level of the pavilion head." "What? How?" I asked with a hint of worry. "Karma," she replied simply. "Your ability, if it's a sign of your future potential." "It's too much." "I'm only guessing, but they should have gotten a huge surge of energy when you joined the pavilion. If you can do this, it will have a noticeable impact on their cultivation. They won't know why, but they will know something changed." "So what now? You report me?" "Let them decide what to do with me." I was more curious than worried about what she would say. Those big shots couldn't do anything to me directly if I remained in the wastes, and it seemed like I was only providing benefits, so why would it be a problem? "No," she said with conviction. "The pavilion has hard rules for this situation. It's your choice. We are not willing to drive away talents needlessly, so it's your choice. If I report this, I am confident you will be subtly pressured to move to Rising Sunday. The headquarters may want you too, but Rising Sun is our direct superior, and their manager won't want to lose you. The other choice is to ship out these pills without explanation. I will still record your contribution appropriately, and you will receive the requisite benefits, but no one will know exactly what's going on unless they start digging, which shouldn't happen. What do you want to do?" I looked at Wu Jing for guidance, and he spoke up. "Don't report it. He needs to go south, nearer to Brilliant Sunday." "Wu Jing, I know you want to use him yourself, but," began Manager Kai before I cut her off. "He's right. I need to reach Martial King in the Brilliant Sun Empire. If I'm coerced into joining Rising Sun, it would prevent me from doing something I need to do." Manager Kai gave me a resigned look but nodded. "Very well. I might be able to help you. I assume you want to take Manager Chin with you." "Yes," I affirmed. "Give me time and enough pills, and I can get both of you assigned to the 8 Flower Kingdom. It's on the border with Brilliant Sun, and I have some connections that could help you." "Thank you, Manager Kai." She looked at me for a long time before speaking again. "I am old. My chances at advancement have long passed. I was posted here because they needed a firm hand to guide this branch, but not someone worried about their personal advancement." I nodded and gave her a small smile. "I understand, Manager Kai. Thank you for your support." "Debts and obligations." I tried to avoid them, but a person who walks along a river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Fang May burst into my workshop and interrupted me in the middle of making a pill. I lost my concentration, and the pill collapsed, wasting a set of rank 3 ingredients. "You need to get downstairs now." I didn't wait for her to explain. If she was going to, she would have already done it. When I arrived at the landing for the 2nd floor, I heard loud shouts and accusations. I rushed out and saw 2 guards in pavilion uniforms hauling Suyin away. "Stop!" I shouted. They didn't even spare me a glance. Looking at them in Chi vision, I saw that they were high-level masters, but their foundations were shoddy. I ran forward, grabbed one of the men by his shoulder, and threw him away. "Stop," I growled. "Back off," the remaining man barked. "Don't interfere in pavilion business." And what business involved hauling an attendant bodily through the halls? "What's going on here?" asked a mocking voice. I turned to see Deputy Manager Lu approaching us. He had a wicked smile on his face. "That's what I want to know," I snarled. "Guardsman?" asked Lu with a lilt. The guard looked at Lu. This attendant was seen attacking a guest on the steps while wearing a pavilion uniform. "We are bringing her to you for punishment, sir." My, that is serious," chuckled Lu. "Suyin, what happened?" I asked. "It was Go," she cried. "I was just outside, and he ran up and tried to grab me. I had to fight him off." "You attacked the disciple of one of the city's most renowned alchemists?" gasped Lu. "That is a serious crime." "Yes, sir," confirmed the guard I had thrown away. He walked up and glared at me. Alchemist Go approached this beast, and she suddenly attacked him. Guards of the pavilion saw an attendant getting attacked, and instead of defending her, you worked to frame her? I said through gritted teeth. "She wasn't attacked," he smirked. The honored alchemist simply invited her elsewhere for a conversation. Suyin, let's go find Wu Jing. This is his mess to deal with, I said, moving to pull her away.
No, it isn't, said Lu. I've heard enough.
As deputy manager, I hereby expel this woman from the Blue Wind Pavilion and ban her from ever entering again.
Oh, I asked with an evil smile. You do you?
Yes, Lu stated with confidence. It is my duty as pavilion manager to help the meritorious prosper and eliminate the evil. Good, very good, I nodded, then turned to Suyin. You don't work here anymore, so you don't need to listen to him. Come, let's go find Wu Jing. Find me for what? Wu Jing asked, walking up to our group. To beg for her job, mocked Lu, but my decision is final.
Fang, Wu Jing asked.
I need to get her a room in the pavilion. That should be manageable, right?
Lu barked in laughter. Not on your life.
He's right, agreed Wu Jing. Getting her a room is against the rules. Instead, we need to move you up to a suite on the 4th floor. It'll have a side room where she can stay. Come with me and we'll get it sorted, he said as he moved to guide us away. Stop right there, snarled Lu. Do you have any instructions, deputy manager? Asked Wu Jing.
Yes.
She is banished, guards, take her away. As the guards began to move, Wu Jing spoke up again. I didn't know a deputy manager had the authority to banish a pavilion member's personal disciple. That is interesting news. I'll have to report to Secretary Jiang that I had not been informed of the change. What? Asked Lu, his eyes widening. Yes, I must do that. I must also ask him why pavilion guards did not defend a member's personal disciple and instead protected her attacker. I would really like him to explain to me when that change was implemented.
She isn't.
She is, snapped Wu Jing. And it was officially recorded long ago.
Let's go, I said to Suyin in a calm voice.
With Wu Jing's threats, Lu no longer dared to stop us. It's Manager Kai, Wu Jing said when the three of us were alone in his office. She's wanted to get rid of him for years and is using us both as foils. She isn't antagonizing him directly, he's never liked me, and he's targeting you to befriend Zhong. She's just ensuring he doesn't see certain information so that he'll make a few terrible decisions, like sending a high-level disciple against a newly ascended martial master.
He smiled at Suyin.
Congratulations, by the way. She blushed at his words. What do we do? I asked, getting serious.
Do with what?
This is Kai's game, and you won't stop her from playing it. You can play your own. Just decide what you want, and I can help you plan it out, but as far as Lu, just keep doing what you're doing. He can't touch you, and now he can't touch Suyin either. Mei and I are still vulnerable, but we can handle him.
I nodded.
What about Zhong?
Wu Jing laughed.
You can already take care of him by yourself, can't you? Go ahead and make your move whenever you want. He believes he has connections, but they will disappear the instant he tries to use them. I looked at Wu Jing. I needed a serious reply. You said you would help me plan my game. I just want my troubles in the city to vanish.
What's my play? Do I kill him?
Wu Jing stroked his chin in thought.
Maybe.
It's the most direct, but it's the most troublesome. No matter how careful you are, someone will know it was you, and his relatives will seek you out for revenge. These things quickly spiral out of control until you have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Entire clans might get put to the torch. Instead, it would be better to let someone else carry the black pot and take the blame.
Any ideas?
Of course, smiled Wu Jing. How much do you know about poisons? The answer, as it happened, was a suspiciously large amount. Back when I was experimenting in Rudy's workshop, a sizable number of his herbs had a variety of poisonous effects. My first life in the workshop, they had said someone was poisoning the clan disciples, and that had to have come from somewhere. I didn't care too much about it back then. Herbs were herbs and pills were pills. I just practiced with whatever was at hand, but it gave me a bit of in-depth knowledge about making poisons. The only time I had used this knowledge was when I concocted my foolproof instant reset pill. Now, I had a new place to flex my muscles. Wu Jing had a few ideas, but what we eventually settled on was something totally evil. My goal was to concoct a variety of pills that mimicked what Zhong could create but with an added, undetectable poison that would simulate a low-purity pill. After examining and experimenting with a variety of poisonous herbs in the pavilion, I couldn't find any way to achieve this goal. While I could create some of the effects of pill toxins through poisons, I doubted anyone would mistake one for the other. After putting everything down and walking away for a day, I finally realized the mistake I was making. I didn't need some exotic poison to mimic pill toxins. I had plenty of pill toxins, I just needed to make it so that a cursory examination of the pills didn't reveal it. I created a regular low-purity pill and looked at it. The toxins were evenly distributed throughout the pill, so it was easy to tell its quality. Being very careful, I burned off the toxins on just the surface layer of the completed pill. This was much harder than normal purification since the energy had already been condensed and hardened, but with a rank 2 pill, I was able to manage it, if barely. Still, the result was a pockmarked mess of a thing that no one would confuse for a proper pill. Trying again, I first concocted a large group of low-quality pills, then, using a method somewhat similar to what is done with explosive pills, I used an extra set of herbs and divided its energy, sending a small portion to each pill to create a thin sheath around all of them composed of high-purity medicinal energy. The result was a pill that was slightly larger than a regular one, but unless someone looked closely, all they would see was a regular high-purity pill.
Still, it wasn't enough.
Going back to the poisons, I created something with an effect somewhat different from the original plan. On the pill sheaths, I added a compound that would slightly affect a person's mind, making it more difficult for them to realize they had consumed a pill filled with toxins. With luck, it would make the attempted framing all the more convincing in the end by showing that someone had clumsily tried to cover up what they did. I placed the pills on Wu Jing's desk. "What do you think?"
I smirked.
After picking one up and examining it, he grinned.
"Perfect."
"It's easy enough to tell apart when you know to look for it, but if not, I doubt anyone will notice a thing. I'll get my people to take care of the next step." "All right," I said, "just let me know when it's over." I started to walk out, but Wu Jing stopped me. "Be careful of Lu. This will hit him too, and he might take drastic measures if he realizes something is wrong." Nothing out of the ordinary happened over the next few weeks. At least, nothing that impacted my life happened. For Zhong and his customers, it was a different story. "Fang," said Wu Jing, pulling me aside to talk, "we need your help. Secretary Jiang has assigned you a bodyguard, and we want you to go out shopping. Maybe shop for some herbs around town. Go to some of the poorer parts and try to pick up a good deal. That kind of thing." He wanted me to bait out an attacker. "Can I trust the guard?" "Absolutely not," said Wu Jing with emphasis. "There will be others watching from the shadows though. As long as you don't seek death, you'll be safe. With only one life, this would have been a silly risk for me to take, but why not play it out and see what happens next?" I was walking down the street of the slums near where I teleported into the city at the beginning of my life. Guard Ma was shadowing me, but he wasn't being too obvious. When I saw an older man selling what looked to be relatively high-quality herbs down an alleyway, I decided to check it out. The setup seemed a bit clumsy, but I applauded the effort. When I approached, the old man scampered off. He was surprisingly spry, and a cloaked figure walked out of the shadows. "Do you know how much trouble you've caused me?" snarled an angry manager Lu. "I don't know what you did, but it had to be you. I've been disciplined for embezzling money and purchasing counterfeit pills. Zhong isn't that good. It had to be you." It seemed Wu Jing's plan to cast the blame onto others hadn't fully worked. I could only hope an angry martial master killed off Zhong before he could reach the same conclusion Lu had. "You're going to attack me?" I asked with a smile. "You set this all up, but you know I have protection, right?" Lu laughed. "Guard Ma, block the alley. Don't let anyone see what's about to happen."
"Yes, sir," said Ma.
As Ma walked away, I called after him. "You need to protect me from Lu. What are you doing?" He completely ignored me.
"So naive."
"At least you won't have to worry much longer," said Lu with an evil grin.
"Well,"
I asked the heir,
"are you about done?"
"He might really attack me soon." Lu laughed, then he rushed at me. I flipped on Chi Vision to keep an eye on everything. Lu wasn't using any combat techniques, just using basic Chi-empowered attacks, but he was a grandmaster, and I was only a low-level master. If it came to real combat, I didn't expect it to last long. I used my flashing movement technique to avoid his first blow, but Lu quickly followed up. He wasn't trying to kill, only cripple. This gave me openings I wouldn't have had otherwise. Employing my sole rank 3 movement technique, I rushed toward the alleyway's entrance. My goal was to get as close as I could to Ma, then flash away, but when I was nearly there, Ma's chi spread out in front of me, and a wall of earth sprang up in my path. "It's not that easy," cackled Lu. "There's no escape. I'm going to enjoy making you suffer."
He moved to attack again. A heavy fist slammed down.
Lu crashed to the ground. Secretary Jiang and 2 other guardsmen stood above the crumpled Lu. "Attacking a pavilion member, conspiracy, embezzlement, purchase of counterfeit goods. No matter what your backer says now, you're done for," said Jiang before turning to the guards.
"Take him away."
"You wanted me to get injured," I said when I was left alone with Jiang in the alley.
"It would have helped," he agreed.
"Attacking is one thing, injuring is another. Crippling or killing you would have let us execute him immediately, but we wouldn't have allowed that."
"I see.
"Please don't involve me in your plans in the future." I began to walk away, but Jiang stopped me with a question.
Are you sure? He handed me a large bag before passing me to make his way out of the alley. When he was almost gone, he spoke again. We'll need those back. They're just a loan. After resolving the issue with Manager Lu, my time in Dragon Gate City became much more relaxed. Zhong had disappeared, so neither Suyin nor I had any more problems with him or Gao. With threats to my life eliminated, I had the ability to freely explore the city and surrounding areas, but after a few small excursions, I no longer had the desire. There were no forgotten ruins or mystical forests to explore, just endless fields of low-level herbs. While there were a few options for entertainment and relaxation, I allowed my cultivation technique's mental effect to keep me focused on my advancement. This life, I remained dedicated to the timeline I had laid out. Every other year, I advanced 2 steps and brought Mei and Suyin up with me. With Mei, it was simple. I could easily help her form her meridians to the same level as mine, so we advanced in sync, and shortly after I reached peak master, she did as well. With Suyin, it was more difficult. She wasn't able to give me control of her chi like Mei could, especially when it was within her body, so I had to guide her to be able to advance herself. Her final meridians were always slightly off, so she needed time for her chi to settle, but with the refined technique I had provided, that still only took a few months. She started behind us, and I slightly rushed her to cultivate faster to catch up with the schedule I had set. It may have been unfair to the girl, but I needed her to reach Grandmaster before the year I turned 29, so we had to speed things up. While the quicker pace may have slightly hurt her foundation, it was still leagues ahead of other masters I had seen. After we had all reached peak master, the only thing left was finding a suitable cultivation technique for all of us. The only rank 3 technique I had brought back with me was the mid-profound dual element technique for myself. I had nothing for Mei or Suyin. Right after I started teaching them, I began searching the pavilion library, but they didn't have rank 3 techniques that felt like suitable complements for the ones I had already given them. Instead of worrying only about mental effects, I was beginning to understand that different cultivation techniques created different flavors of qi. The fire qi I was cultivating now felt ever so slightly different than in previous lives. My understanding of this effect was limited, but I knew I needed to find techniques that were a good match to their particular variations of wood and water qi. I put in requests for manuals that might work, as well as a few other rank 3 techniques to fill out my library, but it seemed like I wouldn't have much luck. They needed to requisition the books from the main branch, and I hadn't yet established enough clout to make that happen. Secretary Jiang and Manager Kai had no such limitations though. After dealing with Manager Lu, Jiang had given me my rewards. I was upset with them, but the reward, it calmed me down quite a bit. It at least showed that when they used me, they were willing and able to provide proper compensation. The bag he gave me contained only 5 techniques, but they were the epitome of delivering coal in winter. First were the rank 3 versions of the techniques I had given the girls. Not simply techniques that would fit, but the ones designed to work best with the techniques they already had. These felt like they were nearly reward enough to me since they were exactly what I needed, but the other 3 techniques were beyond anything I could have dreamed of receiving. The 3 manuals formed a set of warrior tier cultivation techniques, letting someone advance from Disciple 1 to Peak Grandmaster. They were single element techniques for cultivating Earth Chi. If I wanted to become a formation master in the future, I would need to cultivate Earth Chi, so I had been looking for quality techniques in preparation. What made these particular techniques special, though, was that they were a set of peak Earth rank techniques, a complete set of warrior tier peak Earth rank cultivation techniques. Even if it was for a Chi type I didn't currently use, the research value of seeing what would make a technique peak Earth rank was immense. Reading through the rank 1 technique, I found that it was not too dissimilar to the profound techniques I had used previously. The primary difference was that where the profound technique used dozens of acupoints, the Earth one used hundreds, 361 to be exact. I wasn't sure, but what seemed to make the technique Earth rank was a method for dealing with the interference I had experienced when trying to cultivate through multiple acupoints. I couldn't use this until I started over again, but it gave me hope for further developing my techniques. If Kai had the pull to get me a set of peak Earth rank techniques delivered to the wastes, she wouldn't be stuck here herself, and there was no way that anything I did was worthy of such a lavish reward. No, this was a gift from her backer. Manager Kai said she wouldn't report me to the pavilion, and based on our conversation, I tended to believe that was true, but no one who reached a high level in such a cutthroat world would be a complete idiot. When she sent perfect rank 3 pills and asked for cultivation techniques in return, especially right after, if Kai was right, there had been a suspicious surge in karma, it would have been obvious what was going on. Maybe no one would come find me directly, but I was on someone's radar. Why send me a complete set of cultivation techniques for an element I couldn't use? There was no way Wu Jing was the only person in the pavilion who realized I took 2 girls who couldn't cultivate and was about to turn them into grandmasters within 10 years.
When I requested these techniques, they must have thought I intended to do it again. I wouldn't be surprised if I stumbled upon a quality set of metal chi techniques placed right in my path in the near future. Drawing attention like this was potentially something I would need to be wary of in future iterations, but right now it was what I needed. It had been my plan from the moment I put on these fancy robes and walked into the pavilion. Be someone those in power would want to invest in. Now, though, was not the time for worrying about company politics. It was time to advance. I lacked the knowledge and experience to improve my rank 3 cultivation technique as much as I had the others, having only advanced to Grandmaster once, but I still needed to make a few changes to it. The peak yellow technique I used previously created a dantian that was questionable at best. When pushed to the limit, it was leaky and easily damaged. This was due in no small part to my mistakes in its construction, but I felt the construction method itself could be vastly improved. This mid-profound technique created what seemed to be 3 dantians in one, each of similar construction to my yellow rank technique. The design was for a top dantian connected to wood meridians, a bottom dantian connected to fire meridians, and a middle one that was only connected to the other 2. As I advanced, I would need to compress the chi in the top and bottom dantians simultaneously, always keeping my wood and fire chi in balance. This setup seemed nightmarish to create, and it didn't match with the natural chi flows in my body at all, but I didn't have a better idea for how it should be done. I would follow this blueprint, experience it, live with it, and try to do better next time. Also, I needed to find more dual-element rank 3 techniques for research. Even following this manual as a guide, I needed to improve it to peak profound for it to be suitable to use with my current techniques. I wasn't sure if my plan was enough to qualify, but it should at least make significant improvements to the structural integrity of the dantians. Instead of creating a sphere from 4 pieces and sewing them together, I patterned each of my new vessels off the construction of a beach ball. I made 2 discs for the top and bottom and 6 slices to form the sides. 2 of the slices had holes that were connected to the meridians on the left side of my torso, and 2 had connections to the meridians on my right. In the middle were 2 solid slices holding it all together. I connected the middle dantian to the other 2 through holes in the top and bottom discs. This construction had vastly more parts, and even with my higher affinities, it was a struggle. Each dantian had 8 parts that all had to be created and maintained before I could begin assembly. The saving grace was that while it was more difficult to manage everything, sewing the pieces together was significantly simpler. The beach ball-esque construction method helped everything fit much better. After each dantian was completed, it no longer required my focus, and I was able to rest and then move on to the next without worry. After several months of hard work, I regained the level of Martial Grandmaster 1 with a vastly superior set of dantians. After a little practice, I was able to cycle energy in or out of the top and bottom dantians when working with wood or fire chi, but I wasn't sure what the middle dantian was for. Chi didn't want to flow into it. I tried to use it as a pass-through, letting my wood chi flow into my fire chi to strengthen it, but that didn't work, and any of the limited chi that did enter did not want to leave. Eventually, I gave up on working with the middle dantian since I began to suspect it was more related to my advancement to Lord. "Welcome, come on in," said Wu Jing in a happy voice as Mei and I entered his office. He walked up to me and held out his hand for a firm handshake. "I'm Chen Wu Jing, floor manager of this branch of the Blue Wind Pavilion. I'm glad you came to visit." "Thank you," I said, returning his handshake. "My name is Su Fang." Wu Jing led me to the armchairs at the side of his office, and we sat down for a conversation. Even though I knew this was an act, and he was just following Mei's instructions, it felt genuine. I had to wonder how long the 2 of them had been working together to have such a fluid working relationship. "How can I help you today?" asked Wu Jing. "I heard you were looking at pills and herbs. Are you an alchemist?" "Yes," I said, "and I am hoping to explore cooperation with the pavilion if you are interested." "Wonderful, what type of cooperation are you looking for?" I paused for a moment. I had thought about what to say, but I still wasn't completely sure. The fact was, the people in this building had incredibly powerful social blessings, and I almost certainly couldn't bluff my way through things. Also, I was presenting myself as a young master this time. I should be direct and honest with my goals and allow the chips to fall where they may. I looked Wu Jing directly in the eyes as I spoke. "I am an alchemist, and I need to improve to the level of Pill King, possibly even Pill Emperor, as soon as possible. To do that, I have to make a true ascension to at least Martial King. I want to partner with you to achieve this goal." Wu Jing looked at me in shock. "Do you know what that involves?" "Yes." "Do you have a place to do it?" "Not yet, but it will need to be in the Brilliant Sun Empire in the south." Wu Jing looked at me and considered for a long while. He looked at Mei, and she only nodded her head. Any other place, I, a martial disciple in the wastes who hadn't even begun cultivating, would have been laughed out of the room for proclaiming I would ascend to Martial King. These two were different though. Alright, Wu Jing finally said, what's your plan? I laughed a bit sardonically. I don't have one yet. I don't know how to get the empire to give me a city, let alone a kingdom, but I know it is possible, and I know it needs to be done. Wu Jing tapped his fingers on his armrest as he thought. Does it have to be an imperial kingdom? There are ways for the pavilion to help you ascend. No, I said, I just need to form a close relationship with their ruling family. I was thinking becoming an honored court alchemist may accomplish that while also allowing me to claim a kingdom. It's possible, said Wu Jing, but there are other ways. A pill king is unheard of in the south. The best alchemists down there are usually just experienced pill lords. If you can become a pill king, the imperial family will be falling over themselves to win your favor, so you don't need to worry about that, but that's assuming you're already a pill king. Wu Jing poured himself a glass of amber-colored liquid before beginning again. When you reach Grandmaster Alchemist, you will need to be in a position to ascend to Martial Lord, and as a pill lord, you need to be able to ascend to Martial King. That will be extremely difficult to accomplish in Brilliant Sunday. I don't know much about that specific empire, but every empire is notoriously tight-fisted with its lands, so you would have to be both exceptional and viewed as extremely loyal to get a city from them, and I don't see that happening in a short time frame, no matter how good you are. So, I can't go ascend through the empire, I said. Any suggestions?
Of course, Wu Jing smiled.
You're already here, so why not work directly with us? As long as you are a member of the pavilion, and your contributions have been great enough, you can purchase an ascension all the way to Emperor if you want. The Blue Wind Pavilion sells empires for contribution points?
I asked. That's absurd. No, laughed Wu Jing, not at all.
First, we don't use contribution points here. This isn't a sect. It's a business. Everything is handled in gold. Money isn't the problem here though. To purchase a chance at ascension, you need the approval of the higher-ups, and they will look closely at what you contributed to decide if they want to sell you that chance. And second, you aren't buying the empire, just the chance to ascend. The pavilion's leader also controls a peripheral empire. After the purchase, you will be crowned emperor for a year. During that year, the karmic energy of the empire will flow to you, and you can use it to ascend, but you will have no actual authority. Can you actually do that? You can just rent an empire for a bit, and it's enough to ascend. I sat there dumbfounded that such a thing would be possible. Yes, said Wu Jing with a smile, and you never even have to step foot inside its borders. Whatever forces control the world don't care. It's just a matter of where the energy is directed. Instead of going to the true ruler, you become the nominal ruler for a period of time, and it gets sent to you. By the forces that control the world, I knew who he was talking about. I could understand that from that being's point of view, the details weren't important. An empire improved, a cultivator advanced. It didn't care who. Let's do that then, I decided. I'll plan to advance to Martial King through the pavilion. How do we get started?
Excellent. Wu Jing smiled.
First, we need to get you set up as a full member of the pavilion. This will involve disclosing your blessing and, if at all possible, providing proof that your claims are true. Since you are looking to become a pill king, I will assume you currently have some alchemy ability. Once you are accepted, you can start making pills for the pavilion, earning money and contribution. How will I get to Brilliant Sun?
I asked.
Getting there is easy, just earn enough money for a ride in our carriages. You don't want to just go there though. You need to get promoted there. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult to establish a firm foothold in an imperial capital. So, how do I get promoted there? For me as a manager, earning contribution to get promoted out of the wastes is difficult, but for you as an alchemist, it's simple. Just make good enough pills that they can't be sold locally. Then, instead of constantly shipping them out of here, you'll get promoted up. So, just make excellent pills and I can get sent to Brilliant Sun? Maybe, but you'll probably get sent to a smaller kingdom somewhere, possibly even just a city. We just need to make it so we are sent somewhere down south. Then, when you become too good for that place, we can aim to be sent to Brilliant Sunday. We? You're going with me. Welcome, come on in, said Wu Jing in a happy voice as Mei and I entered his office. He walked up to me and held out his hand for a firm handshake. I'm Chen Wu Jing, floor manager of this branch of the Blue Wind Pavilion. I'm glad you came to visit. Thank you, I said, returning his handshake. My name is Su Fang. Wu Jing led me to the armchairs at the side of his office, and we sat down for a conversation. Even though I knew this was an act, and he was just following Mei's instructions, it felt genuine. I had to wonder how long the two of them had been working together to have such a fluid working relationship. How can I help you today? Asked Wu Jing. I heard you were looking at pills and herbs. Are you an alchemist? Yes, I said, and I am hoping to explore cooperation with the pavilion if you are interested. Wonderful. What type of cooperation are you looking for?
I paused for a moment.
I had thought about what to say, but I still wasn't completely sure. The fact was, the people in this building had incredibly powerful social blessings, and I almost certainly couldn't bluff my way through things. Also, I was presenting myself as a young master this time. I should be direct and honest with my goals and allow the chips to fall where they may. I looked Wu Jing directly in the eyes as I spoke. I am an alchemist, and I need to improve to the level of Pill King, possibly even Pill Emperor, as soon as possible. To do that, I have to make a true ascension to at least Martial King. I want to partner with you to achieve this goal. Wu Jing looked at me in shock. Do you know what that involves?
Yes.
Do you have a place to do it? Not yet, but it will need to be in the brilliant Sun Empire in the south. Wu Jing looked at me and considered for a long while. He looked at Mei, and she only nodded her head. Any other place, I, a martial disciple in the wastes who hadn't even begun cultivating, would have been laughed out of the room for proclaiming I would ascend to Martial King. These two were different though. Alright, Wu Jing finally said, what's your plan? I laughed a bit sardonically. I don't have one yet. I don't know how to get the Empire to give me a city, let alone a kingdom, but I know it is possible, and I know it needs to be done. Wu Jing tapped his fingers on his armrest as he thought. Does it have to be an imperial kingdom? There are ways for the pavilion to help you ascend. No, I said, I just need to form a close relationship with their ruling family. I was thinking becoming an honored court alchemist may accomplish that while also allowing me to claim a kingdom. It's possible, said Wu Jing, but there are other ways. A Pill King is unheard of in the south. The best alchemists down there are usually just experienced pill lords. If you can become a Pill King, the imperial family will be falling over themselves to win your favor, so you don't need to worry about that, but that's assuming you're already a Pill King. Wu Jing poured himself a glass of amber-colored liquid before beginning again. When you reach Grandmaster Alchemist, you will need to be in a position to ascend to Martial Lord, and as a Pill Lord, you need to be able to ascend to Martial King. That will be extremely difficult to accomplish in Brilliant Sunday. I don't know much about that specific empire, but every empire is notoriously tight-fisted with its lands, so you would have to be both exceptional and viewed as extremely loyal to get a city from them, and I don't see that happening in a short time frame, no matter how good you are. So, I can't go ascend through the empire, I said. Any suggestions?
Of course, Wu Jing smiled.
You're already here, so why not work directly with us? As long as you are a member of the pavilion, and your contributions have been great enough, you can purchase an ascension all the way to Emperor if you want. The Blue Wind Pavilion sells empires for contribution points?
I asked. That's absurd. No, laughed Wu Jing, not at all.
First, we don't use contribution points here. This isn't a sect. It's a business. Everything is handled in gold. Money isn't the problem here though. To purchase a chance at ascension, you need the approval of the higher-ups, and they will look closely at what you contributed to decide if they want to sell you that chance. And second, you aren't buying the empire, just the chance to ascend. The pavilion's leader also controls a peripheral empire. After the purchase, you will be crowned emperor for a year. During that year, the karmic energy of the empire will flow to you, and you can use it to ascend, but you will have no actual authority. Can you actually do that? You can just rent an empire for a bit and it's enough to ascend. I sat there dumbfounded that such a thing would be possible. Yes, said Wu Jing with a smile, and you never even have to step foot inside its borders. Whatever forces control the world don't care. It's just a matter of where the energy is directed. Instead of going to the true ruler, you become the nominal ruler for a period of time, and it gets sent to you. By the forces that control the world, I knew who he was talking about. I could understand that from that being's point of view, the details weren't important. An empire improved, a cultivator advanced. It didn't care who. Let's do that then, I decided. I'll plan to advance to Martial King through the pavilion. How do we get started?
Excellent. Wu Jing smiled.
First, we need to get you set up as a full member of the pavilion. This will involve disclosing your blessing and, if at all possible, providing proof that your claims are true. Since you are looking to become a Pill King, I will assume you currently have some alchemy ability. Once you are accepted, you can start making pills for the pavilion, earning money and contribution. How will I get to Brilliant Sun?
I asked.
Getting there is easy, just earn enough money for a ride in our carriages. You don't want to just go there though. You need to get promoted there. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult to establish a firm foothold in an imperial capital. So, how do I get promoted there? For me as a manager, earning contribution to get promoted out of the wastes is difficult, but for you as an alchemist, it's simple. Just make good enough pills that they can't be sold locally. Then, instead of constantly shipping them out of here, you'll get promoted up. So, just make excellent pills and I can get sent to Brilliant Sun? Maybe, but you'll probably get sent to a smaller kingdom somewhere, possibly even just a city. We just need to make it so we are sent somewhere down south. Then, when you become too good for that place, we can aim to be sent to Brilliant Sunday. We? You're going with me. Welcome, come on in, said Wu Jing in a happy voice as Mei and I entered his office. He walked up to me and held out his hand for a firm handshake. I'm Chen Wu Jing, floor manager of this branch of the Blue Wind Pavilion. I'm glad you came to visit. Thank you, I said, returning his handshake. My name is Su Fang. Wu Jing led me to the armchairs at the side of his office, and we sat down for a conversation. Even though I knew this was an act, and he was just following Mei's instructions, it felt genuine. I had to wonder how long the two of them had been working together to have such a fluid working relationship. How can I help you today? Asked Wu Jing. I heard you were looking at pills and herbs. Are you an alchemist? Yes, I said, and I am hoping to explore cooperation with the pavilion if you are interested. Wonderful, what type of cooperation are you looking for? I paused for a moment. I had thought about what to say, but I still wasn't completely sure. The fact was, the people in this building had incredibly powerful social blessings, and I almost certainly couldn't bluff my way through things. Also, I was presenting myself as a young master this time. I should be direct and honest with my goals and allow the chips to fall where they may. I looked Wu Jing directly in the eyes as I spoke. I am an alchemist, and I need to improve to the level of Pill King, possibly even Pill Emperor, as soon as possible. To do that, I have to make a true ascension to at least Martial King. I want to partner with you to achieve this goal. Wu Jing looked at me in shock. Do you know what that involves? Yes. Do you have a place to do it? Not yet, but it will need to be in the Brilliant Sun Empire in the south. Wu Jing looked at me and considered for a long while. He looked at Mei, and she only nodded her head. Any other place, I, a martial disciple in the wastes who hadn't even begun cultivating, would have been laughed out of the room for proclaiming I would ascend to Martial King. These two were different though. All right, Wu Jing finally said, what's your plan? I laughed a bit sardonically. I don't have one yet. I don't know how to get the Empire to give me a city, let alone a kingdom, but I know it is possible, and I know it needs to be done. Wu Jing tapped his fingers on his armrest as he thought. Does it have to be an imperial kingdom? There are ways for the pavilion to help you ascend. No, I said, I just need to form a close relationship with their ruling family. I was thinking becoming an honored court alchemist may accomplish that while also allowing me to claim a kingdom. It's possible, said Wu Jing, but there are other ways. A Pill King is unheard of in the south. The best alchemists down there are usually just experienced pill lords. If you can become a Pill King, the imperial family will be falling over themselves to win your favor, so you don't need to worry about that, but that's assuming you're already a Pill King. Wu Jing poured himself a glass of amber-colored liquid before beginning again. When you reach Grandmaster Alchemist, you will need to be in a position to ascend to Martial Lord, and as a Pill Lord, you need to be able to ascend to Martial King. That will be extremely difficult to accomplish in Brilliant Sunday. I don't know much about that specific empire, but every empire is notoriously tight-fisted with its lands, so you would have to be both exceptional and viewed as extremely loyal to get a city from them, and I don't see that happening in a short time frame, no matter how good you are. So, I can't go ascend through the empire, I said. Any suggestions? Of course, Wu Jing smiled. You're already here, so why not work directly with us? As long as you are a member of the pavilion, and your contributions have been great enough, you can purchase an ascension all the way to Emperor if you want. The Blue Wind Pavilion sells empires for contribution points? I asked. That's absurd. No, laughed Wu Jing, not at all. First, we don't use contribution points here. This isn't a sect. It's a business. Everything is handled in gold. Money isn't the problem here though. To purchase a chance at ascension, you need the approval of the higher-ups, and they will look closely at what you contributed to decide if they want to sell you that chance. And second, you aren't buying the empire, just the chance to ascend. The pavilion's leader also controls a peripheral empire. After the purchase, you will be crowned emperor for a year. During that year, the karmic energy of the empire will flow to you, and you can use it to ascend, but you will have no actual authority. Can you actually do that? You can just rent an empire for a bit and it's enough to ascend. I sat there dumbfounded that such a thing would be possible. Yes, said Wu Jing with a smile, and you never even have to step foot inside its borders. Whatever forces control the world don't care. It's just a matter of where the energy is directed. Instead of going to the true ruler, you become the nominal ruler for a period of time, and it gets sent to you. By the forces that control the world, I knew who he was talking about. I could understand that from that being's point of view, the details weren't important. An empire improved, a cultivator advanced. It didn't care who. Let's do that then, I decided. I'll plan to advance to Martial King through the pavilion. How do we get started?
Excellent. Wu Jing smiled.
First, we need to get you set up as a full member of the pavilion. This will involve disclosing your blessing and, if at all possible, providing proof that your claims are true. Since you are looking to become a pill king, I will assume you currently have some alchemy ability. Once you are accepted, you can start making pills for the pavilion, earning money and contribution. How will I get to Brilliant Sun?
I asked.
Getting there is easy, just earn enough money for a ride in our carriages. You don't want to just go there though. You need to get promoted there. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult to establish a firm foothold in an imperial capital. So, how do I get promoted there? For me as a manager, earning contribution to get promoted out of the wastes is difficult, but for you as an alchemist, it's simple. Just make good enough pills that they can't be sold locally. Then, instead of constantly shipping them out of here, you'll get promoted up. So, just make excellent pills and I can get sent to Brilliant Sun? Maybe, but you'll probably get sent to a smaller kingdom somewhere, possibly even just a city. We just need to make it so we are sent somewhere down south. Then, when you become too good for that place, we can aim to be sent to Brilliant Sunday. We? You're going with me. Welcome, come on in, said Wu Jing in a happy voice as Mei and I entered his office. He walked up to me and held out his hand for a firm handshake. I'm Chen Wu Jing, floor manager of this branch of the Blue Wind Pavilion. I'm glad you came to visit. Thank you, I said, returning his handshake. My name is Su Fang. Wu Jing led me to the armchairs at the side of his office, and we sat down for a conversation. Even though I knew this was an act, and he was just following Mei's instructions, it felt genuine. I had to wonder how long the two of them had been working together to have such a fluid working relationship. How can I help you today? Asked Wu Jing. I heard you were looking at pills and herbs. Are you an alchemist? Yes, I said, and I am hoping to explore cooperation with the pavilion if you are interested. Wonderful, what type of cooperation are you looking for? I paused for a moment. I had thought about what to say, but I still wasn't completely sure. The fact was, the people in this building had incredibly powerful social blessings, and I almost certainly couldn't bluff my way through things. Also, I was presenting myself as a young master this time. I should be direct and honest with my goals and allow the chips to fall where they may. I looked Wu Jing directly in the eyes as I spoke. I am an alchemist, and I need to improve to the level of Pill King, possibly even Pill Emperor, as soon as possible. To do that, I have to make a true ascension to at least Martial King. I want to partner with you to achieve this goal. Wu Jing looked at me in shock. Do you know what that involves? Yes. Do you have a place to do it? Not yet, but it will need to be in the Brilliant Sun Empire in the south. Wu Jing looked at me and considered for a long while. He looked at Mei, and she only nodded her head. Any other place, I, a martial disciple in the wastes who hadn't even begun cultivating, would have been laughed out of the room for proclaiming I would ascend to Martial King. These two were different though. Alright, Wu Jing finally said, what's your plan? I laughed a bit sardonically. I don't have one yet. I don't know how to get the Empire to give me a city, let alone a kingdom, but I know it is possible, and I know it needs to be done. Wu Jing tapped his fingers on his armrest as he thought. Does it have to be an imperial kingdom? There are ways for the pavilion to help you ascend. No, I said, I just need to form a close relationship with their ruling family. I was thinking becoming an honored court alchemist may accomplish that while also allowing me to claim a kingdom. It's possible, said Wu Jing, but there are other ways. A pill king is unheard of in the south. The best alchemists down there are usually just experienced pill lords. If you can become a pill king, the imperial family will be falling over themselves to win your favor, so you don't need to worry about that, but that's assuming you're already a pill king. Wu Jing poured himself a glass of amber-colored liquid before beginning again. When you reach Grandmaster Alchemist, you will need to be in a position to ascend to Martial Lord, and as a pill lord, you need to be able to ascend to Martial King. That will be extremely difficult to accomplish in Brilliant Sunday. I don't know much about that specific empire, but every empire is notoriously tight-fisted with its lands, so you would have to be both exceptional and viewed as extremely loyal to get a city from them, and I don't see that happening in a short time frame, no matter how good you are. So, I can't go ascend through the empire, I said. Any suggestions?
Of course, Wu Jing smiled.
You're already here, so why not work directly with us? As long as you are a member of the pavilion, and your contributions have been great enough, you can purchase an ascension all the way to Emperor if you want. The Blue Wind Pavilion sells empires for contribution points?
I asked. That's absurd. No, laughed Wu Jing, not at all.
First, We don't use contribution points here. This isn't a sect. It's a business. Everything is handled in gold. Money isn't the problem here though. To purchase a chance at ascension, you need the approval of the higher-ups, and they will look closely at what you contributed to decide if they want to sell you that chance. And second, you aren't buying the empire, just the chance to ascend. The pavilion's leader also controls a peripheral empire. After the purchase, you will be crowned emperor for a year. During that year, the karmic energy of the empire will flow to you, and you can use it to ascend, but you will have no actual authority. Can you actually do that? You can just rent an empire for a bit and it's enough to ascend. I sat there dumbfounded that such a thing would be possible. Yes, said Wu Jing with a smile, and you never even have to step foot inside its borders. Whatever forces control the world don't care. It's just a matter of where the energy is directed. Instead of going to the true ruler, you become the nominal ruler for a period of time, and it gets sent to you. By the forces that control the world, I knew who he was talking about. I could understand that from that being's point of view, the details weren't important. An empire improved, a cultivator advanced. It didn't care who. Let's do that then, I decided. I'll plan to advance to Martial King through the pavilion. How do we get started? Excellent. Wu Jing smiled. First, we need to get you set up as a full member of the pavilion. This will involve disclosing your blessing and, if at all possible, providing proof that your claims are true. Since you are looking to become a pill king, I will assume you currently have some alchemy ability. Once you are accepted, you can start making pills for the pavilion, earning money and contribution. How will I get to Brilliant Sun? I asked. Getting there is easy, just earn enough money for a ride in our carriages. You don't want to just go there though. You need to get promoted there. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult to establish a firm foothold in an imperial capital. So, how do I get promoted there? For me as a manager, earning contribution to get promoted out of the wastes is difficult, but for you as an alchemist, it's simple. Just make good enough pills that they can't be sold locally. Then, instead of constantly shipping them out of here, you'll get promoted up. So, just make excellent pills and I can get sent to Brilliant Sun? Maybe, but you'll probably get sent to a smaller kingdom somewhere, possibly even just a city. We just need to make it so we are sent somewhere down south. Then, when you become too good for that place, we can aim to be sent to Brilliant Sunday. We? You're going with me. Welcome, come on in, said Wu Jing in a happy voice as Mei and I entered his office. He walked up to me and held out his hand for a firm handshake. I'm Chen Wu Jing, floor manager of this branch of the Blue Wind Pavilion. I'm glad you came to visit. Thank you, I said, returning his handshake. My name is Su Fang. Wu Jing led me to the armchairs at the side of his office, and we sat down for a conversation. Even though I knew this was an act, and he was just following Mei's instructions, it felt genuine. I had to wonder how long the two of them had been working together to have such a fluid working relationship. How can I help you today? Asked Wu Jing. I heard you were looking at pills and herbs. Are you an alchemist? Yes, I said, and I am hoping to explore cooperation with the pavilion if you are interested. Wonderful, what type of cooperation are you looking for? I paused for a moment. I had thought about what to say, but I still wasn't completely sure. The fact was, the people in this building had incredibly powerful social blessings, and I almost certainly couldn't bluff my way through things. Also, I was presenting myself as a young master this time. I should be direct and honest with my goals and allow the chips to fall where they may. I looked Wu Jing directly in the eyes as I spoke. I am an alchemist, and I need to improve to the level of Pill King, possibly even Pill Emperor, as soon as possible. To do that, I have to make a true ascension to at least Martial King. I want to partner with you to achieve this goal. Wu Jing looked at me in shock. Do you know what that involves? Yes. Do you have a place to do it? Not yet, but it will need to be in the Brilliant Sun Empire in the south. Wu Jing looked at me and considered for a long while. He looked at Mei, and she only nodded her head. Any other place, I, a martial disciple in the wastes who hadn't even begun cultivating, would have been laughed out of the room for proclaiming I would ascend to Martial King. These two were different though. All right, Wu Jing finally said, what's your plan? I laughed a bit sardonically. I don't have one yet. I don't know how to get the empire to give me a city, let alone a kingdom, but I know it is possible, and I know it needs to be done. Wu Jing tapped his fingers on his armrest as he thought. Does it have to be an imperial kingdom? There are ways for the pavilion to help you ascend. No, I said, I just need to form a close relationship with their ruling family. I was thinking becoming an honored court alchemist may accomplish that while also allowing me to claim a kingdom. It's possible, said Wu Jing, but there are other ways. A Pill King is unheard of in the south. The best alchemists down there are usually just experienced pill lords. If you can become a pill king, the imperial family will be falling over themselves to win your favor, so you don't need to worry about that, but that's assuming you're already a pill king. Wu Jing poured himself a glass of amber-colored liquid before beginning again. When you reach Grandmaster Alchemist, you will need to be in a position to ascend to Martial Lord, and as a pill lord, you need to be able to ascend to Martial King. That will be extremely difficult to accomplish in Brilliant Sunday. I don't know much about that specific empire, but every empire is notoriously tight-fisted with its lands, so you would have to be both exceptional and viewed as extremely loyal to get a city from them, and I don't see that happening in a short time frame, no matter how good you are. So, I can't go ascend through the empire, I said. Any suggestions?
Of course, Wu Jing smiled.
You're already here, so why not work directly with us? As long as you are a member of the pavilion, and your contributions have been great enough, you can purchase an ascension all the way to Emperor if you want. The Blue Wind Pavilion sells empires for contribution points?
I asked. That's absurd. No, laughed Wu Jing, not at all.
First, we don't use contribution points here. This isn't a sect. It's a business. Everything is handled in gold. Money isn't the problem here though. To purchase a chance at ascension, you need the approval of the higher-ups, and they will look closely at what you contributed to decide if they want to sell you that chance. And second, you aren't buying the empire, just the chance to ascend. The pavilion's leader also controls a peripheral empire. After the purchase, you will be crowned emperor for a year. During that year, the karmic energy of the empire will flow to you, and you can use it to ascend, but you will have no actual authority. Can you actually do that? You can just rent an empire for a bit, and it's enough to ascend. I sat there dumbfounded that such a thing would be possible. Yes, said Wu Jing with a smile, and you never even have to step foot inside its borders. Whatever forces control the world don't care. It's just a matter of where the energy is directed. Instead of going to the true ruler, you become the nominal ruler for a period of time, and it gets sent to you. By the forces that control the world, I knew who he was talking about. I could understand that from that being's point of view, the details weren't important. An empire improved, a cultivator advanced. It didn't care who. Let's do that then, I decided. I'll plan to advance to Martial King through the pavilion. How do we get started?
Excellent. Wu Jing smiled.
First, we need to get you set up as a full member of the pavilion. This will involve disclosing your blessing and, if at all possible, providing proof that your claims are true. Since you are looking to become a pill king, I will assume you currently have some alchemy ability. Once you are accepted, you can start making pills for the pavilion, earning money and contribution. How will I get to Brilliant Sun? I asked. Getting there is easy, just earn enough money for a ride in our carriages. You don't want to just go there though. You need to get promoted there. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult to establish a firm foothold in an imperial capital. So, how do I get promoted there? For me as a manager, earning contribution to get promoted out of the wastes is difficult, but for you as an alchemist, it's simple. Just make good enough pills that they can't be sold locally. Then, instead of constantly shipping them out of here, you'll get promoted up. So, just make excellent pills and I can get sent to Brilliant Sun? Maybe, but you'll probably get sent to a smaller kingdom somewhere, possibly even just a city. We just need to make it so we are sent somewhere down south. Then, when you become too good for that place, we can aim to be sent to Brilliant Sunday. You're going with me. After my cultivation stabilized, I found that I only had 10 months left before my deadline. At that point, Suyin had to be a martial grandmaster, and it would be best if she had been there for several months, possibly even having advanced a step or two in that time. I didn't want to start with her first though. It was easier to help Mei since she could give greater access to her qi. I would refine my teaching techniques on Mei, and only then would I proceed to guide Suyin. They had both been studying their rank 3 technique for years, so when I told Mei it was time, she was more than ready. She used the same beach ball construction I had, and she did her best to advance without my direct intervention. This was practice for helping Suyin, so I would only take control of Mei's qi if it was necessary. The process was slower than it could have been, but even though I didn't control her qi, I was able to act as a stabilizing force for each piece as it was constructed, so Mei only needed to worry about the next step. The final product was far, far superior to my first Dantian and was close to the quality I had achieved this time around. Success in hand, I moved on to help Suyin. While Suyin's blessing lacked the guiding force of Mei's, her perfect memory allowed her to place each thread of qi with exacting standards. She didn't need my guidance at all, she knew exactly what to do. The only help she needed from me was the same stabilization I had provided Mei so that she could focus all her attention on the next step. With only 6 months until the deadline, we had all advanced to Martial Grandmaster. While I wasn't worried about myself or Mei at this point, I provided Suyin with multiple rank 3 Qi gathering pills over the following months. With 1 month to go, at age 29, she was a martial grandmaster too. Her progress was far beyond anyone I had ever seen at her age in the Twin Mountains sect. The Dragon Gate. When a carp is strong enough and swims against the current with all its might, it has a chance to climb a waterfall and jump over the Dragon Gate. If it achieves this legendary feat, it will transform into a true dragon. In the wastes, everyone, cultivator and mortal alike, was nothing more than a lowly carp. Cultivators would fight with all their might to swim against the current, ascend the waterfall, and jump into the wider world, but almost all were destined for failure. The 4 great powers of the wastes, the Twin Mountains sect, the Verdant Fields sect, the Sioux clan, and the Blue Wind Pavilion had paths that could allow their most promising members to smoothly walk out of this small corner of the world, but entry into these forces was extremely difficult, and ascending out of them was even harder. Take the Twin Mountains sect, for instance. Each year thousands attempt to enter, but only a mere handful become outer sect disciples. Of those, only a fraction reach the inner sect, and only a fraction of that fraction ascend to the outside world. Even with everything working against them, cultivators still join these sects en masse, hoping to be the one chosen to advance. The odds were against you, but if you didn't play, you had no chance at all. However, there was another way to join one of the outside powers. The forces outside the wastes may have been mighty, and they did disdain the people who lived here, but they were not willing to allow good seedlings to rot if they could be taken away and nurtured. Most cultivators with a promising future would enter the sects, but for various reasons, a few would be left behind. The powerful forces outside still wanted to rope in anyone with potential, even if they hadn't joined a feeder sect. Thus, the Dragon Gate Festival was created. Once every 10 years, the 3 great forces surrounding the wastes, the Rising Sun Empire, the Verdant Forest sect, and the Flowing Mountain sect, would send representatives to Dragon Gate City. Cultivators could display any talents they possessed, and if they were powerful enough, they would be directly recruited by one of these factions. This was an opportunity to jump the Dragon Gate and soar. I originally learned about this event through Bao's investigations, and I had considered trying to use this as a path of advancement myself, but I finally decided to pursue a path through the pavilion first. After living here for years, though, I found access to technique manuals much more limited than it had been in the Twin Mountains sect. This could have just been because of the location of this branch of the pavilion, but I got the sense that sects were more inclined to hoard random assortments of unused techniques. The Twin Mountains sect had literal mountains of space to store anything they wanted, but the pavilion only had this single building, so it was more selective and only kept what was deemed to have value. If I wanted a variety of techniques, I needed to go through a sect. If I wanted to learn herbalism, I should go through the Verdant Forest sect. I had already committed to the Blue Wind Pavilion this life, but that didn't mean that I couldn't get the knowledge I wanted out of the sect. This is your choice, I told Suyin, but I have taught you all I can. If you want to continue to grow, you need to chart a new path. I would go with Wu Jing to the 8 Flower Kingdom, and I wanted Mei to go with us to help guide us through the deep waters there, but Suyin could scout out other paths. Master, her voice trembled with nerves, I don't think I can do it. They only want true prodigies. I'm nothing. Suyin, I said. I looked her in the eyes and a tone of command entered my voice.
Do not say that.
You are a grandmaster now, and you are the equal of anyone in the wastes. There will be people of greater power in the sect, but you can hold your own. I could see she wanted to believe me, but she didn't. She wasn't much different than I had been in the Twin Mountains sect. She had lived by my side for so long, and she hadn't experienced anything to demonstrate the growth of her power, so she didn't notice how different she had become from when we first met. She needed to see for herself how far she had advanced. I know you feel the urge to leave and explore. You've done your best in cultivating, but your technique wants you to explore and find new places. You aren't doing that here. Go, venture out into the wilderness, learn, and when you have reached your limit, come and find us. Share your experiences with Mei and me. You've given me so much. Her eyes began to well with tears. I haven't given you anything in return. I can't just leave. If you truly feel you owe me, the best form of repayment would be to improve yourself. Go to the sect and learn all you can, then you can come and share it with me. I taught you so you can teach me. Did I feel bad for pushing this on her? Yes, a little, but I soothed myself with the knowledge that this would have been the right choice for her even if I gained nothing. I was taking advantage of the situation, but I wasn't doing so heartlessly, I hoped. I placed a hand on her shoulder. 100 years, I said, in 100 years, let's meet in the capital of the brilliant Sun Empire and share what we've learned. At that time, I expect us both to be martial kings with a wealth of knowledge and a long future ahead of us. Suyin looked down at the ground. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do my best. Mei Suyin, and I walked through the city as a group. The entire place was in a festive mood. Red lanterns were hung from every building, and large colorful papier-mâché dragons decorated nearly every street. On the side of the roads, vendors were selling candied hawthorn, dragon beard candy, and fried sticky rice. However, more than anything else, they were selling zongzi, sticky rice stuffed with a variety of fillings and wrapped in bamboo leaves. I was focused on the mission, get Suyin accepted as a disciple of the Verdant Forest sect, but Mei led Suyin to run around to the various stalls. They had become enraptured by the noise and activity surrounding us, buying an assortment of treats and small handicrafts. While they kept trying to get me to eat the sweets, I declined, but after constant pressure, I conceded to eat a single zongzi. It was stuffed with a red date and had a nice flavor, but I couldn't think too much about it. Near the center of the city, in a large square located halfway between the Su clan's palace complex and the Blue Wind Pavilion, a large fighting stage had been erected. It was surrounded by bleacher-style seating, but there were far more people interested in watching than there were seats. People were perched on rooftops around the entire area to get a view of the fights. When we approached, two disciples had just begun their bout. They both had solid foundations, for rogue cultivators in the waists at least, and put on a decent showing. They had learned yellow rank fighting techniques, which weren't powerful, but they had a decent understanding of how to employ them in various situations. "What's the prize for winning?" I asked Mei. She had been more interested in learning about the various competitions than I had been, so I left her to it. "It's pretty great," she said with enthusiasm. "The winners of the disciple and master competitions will receive enough resources to push them to the next realm. They might not use them, since a disciple capable of winning will be able to reach master anyway, but they can sell them easily enough. Aside from that, they will get a suitable cultivation technique for their next realm and access to a profound rank fighting technique, though they won't get to keep the manual. Access to a profound rank fighting technique would be nice, but I already had a couple for each of the basic elements, for rank 1 and 2 at least. If I could use this competition to get rank 3 profound techniques, I might want to join, but I doubted I could defeat any of the real competitors. Anything for the runner-ups? Yeah, but it's not as good, of course. Less resources, worse techniques. The top 10 all get something at least. I nodded at her explanation. What about Grandmasters? The winner is guaranteed a spot in the Rising Sun Empire's Guard Corps. It's not a great prize, but it is an official position. The Grandmasters aren't fighting for prizes though. They're competing to impress the faction observers. No matter where they place, as long as they're impressive enough, they may get recruited. It's unlikely though. Usually, only a handful of people will be chosen during the entire festival. As I watched the disciples fight, I thought about my future plans. I had the idea to use this festival to join a major power when I was only 19, but how far could I push my cultivation that early and have it still be stable? Do they ever recruit disciples and masters, or is it only grandmasters? Mei pondered for a bit before replying. They do, but it's more difficult. What kind of genius haven't these sects seen? A genius disciple is potential, but there are 1,000 ways that potential can be destroyed before it's ever realized. They prefer to focus on established cultivators, but there are exceptions. I watched patiently as another 2 bouts between disciples took place before looking at Mei. When is the event Suyin needs to take part in? I asked. We didn't plan for her to compete in combat since there was no way she could defeat seasoned grandmasters. Her route to the sect was through displaying her advanced cultivation at an incredibly young age. Mei smiled. The disciple tournament will take another 3 days, then there is a day for master-level non-fighters to display their achievements, then 3 days for the master tournament. After that will be when the grandmaster-level non-fighters will display their talents. That's what we're waiting for. I looked at her confused. If Suyin can't do anything for another week, why are we here? Because, she said, patting my shoulder, this is a festival, and you need to relax. You've been working non-stop for as long as I've known you, and you can't keep it up. Everyone needs a break, and this is yours. I froze. Her words hit me more powerfully than I expected. It wasn't just the last 10 years I had been pushing myself, it was centuries. Ever since I had come to this world, I hadn't been in a position to relax. I had rested, sure, but I never allowed myself to truly step away from the grind. Even with enhancements from cultivation and the effects a reset had on my memory, maybe I did need to take some time off. Mei smiled, hooked her arm through mine, and pulled me away from the arena as I turned off the mental circuits that had kept me focused. What is this? I asked, staring at the large orange mass in front of me. It looks like a fish exploded on the plate. Mei shook her head at me. It's squirrel fish. Eat. It's good. Tentatively, I reached out with my chopsticks and grabbed a bit of meat that was sticking out of the fish's body, carefully peeling it off. After placing it in my mouth, I was shocked at how good it was. The sweet and sour sauce was a perfect complement to the fried fish. Good? May asked with a smile. Yes, why haven't I had this before? It's rare around here since it's hard to get the right kind of fish. They import a bunch for the festival, but don't expect to see any more for the next decade unless you are willing to pay an outrageous price. That's a shame, I sighed. Maybe it'll be more common in 8 flower. We chatted about inconsequential things for a while before I looked at Suine. She had been somewhat quiet throughout the meal, and I knew why. Suine, I said, bracing myself, I know I've been pushing you to join verdant forests, and I do think it's what's best for you, but if you want to join us in 8 flower, you're welcome to. I'm sorry for forcing things too much. Thank you, she said with a small smile, tears welling in her eyes. I don't want to leave you, but I know it's the right thing to do. She pressed her lips together firmly, resolve spreading across her face, and looked up to me. Don't worry. I'll see you in 100 years. We're going to live for centuries after all. May and I both stood to give her a short hug. 100 years, I said, it's a promise. We spent a week enjoying the festival, eating and drinking around town while watching the martial arts tournaments and other entertainments, but eventually, our short vacation came to an end. May, Suine, and I arrived at the arena early on the day of the exhibition for non-fighter grandmasters. We wanted to see what the competition would be like and get a feel for how likely it was for Suine to be selected by the Verdant Forest sect. Each of the 3 major factions had a single observer present. All of them had reached peak grandmaster and, if judged by mortal standards, appeared to be in their late 20s. For grandmasters, this generally indicated they were somewhere in their 50s. Being recruiters for this event showed they possessed some level of authority in their faction, so they would be on the shortlist for positions to ascend to martial lord. This festival would be one of their last duties before that happened. The recruiter for the Verdant Forest sect was a tall, beautiful woman wearing a light green hanfu. Her poise and posture displayed the elegance of a noble. Her face had a light coating of makeup on it, and her hair was done up in a tight bun decorated with a large wreath of colorful flowers. The Rising Sun Empire had sent a younger man, possibly in his late 30s, who looked like a peacock. The base color of his hanfu may have been red, but it was covered with so many colorful embroideries of various mythical beasts that it was hard to tell. His face bore a constant smirk, and he never strayed far from the woman from the verdant forests. The man from the Flowing Mountain sect gave off the feeling of a master craftsman. His hands were rough and calloused, and his eyes glinted with a deep intelligence. He stood back as the other 2 talked and carefully observed his surroundings. After a lengthy introduction to the day's events, the Grandmaster demonstrations finally began. I expected some jostling to be the first to go on stage, but everyone was quietly deferential to an older man who stepped forward. He was a peak Grandmaster and had to be at least 250 years old. Unless he advanced, his life would soon come to an end, but would any of the powers present be willing to grant an attempt to do so to someone whose chi had long calcified? Even if he could step into the Lord Realm, it would be nearly impossible for him to take even a single step further. The old man walked to the center of the arena, faced the judges, and gave a martial arts salute with a slight bow. My name is Murong Noyun. I am 273 years old this year. In my youth, I traveled the world in search of a path for advancement, but I never succeeded. If you grant me this opportunity, I will serve loyally for my remaining days, no matter how long that is. At the end of his short speech, he gave a deep bow to the judges and straightened into a firm stance with both hands balled into fists. My blessing has benefited me greatly, he said as sparks of lighting began to emerge from his arms. I am not sure exactly how high my lightning affinity is, but I know it is at least 6 star. He began to juggle a bolt of lightning, showing his adept control of the erratic element. However, he continued, that is only the merest fraction of my blessing. Each time I have ascended a realm, I have been granted a legacy in the art of talisman crafting. I can currently be considered a peak rank 3 talisman artist. Saying this, he took a small piece of paper from a bag at his waist and threw it into the air to his right. It burst into a bolt of lightning that arced over the stands. Following that, he threw another talisman to his left, and small crags of earth exploded from the ground in a line straight away from him. My own chi is limited to lightning, but with the help of others, I have been able to infuse any of the 5 basic or 4 secondary elements into my talismans. When certain elements are needed, but I do not have access to them, I have found ways to simulate them through combinations of the other elements, such as combining fire and lighting to create light. He threw out another talisman, and it acted like a flashbang. It created an incredibly bright light which was accompanied by the loud buzz of an electrical arc. He gave a final bow and awaited judgment. You are indeed skilled, Grandmaster Murong, but my sect cannot provide a proper place for someone with your talents, spoke the woman from the verdant forests. The man from Rising Sun gave a contemptuous smile. You may join my empire. We will allow you to craft for us, and if you do a suitable job, we may allow you an opportunity to ascend in due time. The old man cupped his hands and bowed. The Flowing Mountain sect will offer you a position, said the final man. As long as you teach our disciples well, we will grant you a temporary position as an elder that will allow for your advancement. Whether you can keep this position will be up to you. The old man began to bow deeply, but the recruiter from Rising Sun suddenly spoke up. I have already claimed this recruit, he said with a hint of malice toward the Flowing Mountain recruiter. Are you trying to steal a subject from the Rising Sun Empire? Know your place. We are equals here, the man responded with a flat tone. The Flowing Mountains don't bow to Rising Sunday. Good, very good, the peacock said before turning to the talisman artist. Make your choice, craftsman. Bowing to both men, the old man spoke carefully. I respect the Rising Sun Empire, but my fate is with the Flowing Mountain. Thank you for your consideration. The young recruiter huffed but dismissed the other two men from his consideration. Following this, a series of unimpressive cultivators made their way to the stage, but none of the recruiters showed any interest. The candidates were simply waved away. The next person to catch my eye was a mature woman who was wearing sickly green robes. After entering the arena, she placed a variety of plants around the stage. Honored recruiters from afar, my name is Na Yunjie. I have prepared a wonderful demonstration of my blessing for all of you. She held both hands out to her sides. Nothing visible was happening, so I turned on my chi vision. Thick streams of wood energy were gathering around the plants and spreading out, slowly approaching the spectators. I wasn't sure what the effect of this energy was, but it didn't look like anything good. The recruiters just watched as this happened. None of them made any move to intervene. As the energy approached our small group, I used my wood affinity to forcibly divert it, protecting us from whatever effect it would have. When the energy touched the low-level cultivators in the stands, they instantly began coughing and collapsing. After over a dozen people fell, the woman from the verdant forest sect raised her hand and gestured. Two large men appeared as if from nowhere and rushed the woman. Before she could react, she was swiftly taken away from the stage. We'll keep her for now, the female recruiter said, unless one of you wants to deal with her. The other two just snorted. The demonstrations began again, and another couple of unimpressive cultivators showed what they could do, but after that, the stage remained empty. The announcer called for the next person to step forward, but no one did. The Rising Sun Empire welcomes you, said the younger man. Please join me and we can discuss your benefits, but I assure you they will be to your liking. Neither of the others spoke, they just shook their heads. Worried about what was going on, I flipped on my chi vision again and was astounded. In the middle of the stage stood an unidentifiable mass of chi. It was formed of two energies that I didn't recognize, but they swirled around each other in a mesmerizing fashion. Looking again in normal vision, there was nothing on the stage. Illusions, I muttered. I realized there was danger here, but I didn't know how to safeguard myself from it. This person could walk up to me and stab me in the heart without me having the slightest chance to respond. The only way I could prevent it would be to constantly look at the world through chi vision, but that wasn't something I was capable of, and because of the way it changed how I viewed things, it wasn't something I particularly wanted to do. I needed to think about ways to defend myself from illusionists like this. I began to take out my journal to make a note of this, but I realized the stage was now truly empty and no one else was walking forward. It was time for Suin's audition. I looked at Suin. Are you ready? Remember, just go up there and tell them what you can do. At worst you will just come to 8 flower with us, I smiled. Suin nodded but didn't speak. She silently stepped forward onto the stage. Giving a nervous martial salute and a short bow, she began to speak. My name is Yi Suin. She flared her cultivation, showing her status as a martial grandmaster too. I am 28 years old. My blessing is a nearly perfect memory. My master has requested that I join the Verdant Forest sect to learn herbalism. Please allow me to fulfill this command. She gave a deep bow to the Verdant Forest's recruiter. After a group discussion, we had decided not to have Suin give any kind of performance of her abilities since anything she could do would pale in comparison to the more seasoned grandmasters. She hadn't had time to learn any special techniques, and her blessing didn't have any flashy effects. Instead, we would rely on her having reached grandmaster at such a young age to secure her a spot in the sect. The female recruiter looked at Suin for a long while but didn't speak. She simply rolled her fingers on her chair arm while thinking. The Rising Sun Empire welcomes you, said the young man with a lascivious smile. If you serve me well, you will have no need to worry about studying in some sect. Plenty of people in the empire can teach you to farm. A panicked expression appeared on Suin's face. Sorry, sir, but my master has requested I join the Verdant Forest sect. Don't worry about your master, girl, he smirked. I am the young lord of the Xianxia clan. It is your honor to be chosen by me. Su-in took a step back in fear, but the female recruiter finally spoke up. I will accept you as a nominal disciple, she said calmly. You have not demonstrated any skills, so I must assume you do not have any. This is unacceptable for a grandmaster of our sect, but I will allow you the opportunity to learn. What? Asked the young man in a flat tone. I accept her as a disciple, she said to the man before looking back at Su-in. Join my retinue. They will discuss the details with you. She has already been accepted as a member of my empire, said the man. Are you opposing the great rising sun empire as well?
The woman snorted.
If your personal desires could represent the will of rising sun, then you would find that many people oppose the rising sun. The young man gripped the arms of his chair so hard they snapped.
Very good.
The sects will soon learn the price of your arrogance today. Without waiting for a reply, he stormed out of the stands. After the others had left, Su-in and the verdant forest recruiter approached Mei and me. You are Su-in's master, she asked with a disdainful gaze. No, not any longer, I said. I was able to help her reach her current level, but I am unable to help her any further. I hope your sect helps her develop to her fullest. You know your place at least, she said with a cold voice. Su-in, a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Do not forget your debts, but understand your new position. As a member of the Verdant Forest sect, you must not treat an outsider as your master. Yes, senior sister, she said with a nervous bow. The recruiter looked back at me. You should have stepped forward too. With your wood affinity, and the ability to control that woman's poison attack, you could have a future in our sect. I am already with the Blue Wind Pavilion, and I am not looking to join a different force at this time. A shame, she said with a shake of her head. Do not bother disciple Su-in in the future. You are now people from two different worlds. Without another word, she turned and led Su-in away. Su-in tried to turn her head and look back at us, but the recruiter kept her walking forward. The day after Su-in departed, I went to Wu Jing's office. He needed to get the position as 8-flower branch manager, and I needed to lock down a position as city lord. What do I need to do? I asked after I sat down across from him at his desk. Besides just making countless pills, is there anything else I can do to secure a spot as a lord? Not really, he said with a shake of his head.
Concoct and cultivate. That's about it.
Manager Kai has ideas for securing our transfers, and we'll just have to wait on her for now. Just do your best to reach peak Grandmaster as soon as possible. Younger means more promising means higher priority. I tapped my fingers as I considered my options. What can you tell me about the pitfalls of rushing your cultivation as a Grandmaster?
I asked.
In the sect, I was warned about rushing as a disciple and master, but no one ever mentioned anything about it being a bad idea to rush as a Grandmaster.
Was it safer? I'm not sure, said a bewildered Wu Jing.
I've never known anyone it was a problem for before. Usually, cultivation slows down significantly after reaching Grandmaster and you will naturally take years between advancements, but with perfect rank 3 pills. Do you think it would be safe to rush my cultivation as fast as I can? Honestly, I'm not sure, he said concerned. You could try it, but it may make your foundation unstable. Each advancement usually causes some amount of damage to your dantian. At the very least, make sure you completely repair it before taking the next step, alright?
Don't worry about that, I said. I'll be careful.
Simply reaching peak Grandmaster would give me enough credits to freely use my discount. I wanted to go further, but I needed to experiment with rushing as a Grandmaster to find the pitfalls. That was the only way I would be able to ascend in future lives quickly and smoothly. I didn't want to need to spend decades after each reset to reach peak Grandmaster if I didn't have to. Still, I would try to be careful. No reason to simply waste this life. About pills, I began to ask slowly. Since I've reached Grandmaster, I can start making greater quantities. I want to buy all the ingredients I can. Especially for rank 3 Qi gathering pills. Wu Jing stroked his chin a bit. I'll do my best, but it'll be limited. It's hard to get rank 3 herbs around here. It'll be much better after we get to 8 flower. Rank 3 herbs are somewhat precious everywhere though, and other alchemists need to have enough of a supply too. I can pay a higher markup if needed, I said, considering, sold as perfect pills, the profit margin is huge, so paying more for the ingredients isn't a problem.
That's not a good idea, said a hesitant Wu Jing. Why not?
I asked, confused. Isn't that how you usually handle things? Well, look at it this way. How much do you care about the profits from a rank 1 pill? If I said you could double your profits from a rank 1 healing pill, how excited would you be?
Not at all.
Wu Jing gave me a look that said exactly. How much do you think a martial emperor cares about the profit of a rank 3 pills?
Not at all. Wu Jing nodded.
Now, the Blue Wind Pavilion is a sovereign level force. How much do you think our martial sovereign cares about all the rank 3 pills you could possibly produce? I began to respond, but he cut me off.
He doesn't.
The pavilion is set up to encourage alchemists and help them improve their skills in a profitable way. He doesn't want a single exceptional rank 3 alchemist who can handle all the pills that are needed. He wants as many rank 6 alchemists as possible. If you start outbidding everyone on common herbs and driving prices up, you will hurt the pavilion in the long run. Maybe not the pavilion as a whole, but I am guessing you could put all our other alchemists in the wastes out of business if you wanted to, and that's not good for anyone. We can import more from other places though, right? I asked. I can't possibly be making enough to affect the continent's supply of rank 3 herbs.
No, we can't, Wu Jing snorted.
Importing anything into the wastes is tedious because of the significantly increased travel time when using mortal horses. Aside from that, the people in charge of our supply lines don't want skilled alchemists to hang around here too long, so the lack of herbs acts as a prod to get you to leave. I get it, I said, lowering my head. I just don't want to stall out here for too long. I'll get you all the low-quality herbs I can, even ones that might normally get thrown out. Those should be more plentiful, and you're the only one who can produce anything of value from them that I know, but it may still be more limited than you hope. For now, look at keeping 1 out of every 3 for yourself and May. That should give you enough to steadily advance while still building the necessary contribution. All right, I said, a little dejected. Herbs would only become harder to source the further I grew. I couldn't wait to be in a position where I wouldn't have to worry about that, but it would still take time. Look, I'll tell Kai to get you sent down south as soon as she can. Even if I can't go with you, I'll make sure you're out of here and can continue advancing by the time you reach peak Grandmaster.
Thank you, Wu Jing.
No need to thank me, he smiled. I'm still your sponsor, and I still get credit even if I'm not with you. If that happens, just make sure to take May along to keep you out of trouble. Rushing as a disciple affected the energy flows in the body. If acupoints weren't set up correctly, there could be serious deviations in both chi and mental state, and even if they were nearly perfect, rushing through the disciple realm could still make someone dangerously imbalanced if they weren't used to the new impulses caused by cultivation techniques. Rushing through the master realm was even more dangerous. Typically, cultivators used the flow of chi in their bodies to sense where to place meridians, and if they didn't allow their bodies to adjust properly, they could end up placing them in the wrong position, causing permanent damage to their cultivation base. What about Grandmaster though? How could rushing have a negative effect on a Grandmaster, and how could it be alleviated? I didn't know, and it seemed like Wu Jing didn't either, but I wanted to see if I could find out. If there were no dangers, that would be great, but if there were, it would be good to find out now so I could begin looking for solutions. I set my mind to fully focus on cultivating. I would perform my alchemy duties as necessary, but my focus would always remain on my progression. I had 2 dantians to fill, which may seem like twice the work, but they were both somewhat smaller than normal. The speed of gathering chi was only slightly slower than it would have been with a regular dantian, so filling them ended up being much faster than it would have been for a normal cultivator. After they were full, I forced even more chi inside. The walls and seams of both dantians strained, but they held on without giving. Once I started to sense weaknesses, I slammed my will down on both simultaneously and began compressing. My fire affinity was slightly higher, so my bottom dantian began compressing faster. I eased up there so that they would both complete at the same time. When my chi compressed to 1/10 its original size, it stabilized into its new density. I was a martial grandmaster too. I examined the walls of my dantians, but they didn't seem to have suffered any damage. I began to wonder if the compression phase was necessary. If my dantian were strong enough, could I just keep gathering more chi until it naturally compressed? If I tried that now, my dantian would surely burst from the pressure, but if I were able to make one strong enough, could its walls act as the sole compression force? Something to think about in the future. Once I was assured of the integrity of my dantian, I began rushing to cultivate. I directly swallowed a chi gathering pill, and as soon as its effect wore off, I took another. In a matter of days, my dantian was full to bursting again, and I performed the second compression. Then I did it a 3rd time, and a 4th and a 5th. I didn't stop until I had reached Grandmaster 6. At each step, I only checked to ensure the integrity of my dantian, but it remained whole. In less than a year, I had raced from Martial Grandmaster 1 to 6. It was time to see what problems I had created for myself and if they were fixable in this life. My dantians were holding together. Unlike last time when I had to constantly patch and repair them with each advancement, I hadn't needed to do any repairs, but it seemed like the constant stresses on them were doing damage. This might simply be a result of rushing, but I felt that finding a better dantian structure would be the best solution to the problem. The flow of energy in my body had intensified, so I could guess the cultivation technique was having a much stronger mental effect on me, but I wasn't worried about that. I knew what I was getting into there. Those two problems were noteworthy, but they weren't deal breakers. I could find solutions to the first and live with the second. However, after closely examining my body, I finally found the true pitfall of rushing during the Grandmaster realm. Each time my chi was compressed in my core, it would then have to cycle throughout my body, slowly replacing and cleaning out the older and less refined chi.
This process took time.
I wasn't sure how long, since I had never noticed it before, but rushing my cultivation had caused havoc within my meridians. Pockets of chi at a variety of refinement levels had become lodged in various corners of my meridians. This may not have been a problem for most cultivators since their meridians were simple tubes, but during my martial master cultivation, I had created a series of countless branching pathways of ever smaller sizes. Now, many of these small capillary meridians were completely blocked up with unrefined chi. I wasn't sure how badly it would hurt my effectiveness, but I needed to find a solution. Reviewing all the pills I knew, I couldn't think of any that were designed for a situation like this, but two had somewhat relevant properties. The chi expulsion pill was a type of healing pill used to remove foreign chi from wounds. The chi purifying pill was used to cleanse chi of impurities caused by a chaotic mix of chi types. What I needed was something that would expel the old chi from my meridians. Something that would completely purge all my chi would also work, since then I could start fresh. Neither of these pills could do something like that, but they gave me a starting point for experimentation. From there, I slowed down and advanced only once a year for the next 4 years, finally reaching Martial Grandmaster peak again. I didn't need the help of affinity boosting pills, my affinities were high enough, and my dantians were strong enough, so I was able to reach it naturally. Over time, I had been able to reopen a few of the clogged meridians, but I was far below my optimal condition. I didn't regret my decision to rush, though, since even without a pill to save me, I now knew what to look for when deciding if I was stable enough to advance in future lives. During this time, I ensured May didn't rush before her meridians were ready since I didn't yet have a solution to the chi problem, but she kept a pace of 1 advancement every year, so she had reached Grandmaster 6. Since I didn't need to spend much time on cultivation, I concentrated on developing a chi purging pill that would let me safely ascend as quickly as possible in the Grandmaster realm, but it was slow going. Several times I nearly risked the complete destruction of my cultivation base during testing, but I had been careful enough to have contingencies in place to stabilize my realm before any real damage was done. Self-experimentation was something that no sane cultivator would consider, but I found it to be the best and most morally acceptable way to learn what I needed to know. While my current cultivation base was somewhat flawed, I had gained important knowledge in the process. I considered a quick suicide to lock in my gains and shore up my foundation, but I decided against it. My reset point was too far in the past, and I didn't want to repeat everything unnecessarily. Better to play things out and scout out the future. This world had proven that death was inevitable, so I had no reason to seek it out. Wu Jing slid a stack of papers across his desk. This is the contract to transfer the city of Peaceful Ridge into your name. After you sign, you will be the officially recognized City Lord of Peaceful Ridge with all the rights and responsibilities that come with it. I took a pen and signed, and then Wu Jing flipped to the next page. This cedes your control of the city to Steward Fang. He will have complete authority over all matters dealing with Peaceful Ridge during your tenure as City Lord. I signed, and Wu Jing flipped the page. This is your resignation notice. Signing this, you hereby relinquish your position as City Lord effective 1 year from this date.
I signed.
He continued presenting me with minor documents that would help make this whole operation karmically legal. So, I said when I finally put down the pen, I am now a City Lord. Does just signing these papers really shift the karmic energy to me? No, said Wu Jing with a shake of his head, signing these papers is simply staking a claim on the city. On the other side, Steward Fang will announce your appointment to the entire city, and the residents will acknowledge your position. The combination of your actions and theirs completes the connection.
I rubbed my forehead.
Alright, as long as it works, but will 1 year be enough time? It should be more than enough for your advancement, said Wu Jing, but it will be hard to make too much progress in that time. The cities the pavilion rents out are well run, but they aren't going to lease you anything too special. What do I do after then? I asked with a furrowed brow. Well, you can continue to cultivate without the added karmic energy. You will be worse off than someone who had their entire cultivation boosted by it, but not significantly so. More important is what you choose to do when you are ready to advance. You can advance through Lord without the boost, and you'll still be able to step into the King realm, but you'll be significantly weakened. I tried to piece together the plan. Then, I need to regain a position as City Lord at every step? Is that possible? As long as you're a rank 4 alchemist, it won't be a problem. Once you can make rank 4 pills, you might even be able to purchase a long-term lease from 8 Flower. I'm not familiar with the situation there, But if 8 Flower isn't willing, then some other kingdom or empire in the region probably will be. As long as you are willing to work to improve the city, such a deal would benefit both you and the kingdom, and with the pavilion's assurances, they shouldn't have too many reservations about it.
Sounds too simple, I snorted.
Being a pavilion member opens doors that are closed to others, Wu Jing smiled. Though, the cultivation technique will be tricky. Rank 4 cultivation techniques don't just affect you. They also affect those you are karmically connected to. You have to use an authorized technique with pavilion cities, and other kingdoms may or may not allow it if you want to lease one of theirs. And when do I get said technique? I asked with a smile. Only once we're out of here. You can't break through to Martial Lord in the Wastes, so we don't have any copies of rank 4 techniques here. Mei Wu Jing, and I departed Dragon Gate City a week after I was appointed City Lord. It would take over a month to travel to the 8 Flower Kingdom, and a lot of that time was spent in the Wastes. It took us 8 days to reach the border of the Rising Sun Empire where we made our first stop. At the border, there was a small town that served as a way station for those entering and leaving the Wastes. Each of the major powers had a place for travelers to switch carriages. In the Wastes, our carriage was pulled by a team of normal mortal horses. While it was far better than walking, the speed was limited. The roads leading out of the region were in a state of disrepair, so we were lucky if we could cover 30 kilometers in a day. Feeding them rank 1 pills, we were able to increase that distance, but it was still slow going. At the way station, we switched to a carriage pulled by rank 3 wind horses. Wind horses were a type of demon beast bred from normal mortal horses that had been enhanced with the ability to draw in wind chi like a demon beast. As demon beasts, wind horses had far greater endurance and speed than their mortal counterparts, and the distance we previously covered in a week could be done in a day. Rank 3 wind horses were in limited supply, and normal travelers would need to rely on slower means of transportation, but Wu Jing had been appointed as a new pavilion branch manager, so he had the clout to requisition them. Our first destination was the capital of the Rising Sun Empire. While we were technically in Rising Sun the moment we left the Wastes, we were actually in one of the many subsidiary kingdoms that surrounded the imperial holdings. With our new carriage and better roads, we made swift time and reached the capital only 2 days later. Entering the Rising Sun City went far smoother than I expected. While there was a line of people waiting to get past the guards at the gate, our carriage, with blue wind pavilion markings, was simply waved on through. The Rising Sun Empire was far more prosperous than the Wastes, and the density of chi was much higher. In Dragon Gate City, most people were mortals who had never cultivated, and those who had were almost all low-level disciples. Martial masters were a rare sight, and grandmasters were almost never seen in public. In Rising Sun City, though, everyone was a cultivator, and most were close to being peak disciples. Grandmasters were still rare, but I still saw a handful walking the streets. I did not, however, see anyone at the lord level or higher. Cultivators of the ruler tier were removed from the daily life of commoners. The carriage pulled up outside an expensive-looking inn. It was lavishly decorated with red and gold paint, and 2 guardian lion statues flanked its entrance. "I've got you a room at this inn," said Wu Jing. "It's one of the nicest in the city, so you should be well taken care of. I need to spend a day at the pavilion branch, but it would be best if you didn't come in. The branch manager here won't be happy when he finds out his region lost its biggest source of rank 3 pills, so we want to try and get out of here without him realizing who you are. Is it going to be a problem?" I asked. "No, he can't do anything, but he might delay us. It's just best not to make it an issue. I'll grab your new cultivation technique and come back. Just give me a couple of hours." Accepting his arrangements, I left the carriage and entered the inn. Its insides were opulent, but I didn't care much. I allowed a waitress to guide me to my room where I sat to wait for Wu Jing's return. While I practiced cultivating, I focused on the small bits of karmic energy that had entered my dantian. I wanted to avoid touching them until I had a proper technique, but I watched as the energy slowly accumulated. The amount of energy I gained in a day was minuscule, but it was something. After 3 hours, Wu Jing appeared and brought me to a restaurant to eat while we talked. "Here it is," he said, passing me a small book. "This is the standard technique for pavilion craftsmen." I flipped through it casually, but it seemed a little strange. "There's a standard technique for firewood dual-element cultivators?" "No," he said, shaking his head, "we don't have anything specialized to any particular element. This is a generic technique anyone can use. It focuses more on the karmic part of the cultivation, encouraging hard work and industriousness for both you and those you are connected with. You will need to adjust the chi aspect of it to work best for your cultivation. Anything I need to be careful about?" Wu Jing laughed. "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? I'm in the same boat as you. Try your best, and if there are any problems, we can look at getting guidance from another lord. Best to do that after we reach 8 Flower though. For now, just do your best.
Will do, I smiled.
After speaking with Wu Jing, I returned to my own room to begin studying the rank 4 cultivation technique. The first step in becoming a martial lord was to create a core of karmic energy inside one's dantian. From what I could tell, this core served the same general purpose as the dantian, except it was made from solid karmic energy instead of braided qi strands. Once the core was complete, the cultivator would then send qi inside, forcing it to compress even further than was possible in the dantian. Ascending to false lord was a process of using another weaving technique to create a false core within the body. This false core suffered the same problems as the larger dantian. A woven structure was simply not able to contain the pressure needed to condense qi to sufficient levels. Using such a process, one could advance slightly, but they could not reach the level of a true lord. Since qi was not capable of creating a solid core, cultivators had resorted to using karmic energy. Karmic energy could be compressed into an extreme density, making it easy to form a hardened core that could withstand extreme pressures. Once the core was in place, qi would be injected into it, and the qi would compress until the cultivator broke through to the next stage. Karmic energy could be woven into the qi to create a far superior result, but gathering so much of the precious energy was extremely difficult. Instead, the cultivation technique advised using basic qi while cultivating normally and only braiding in karmic energy when one was ready to advance to the next stage. The way I understood it, advancing as a lord wasn't much different than advancing as a grandmaster. Simply keep injecting qi until it properly condenses and crystallizes into its new form. From my reading, the element of the qi seemed to make no difference to the process. It might affect the final result, but it seemed meaningless to the cultivation process. I was not ready to try advancing to martial lord. I would need to collect far more karmic energy before it would be possible to even begin forming my core, but I wanted to begin learning how to manipulate and form karmic energy. My top dantian contained my wood qi, and my bottom dantian contained my fire qi. My middle dantian had remained mostly empty except for a few stray wisps of qi that had slipped in. However, after being appointed to City Lord of Peaceful Ridge, strands of karmic energy had begun gathering inside it. I reached for that energy and began trying to mold it into shapes needed for my dantian, but it was difficult. Unlike fire and wood, I had no affinity with karma to help me. The cultivation technique I had been given took this into account though. Most cultivators would have the same problems I did when controlling karmic energy, so the structures needed for the core were bulky and lacked finesse. I just needed to be able to force it into a basic structure, and my soul strength seemed to be high enough to make that possible. I spent hours painstakingly forcing the karmic energy into one shape after another to get a good feel for how it would react. I wanted sufficient practice before my dantian contained too much for me to handle. I wasn't sure if I should form my core gradually as I gathered energy or if I should wait until after I had enough for the complete core before beginning. I would need to ask Wu Jing about that. Focused on studying my new cultivation technique, I was completely unprepared when pain suddenly shot through my entire body. From my sitting position, I was knocked to the ground by a hard kick to my chest. Then, 2 long steel rods impaled me on either side of my body right under my collarbone, pinning me to the floor. I looked around but saw no sign of my attacker. Remembering the illusionist from the Dragon Gate Festival, I flipped on my chi vision, but I still saw nothing. I was sent to give you a message, echoed an ominous voice. Be more honest in your next life and don't offend those you can't afford to offend. A sword appeared above me and stabbed into my chest. You have died. Calculating. You died as a martial grandmaster peak. 1 million credits awarded. Total credits, 1,025,806. I woke up in my room in the Blue Wind Pavilion. My frantic state of mind competed against the lack of adrenaline in my system, leaving my body in a confused state. My mind wanted to get up and run, but my body was relaxed. Taking several deep breaths, I calmed down and assessed my situation. Who had killed me? Not the assassin. The person holding the knife made no difference to me. Who was the one giving him orders? I tried to think through who I had offended and who had the means to order my death. More importantly, what could I do to prevent it from happening again? The assassin's words about my next life immediately made me think that somehow the earthly Tao arranged things behind the scenes, but I discounted it. If it had a problem with what I was doing, it could damn well tell me to my face as it had done in the past. If it was the Tao, it would do whatever it wanted anyway, and trying to avoid its punishments was futile, so it wasn't worth considering. The assassin had some type of illusion or stealth technique. It reminded me of the man from the Dragon Gate Festival, but with that man, I could see him in chi vision. I couldn't rule out him improving in his technique, but it could have also been another person with a similar skill set. I hadn't been attacked inside the wastes, which made sense. I was already a peak grandmaster, and even if an assassin could easily overpower me, if his cultivation was the same level as mine, it would be possible for me to escape. The killer was almost certainly a lord, so he was someone who couldn't enter the wastes. Someone had tracked me, knew when I entered Rising Sun, and used that opportunity to kill me. My first suspect was the young master from Rising Sunday. He was the one who recruited the illusionist at the festival. He didn't have much of a reason to kill me, but people like him didn't need it. I was with Su-in when he was opposed, and if he couldn't target Su-in or the Verdant Forest sect, his ire might have shifted to me. It was even possible that Su-in had done more to antagonize him after we parted and made things worse. He also had easy access to means to arrange my death. If he had a high place in Rising Sun, he could easily give minions at the border a list of people to watch out for, and when I was spotted, it automatically triggered my death warrant. He could have done it years in the past and not even known or cared about my death when it happened. I still wanted to send Su-in to learn herbalism for me, but we could take a different path. If we don't go to the festival, we won't encounter the young master. Another person with easy means but a suspect motive would be the branch manager for Rising Sun's Blue Wind Pavilion. As an Imperial-level branch manager, he would be a martial king, and it wouldn't be strange for him to have several lord-level underlings he could send to assassinate me. He would have known I was in the capital city since Wu Jing went to retrieve the cultivation manual for me, but would he want to kill me? I was leaving his territory, and Wu Jing's behavior made me feel like I was slipping away in the night, trying to hide my departure, but it felt like it would be too petty for a king to care so much about a rank 3 alchemist. I didn't know anything about the man's personality, though, so I couldn't completely rule it out. Here, I could be less ostentatious. I didn't need to appear on the higher-ups' radar until later in life. I needed to find a place where I could study and learn rank 4 alchemy, and it would be hard to stay out of the limelight after I reached that point, but staying low-key until I reached a place I wanted to stay long-term would mean less people intent on stopping my movements. The final possible masterminds behind my assassination were Gao, Master Zhong, and Deputy Manager Liu. Unfortunately, at this point, I had already started a feud with Gao and Zhong, and they had been kicked out of the pavilion. They only seemed to be connected to Grandmaster-level figures, though, so I didn't worry too much about them, but if I started fresh, I would need to find a way around starting a feud for no good reason. Manager Liu wasn't too powerful, but it seemed like he had the backing of someone higher up in the pavilion, and that was the person I needed to avoid offending. Since I had driven away Zhong, I was already on bad terms with Liu, but we hadn't broken off all pretenses of cordiality yet. It wasn't until I made rank 3 pills that we truly became irreconcilable last time. That was when I was brought into the fold of Manager Kai's faction and became a powerful tool against his. I would avoid making rank 3 pills until I was a grandmaster this life, and I would be more conspicuous when I did so, announcing what I was doing and that it was to study how to make rank 3 pills. This could avoid the situation where I ended up slapping his face. Depending on circumstances, it may even be better to not make such pills until after leaving the wastes.
So, my plan was set.
Send Su-in to learn herbalism through other means and don't sell any perfect rank 3 pills until after reaching Grandmaster. Doing these two things should avoid that assassin being sent against me, but it wasn't a guarantee. Gao and Zhong were still a hidden danger, and I couldn't be sure the assassin wasn't directly connected to them, so my final decision was to level as fast as I could. That way, even if I died early, this life wasn't a complete write-off. I also needed to look into what protections I could buy through the pavilion. If my enemies could keep sending high-level opponents against me, I would be dead no matter what, but if I could buy enough protection to advance a single step further in my cultivation, it would be well worth the investment. With a plan in mind, I set aside my concerns about assassinations for the time being. I had 1,000,000 credits to spend, and I needed to use them all at once to maximize my benefits from the discount I had received. What was the best way to approach this? System: how much to make all my current affinities permanent? Cost 1,892,500 credits. Discounted cost 946,250 credits. That should be the basic cost of the affinities. Don't I get a discount since I already have them as temporary affinities? No discount is available. Nothing I could do to change the situation, so I moved on. I felt like I had been bitten too many times by not having a large enough storage space. I wanted to fix that with a spatial spirit flame, but that may be too many lives in the future. If I had a large enough space, I could have stored rank 3 techniques in the sect, or I could have stored the rank 4 technique I had just received. It didn't need to be massive, but I wanted to at least be able to fit a few extra high-level manuals in it. Technique manuals could be written on bamboo slips, on paper scrolls, or in books, so I would need a space capable of storing any of these possibilities. System: how much to add a section to my storage space that's 50 centimeters by 15 centimeters by 10 centimeters? Cost 225,000 credits. Discounted cost 112,500 credits. That wasn't a good idea for now, but it was something I needed to get next time for sure. My biggest problem was that the discount was like a millstone around my neck. I needed to spend it on my affinities, so purchasing permanent affinities had to be my next purchase, but my affinities were already set, so there was no reason to make that purchase until my next life. Since there was nothing I could purchase to assist me in this life, I decided to put my purchasing decisions on hold. It would be better to have a clearer picture of what I needed and wanted in my next life before committing to purchases unnecessarily. Remembering where I was and why I was here, I cleared my mind and started cultivating. I had entered seclusion to break through to martial master. I had gained a lot of confidence in my rank 2 cultivation technique, so I was ready to rush it as hard as I could. I had no reservations about mental deviations. If they happened, and then I would have a good excuse to start my life anew. Last time, I spent a total of 3 months researching my cultivation technique and breaking through to Martial Master 1. This time, after those same 3 months, I left my cultivation chamber as a Martial Master 3. I wanted to go further, but I had run out of Meridian Builder pills in my storage space, and I had to keep to my deadline with May. Opening the door of my apartment, I saw her standing right outside. When she saw me, she briefly gave me a confused look, but quickly regained her composure and calmly walked inside to my cultivation chamber. She wasn't the excited girl from my last life. Working in tandem, I quickly raised her cultivation to Martial Master 1. We both knew what to do, and everything went smoothly. Unlike last time, I did not suddenly go out and buy rank 3 ingredients. Instead, I focused on making enough pills to support Suyin, May and myself for a quick rise through the Martial Master realm. Their rank 2 techniques were yellow ranked, so it was easy for me to quickly help them construct their meridians. I continued to use the peak profound technique I created in my last life, so my meridians took significantly more time. Altogether, the 3 of us reached Martial Master Peak before 2 years had passed. We hadn't allowed any time for our chi or cultivation to settle. We knew where the meridians were supposed to go and placed them accurately, regardless of the turbulence it caused. During these years, I was careful not to do anything to cause public criticism of my actions. Wu Jing gave me suggestions on what I should or shouldn't do, but frankly, I didn't put too much faith in him anymore. I followed Wu Jing's, and by extension Manager Kai's, guidance last time. While I didn't believe they meant for me to die, my death proved that their guidance was lacking. Instead, more than anyone else, I trusted May to guide me through the deep water of politics in the pavilion. I was leery of putting so much faith in a single person, especially since I wasn't even trusting May. I was trusting her blessing that didn't necessarily have my best interests in mind. However, ever since my rebirth, I had felt disconnected from this life. I was sent back to a time and place where too many things had already been decided and I only had limited options for how to proceed. It was like I was playing a video game. I made a save point, and then years later I started it up again and tried to pick up from where I left off. My mind rejected the idea of picking up from the reset point I had made. It was a failed timeline, and the only reason not to simply start fresh was to save on the cost of my temporary boosts. Because of these feelings, I put my future into the hands of May's blessing and let it decide how to handle things. In essence, this was a test to see how much it would work on my behalf. May, Suyin, and I gathered in my apartment to make a crucial decision. Suyin, I said, you need to decide what you want to do. I can't teach you herbalism, so if you want to learn you need to go to one of the sections. The verdant forests is the best option, but it will be harder. You'll need to travel outside the wastes alone, and even if I help you advance to Grandmaster, it isn't certain you'll be accepted. The verdant fields is in the wastes, and we can have a bodyguard escort you. You are guaranteed entry, but it's hard to say if you'll be promoted to the verdant forests in the future. Suyin looked at the floor, fidgeting with her hands. What do you think I should do?
I don't know.
I looked at her, but she didn't meet my eyes. Both options have potential. The main difference is that if you go to verdant fields, you shouldn't advance to Grandmaster until after you are a disciple for a time. It will be better to acclimate as a master. You are too young to be a Grandmaster there.
Suyin didn't respond.
I was putting her under pressure to decide, but I didn't care. May and I had other goals to accomplish, and we couldn't coddle her. She probably wanted to stay with us, but that couldn't happen. May, I said, looking to the other girl. May stood up and took Suyin's hand. They walked into my bedroom and talked privately for a long time before emerging. She'll go to verdant fields, said May. Decision made. We arranged travel plans and guards to safely take Suyin to the sect during the regular annual recruitment. Then, May and I prepared for our own journey. Are you sure we should leave on our own without waiting for Wu Jing's promotion?
I asked her.
Yes, she stated confidently. I passed the job of planning our route to May. I told her of my desire to reach the brilliant Sun Empire and the plan to use 8 Flower as a break-in point, but she was free to lead us elsewhere based on the guidance from her blessing. We requisitioned a carriage through the pavilion for the first leg of our journey. I wasn't sure about giving potential spies information about my travel plans, but riding in a pavilion-marked carriage had definite safety advantages. Where bandit groups might be willing to attack carriages belonging to local lords or kings, few would risk offending a sovereign-level force like the Blue Wind Pavilion. May negotiating our destination was like a strange form of dowsing. "We want to charter a carriage for tomorrow," she said to a pavilion attendant. "Okay, a carriage for tomorrow. What is your destination?" The attendant responded with a pleasant tone. "No," said May quickly, "we need the carriage in 2 days."
2 days? Asked the attendant. 3, said May. 4.
This continued until they finally settled on a date for the following week. "Okay, a carriage in 8 days," said the bewildered attendant. "Where do you want to go?" "The Rising Sun Empire," said May with confidence. "Rising Sun in 8 days?" "No," responded May instantly, "to the territory of the Flowing Mountain sect."
Flowing Mountain?
"Yes, Flowing Mountain in 8 days," May nodded. I watched as they continued this back and forth. Finally, May decided we would be traveling to Dark Earth City in the territory of the Flowing Mountain sect. It was a relatively small settlement on the eastern edge of their lands, but it still had a Blue Wind Pavilion branch location we could stop at. With travel plans in place, the next step was to prepare for our continued cultivation along the trip. We had decided not to advance to Grandmaster until after leaving, and without being a Grandmaster, I didn't want to sell any rank 3 pills. However, I still wanted to begin stockpiling them for my own use. Purchasing ingredients myself risked throwing up red flags within the various pavilion factions, so again, I had May handle these transactions. I don't know exactly how she did it, but she managed to procure enough herbs so we would have 3 pills each, and I didn't notice any overly attentive pavilion managers breathing down my neck about it. Aside from these rank 3 pills, I also concocted everything we would need for our final breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm. I also made some supplemental pills for us to use on the road. Neither of us was a fighter, so I prepared explosive pills, fasting pills, and other odds and ends that would help us out of a bad spot. I didn't want to use them, but better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. Wu Jing was surprisingly supportive of our decision to leave early. He provided me with a silver membership badge I could use to prove my position within the pavilion and assured me that he would take care of any problems that arose due to our swift departure. As he told me before, as the guarantor of my membership, he would still get credit for my actions whether he was with me or not, so splitting up didn't bother him over much. Once our preparations were finished and the day of our departure arrived, we said our final goodbyes to people in the pavilion, and May and I boarded our carriage. "May," I said once our carriage had departed, "I'm thinking we should advance to Grandmaster during this ride. It would be good if we reached it before entering the Flowing Mountains territory. What do you think?" "It would make acquiring rank 3 ingredients easier," she said with an uncertain tone. She paused for a moment, then spoke with confidence. "No, not now. We need to wait." I nodded my head in acknowledgement. While I couldn't advance, I needed to make good use of this time, so I began studying the Earth rank techniques Secretary Jiang had provided me with in my last life. They contained a variety of profound mysteries that I wouldn't be able to grasp until after I had cultivated them myself, but I was looking for ways to improve my rank 3 cultivation technique. Currently, the Grandmaster level technique I used formed 3 separate dantians. One for wood chi, one for fire chi, and one for karmic energy. This seemed unnecessarily complicated to me, and it felt like it hampered the flow of chi in my body more than helping it, but I wasn't sure how to improve the situation. I needed more inspiration from other techniques to try to find a solution. The rank 3 Earth rank cultivation technique was incomprehensible to me without a strong foundation in its preceding stages, so I started my studies from rank 1. When we arrived in Dark Earth City, I had made very little progress, but I was beginning to understand the barrier between the Profound and Earth ranks. It was clear to me that Profound rank techniques were lacking something, but I was unable to determine exactly what. "We're here," said May, breaking me from my research. I wasn't sure what she had been focused on during the weeks of our travel, but she seemed eager to spend time outside of the carriage. The Blue Wind Pavilion in Dark Earth City was only a shadow of the one in Dragon Gate. The main office of the Flowing Mountain branch was nearer to the sect's center of power, and this location was just a small-time operation. The building was not a massive pagoda. Instead, it was a simple 2-story shop that resembled others along the street. The only things that set it apart were the distinctive blue and red colorings of the pavilion and the exquisite gold ornamentations. Inside, only 2 young women were present, but since no customers were around, they were both available. "Hello," I began, but May stepped in front of me to address the attendant. "We would like to purchase a selection of rank 3 herbs," May said smoothly before pausing abruptly. "They are for our master, and we cannot keep him waiting too long." "Of course," the attendant replied. "Which do you require?" I let May handle the transaction. After it was complete, she turned away without even looking at me and walked out the door. I followed behind without speaking, giving her a position as my superior. As she walked down the street, she subtly swerved left and right as she spotted different people. This pointed her in the direction of various shops, inns and side streets where others were present. After a long meandering walk, we ended up in a modest inn where she reserved separate rooms for us. "How long are we staying here?" I asked. "You tell me," she said with a smile. "1 day?" I asked. "No." "2?" "No." "More than a week?" "Yes." After a long series of back and forths, we decided on a time of 2.5 months. "Should I advance during our wait?" I asked. "Yes," she said before confirming again. "Yes, you should." Taking her guidance as gospel, I settled in and got to work. I had not yet deciphered any new special ways to improve my rank 3 technique, so I simply followed the same path I did in my last life. I made 3 beach ball-shaped dantians and connected them together. After following May out of the wastes, my feelings of detachment from this life had grown into a sense of transience. In this life, I was only a passerby. Because of this feeling, I had a hard time concentrating when forming my dantians. The mental effects of my cultivation technique kept me focused enough on advancing, but advancing from master to grandmaster was a process that required countless hours of meticulous work, and I didn't have the drive necessary. Since I lacked the necessary focus on concentration, several small errors crept into my dantians. This wouldn't be enough to stop me from advancing, and most cultivators had worse dantians, so I decided to leave them be and use them to learn what effect they would have. After my successful advancement, I began helping May. Her dantian was simple, and the quality she ended up with was far superior to what I had made for myself. Last life, I had been careful about not helping her too much and having her do most of the work. This was to prepare for helping Suine. However, this time I had no such concerns. We both concentrated and did our utmost to provide her with the highest quality dantian we could create. Looking at the flow of chi within May, it made me feel that the multiple dantian setup I was trying to work with was going in the wrong direction. One mass containing all the energy of the body, that was what a dantian was supposed to be. How would that be possible when cultivating with 2 distinct elements, though? They would interact and cause countless problems. "We are leaving tomorrow," said May, breaking me out of my thoughts. "I've arranged everything. We'll leave flowing mountain territory through the southwest, heading into the Plum Blossom Kingdom, but we'll just cut through it before heading southeast into the Empire of Tranquil Springs. The total trip should be about 2 weeks. Our next stop will be the capital of Spring." "All right, sounds good to me," I said, not caring about the details. As it turned out, I maybe should have asked for a few more details about how we would be traveling. This 2-week trip was not done in a fancy, well-maintained carriage from the Blue Wind Pavilion. Instead, May seemed to have gone with the lowest bidder approach. The wheels and axles of the carriage she requisitioned were in good repair, so I didn't think we would need to worry about them breaking on our journey, but that was about the only good thing I could say about the pile of sticks she led me to. The carriage had been painted at one time, but only the gods would know when that was. Only flecks of green and black dotted the bare wood, giving it a rotting appearance. Holes had been punched through several boards, and while some had been replaced, the majority hadn't. Worse, the seats inside were made from moth-ridden cloth and provided no cushioning. I gave May a look of mixed confusion, disgust and worry, but she just smiled at me. "Our carriage awaits," she said in a chipper tone. Without waiting for a response, she jumped on board. When she did, the floorboards creaked ominously. Shaking my head, I could only follow after. We traveled this way for over 3 years, never staying in any place for more than a few months. Sometimes, we would enter a Blue Wind Pavilion branch and I would offer my services as an itinerant alchemist member, but other times we would stay in rundown, out-of-the-way places. We didn't know where we would be heading next, and neither of us knew what our final destination would be, but we continued heading in a roughly southeasterly direction, toward the brilliant Sun Empire. The long journey gave us both significant time for cultivation. Overall, the chi in the outside world was far denser and more abundant than it had been in the wastes, but it fluctuated up and down as we journeyed. This didn't affect either of us much, though, since we both relied entirely on chi gathering pills for our advancements. After each advancement, we only waited until the moment our newly condensed chi had thoroughly flushed out our meridians before advancing again. At the end of our long journey, we had both reached Martial Grandmaster Peak. I considered attempting an advancement to False Lord to lock in my credits and learn more about that stage, but I listened to May and desisted. The end of our journey was the capital of the 8-flower kingdom, 100-flower city. The city we had been planning to travel to in only 2 months in my last life had taken us years to reach this time. Are you sure this is the place? I asked May. Yes. Her face showed a determined look. There is something here that will help us advance. I can feel it. 100-flower city, capital of 8-flower kingdom, was one of the most meticulous and purpose-built cities I had ever visited. The center of the city was a lone mountain that towered above the surrounding countryside. An octagonal inner wall encircled the mountain, protecting and separating the monarchs and their direct subordinates. The palace complex was built on the peak of the mountain, and various administrative, military, and residential areas covered the slopes. Outside the inner wall, the city was separated into 8 districts, each with distinct roles and responsibilities. All manual labor was to be conducted in the Northern Water District, including smithing, alchemy, tailoring, or any other trade of cultivators or mortals. The Western Marsh District was where any creative endeavors, such as painting or poetry, were to occur. The residential areas were in the Eastern Thunder District, except for newlywed housing which was in the Southwest Earth District. An octagonal outer wall surrounded the city, and dividing walls stretched from the vertices of the inner wall to their matching vertex on the outer wall, separating the districts. A wide river entered the city from the north, passed through the northern district, wrapped around the mountain, and flowed out through an opening in the western wall. For any normal mortal city, the layout of 100-flower city would have been atrocious. For most people, traveling from where they lived to where they worked involved an hours-long trip around a mountain. 100-flower city was not a normal city though. It was designed for cultivators, by cultivators, and its design reflected the needs and abilities of its inhabitants. Our carriage entered the city through the northwestern gate. Inside, the city was a mix of modern and traditional architecture. Some buildings were of the large traditional courtyard style with colonnades and peaked roofs, while others were high-rises with glass curtain walls. Our carriage took us to one of the larger courtyard-style buildings. It maintained some of the colorations of a blue wind pavilion location, having the standard blue roof tiles and red walls, but it also had the silver and gray ornamentations that decorated every other building in the district. The city looked well-designed, and the eclectic mix of styles blended together to create an attractive cityscape, but streamers of black and dark blue hung from every building and black fabric had been draped between light posts. It gave me the impression that the city was in the middle of a wake after someone's death, though local traditions would have called for white decorations in such an instance. Instead of the somber impression the decorations gave me, the people on the street were happy and excited. People were bustling everywhere, and small carts had been set up to sell snacks and souvenirs. I turned to May. What's going on? I don't know, she said, looking just as confused as I was. We weren't familiar with the city, so she approached our driver. Is this the pavilion? May asked. Isn't it a bit small? The driver laughed. This is the Blue Wind Travel Bureau. If you want the Blue Wind Merchant Exchange, you'll have to go to the Wind District. How do we get there? You can walk, he said, pointing to a path. That will take you round the city, but we're in the Heaven District. Wind is in the southeast, so you're going to have to go halfway round the city to get there. It's fine if you don't mind walking, but you might want to grab a chariot. I noticed several small chariots pulled by wind horses making their way around the streets. The chariots were only large enough for 3 people, and it was standing room only, but they had an umbrella overhead to block out the sun. Following the driver's advice, we signaled a free charioteer and climbed aboard his wagon. He took us east, circling around the city clockwise. Once we crossed into the northern district, the style of buildings changed. Gone were most of the tall multi-storied structures. Instead, they were replaced with smithies and workshops. Instead of the silver and gray ornamentations, this district was decorated in black. Where small black streamers and bands of dark cloth adorned buildings in the Heaven District, giving me a mournful feeling, buntings of rich blues and blacks of various subtle hues made this district feel like it was in the throes of a vibrant celebration. What's going on here? I asked the driver. He smiled and gave a broad wave with his right hand. The water flower had bloomed. These celebrations will last another couple weeks before a new flower will blossom. I looked to May to see if she understood what that meant, but she shook her head. The driver took us through the Mountain District, decorated in light blue, the Thunder District, decorated in shades of green, and finally to the Wind District, where buildings were adorned in purple. Each of these districts had the same sad, black decorations the Heaven District had. Only the Water District stood out as a place of true celebration. Blue Wind Merchant Exchange, said the driver, pulling up to an exact replica of the building from Dragon Gate City. We paid the driver, and he waved us away. Good luck to you. May nodded at me, so I took the lead. Inside, this pavilion was far busier than any I had seen before. Countless customers were being guided around by dozens of beautiful young women in the blue and silver qipao of the Blue Wind Pavilion. One thing that stood out, though, was that the pavilion had also been decorated in the more festive blues and blacks of the water district. Even though it was busy, as soon as we entered, an attendant immediately approached us. "How may I help you today, sir?" I held up the silver badge Wu Jing had given me and showed it to her. "Alchemist member Su Fang and personal disciple Pei Li Mei. We want to register for a long-term stay." The girl's eyes widened, and she gave a deep bow. "Of course, sir, this way please." She brought us to the 8th floor where a small team of secretaries was busy with bookkeeping. "Secretary Fei, a member wishes to register."
Fei looked at us.
His brow furrowed upon seeing our youth, but he didn't comment on it. I handed him my badge and explained. "Secretary Fei, my name is Su Fang. I am a martial grandmaster and a rank 3 alchemist. I plan to reside in the city for some time, so I need accommodations and to be registered to receive any special orders." Fei rubbed my badge a bit to make sure it was authentic. "This badge is for a rank 2 alchemist," he said simply.
"Yes, sir."
"I advanced my alchemy during my travels and have not had a chance to update the information. We'll need to verify your skills before you can be assigned any special orders, but I'll go ahead and begin the registration process for you. I'll send the information to the workshops today, and you should have access by tomorrow. You'll be assigned a silver-level residence for now. Once your claim of Grandmaster Alchemy has been verified, we can move you into a gold level 1. He began writing on several different pieces of paper one after another. When he was done, he handed me a sheet he had just completed. "Take this to the residence hall," he said. "They'll arrange for your placement. Good day." After speaking, Secretary Fei didn't look back up and restarted the work we had interrupted. The attendant who brought us up began guiding us back down to the ground level. "Is that it?" I asked. "Why are you leading us out?" She gave me a confused look. "Aren't you going to your residence?" "Yes, but shouldn't that be on the 3rd or 4th floor?"
She shook her head. "No.
The city is very strict about who can have an apartment in the Wind District. Only top-level managers who need to be on site at all times are allowed to stay here. Everyone else needs to live in the Thunder District."
I just blinked at her.
She led us out of the pavilion and pointed down a road. "Just follow that road north and you'll enter the Thunder District. The Blue Wind residence is unmistakable. It's the only building with blue roof tiles." "Thank you," I said, giving her a short bow. It was my pleasure to help Grandmaster Alchemist. Every building in the Thunder District was a multi-story, high-density high-rise. This district had to house the entire city, and space was limited, so basic engineering principles were combined with the power of cultivators to create an impressive skyline of elegant and unique buildings. The Blue Wind residence retained some of the artistic flourishes that were standard for the pavilion, but combined them with more modern-looking accents like glass walls. Using the documents provided by Secretary Fei, we were able to quickly register for an apartment, but Mei was too antsy to go upstairs and view it immediately. She wanted to get out on the streets. We took our time walking the streets of Hundred Flower City, but Mei's path took us ever farther north. She didn't settle down until we reached the water district and she saw a young woman dressed in black robes. "Excuse me," Mei said politely to the woman, "we're new here. Can you tell us about the celebration that's going on?" The young woman's face beamed with an excited smile.
"Of course.
The water flower has bloomed." The joy in her voice was evident for all to hear.
"In 2 weeks, the new flower will blossom."
"I know I don't have a chance, but I dream of becoming one of her seeds." "What is the water flower?" asked Mei, trying to calm the girl down.
"You don't know?"
"The water flower is the Lord of the North. She guides the people of the kingdom to have safe and fulfilling careers, supporting those who wish to become skilled in any profession they choose." I gave Mei a look and then approached the girl. "Sorry, but we're new to the city. Could we buy you a meal? It would be nice if someone could sit down and explain things to us." The girl seemed a little afraid of my offer, but Mei soothed her. "We just want to learn about the water flower. Please, we would be grateful for anything you can share." All right, I can do that," she said, mustering her courage. "Let me take you to a place." She took us to a large, open restaurant near the center of the district. The prices here were likely much higher than in other places, but it was no doubt the safest place for a lone girl to have a conversation with 2 strangers. The 8-Flower Kingdom is protected by the Bagua Formation. The formation is empowered by the kingdom's rulers. The king in the center and the lords on the borders, the girl explained when we were seated in a semi-private room. Each year, one of the rulers steps down and a new one takes their place. My gaze instantly darted to Mei when I heard this. Mei said she was confident she could ascend to the Lord Realm here. This had to be the opportunity she was looking for. A new flower is chosen each year, so she will be city lord for 8 or 9 years?
I asked. No, the girl corrected.
A flower blossoming, when a new flower is chosen, is only held on years of yin energy. This year, a new water flower will blossom, and she will take charge of North Lake City. On odd-numbered years, years of yang energy, a groom selection takes place, and a flower becomes the consort of the new lord. Last year was the groom selection for the swamp flower. As flower groom, he took over her duties as city lord of West Marsh City. A flower reigns for 11 years and then serves as consort to her groom for 9. After this blossoming, it'll be 20 years until a new water flower is chosen. I looked at May and saw a gleam in her eye. She wanted to become the new water flower. How? Asked May. How do you get chosen to be the new flower?
It's difficult, the girl demurred.
The requirements are very strict. You must be 25, 37, or 49, otherwise, your zodiac won't be a proper match. Also, you must be a peak grandmaster and cultivate water chi. May smiled at those requirements. They, of course, fit her perfectly.
Anything else?
During the blossoming, any woman who meets the requirements can compete for the position, and they are judged on several different factors. I'm new to the city. Would I still be allowed to compete? Yes, the girl looked down with a sad face, but the current water flower has several seeds. These are young women she raised as her successors, and they will also be competing for the position of flower. Outsiders are encouraged to join, the kingdom welcomes anyone willing to give the oath, and strong outside cultivators are considered valuable additions to the city, but it is nearly impossible to surpass the seeds. We talked a little more, getting a few details about the selection process, and then said our goodbyes. You want to be the water flower? I asked May. Yes, she said with determination. Don't worry though. You should get your chance to become a lord in 11 years. May left on her own to begin preparing for the flower blossoming, so I decided to spend the time familiarizing myself with the local alchemy workshop since I was already in the water district. The Blue Wind workshops looked almost identical to a standard Blue Wind pavilion location. It was an 8-storied pagoda with blue roofs and red walls, in keeping with the brand's theme. The only difference was that due to its place in the city, the eaves had been painted a dark black instead of their usual blue. The first floor of the building was not what I expected of a workshop building. It resembled a standard shop floor with counters filled with various merchandise on display. As soon as I entered, an attendant approached me. How may I help you today, sir? I held up my silver pavilion badge.
I'm here to register. Of course, sir.
This way, please. She began leading me to the right, around the edge of the shop floor. What are you registering as? She asked. Grandmaster Alchemist. With a silver badge? So, you want to register an improvement as well? She asked in a quieter voice.
Yes, I nodded.
She remained quiet until we approached a corner away from other visitors. Do you only want to register your credentials, or would you like to purchase our promotional package? Promotional package? She smiled as she explained. As you are new to the city, and a new Grandmaster Alchemist, we are willing to help promote your skills to encourage more people to seek your services. As you know, special orders are far more profitable and are vital for earning high levels of contribution within the pavilion. We wish to assist our members in being selected for such tasks as much as possible. I thought about it as we continued walking around the edge of the store. What does this involve? It is better if you don't know for now, as it will improve the effectiveness of our promotion. I must warn you that this may put you at odds with a few locals of limited power and ability, but I can assure you that this is all to improve our results and give you a satisfactory experience. I didn't like the idea of offending anyone in an unfamiliar location, and this sounded like this was guaranteed to do just that, but if it was a standard service of the pavilion, I might as well give it a try. This was a good life for trying such things.
All right, I said.
I'll take the promotional package.
Excellent.
This way, sir. She led me to a counter in the middle of the floor that was visible from nearly everywhere in the pavilion. A new master alchemist wishes to register, my guide said to the woman at the counter. Name? Asked the attendant at the desk with a brusque demeanor. Su Fang, but I am here to register as a Grandmaster Alchemist, I corrected. The attendant's eyes narrowed.
Badge, she commanded.
I showed her my silver pavilion badge, and she snorted. She tore the badge from my hand and gave it a close inspection to check if it was real.
Fine.
I will register you as a Master Alchemist. I glanced at the attendant who had been guiding me.
She looked scared.
I am here to both register for work in the city and have my qualifications upgraded to Grandmaster, I said to the woman at the counter. A yellow-haired brat who doesn't know how high the sky is, she spat. The commotion caused by the attendant drew the attention of many customers. Several well-dressed older men walked over when they witnessed the scene. Sister Rue, what's got you so upset today? Asked one of the men. Aya, This brat is a frog in a well from some backwater that isn't even authorized to rate master alchemists. Look, he's only got a silver badge with no stars. He's trying to claim he's a grandmaster alchemist when I can still smell his mother's milk on him. Sister Rue, no need to get so worked up over a brat. Just send him away, said one of the other men before turning toward the entrance.
Guards. Come, take this trash away.
When did the pavilion allow such filth inside? I again looked at the attendant who had guided me here, but she maintained a nervous posture. I sighed heavily and turned to the counter. Sister Rue, I am... How dare you say her name? Shouted a man who hadn't spoken yet. You're courting death. I glanced at him and then back to Rue.
Mississippi.
I am a member of the pavilion and wish to register as a grandmaster alchemist. Please handle the procedures. Boy, shouted one of the men, you're no grandmaster. I bet you're not even an alchemist. If you're an alchemist, I'll run 10 laps around the pavilion naked, added another. Miss, I said to Sister Rue, please go ahead and register me. You will need to be tested, she sneered. She took out several ingredients from behind the desk and threw them at me. Make 2 pills with those and you will be registered grandmaster. I looked at my guide. Where are the workshops? This way, sir. As we walked away, I heard one of the men laughing. A whelp who won't cry until he's seen the coffin. I can't wait to see what excuse he comes up with for destroying those herbs. After we disappeared into the stairwell, my guide turned to me. Great job. You were excellent out there. Is this really a good idea? I asked, shaking my head.
Don't worry about it.
Those guys are just creeps who hang around bothering us. They're sent here by their clans to scout for new talents in the city. If you slap their faces, they'll lean on their connections to try to send someone after you, but that's what we want. Once their connections hear you're a grandmaster alchemist, they won't bother you over that lot out there. Instead, they will be looking for you for pills. Is it so easy to manipulate them? I asked, concerned. It works great, but we can only do it about once a year or people won't fall for it, the girl explained. A lot of those guys have already left to gather a crowd to watch your inevitable failure, so you should have a good audience when you hand in the pills. Now, it's just on you. How good of an idea this is all depends on how good of an alchemist you are. I looked at the ingredients Rue had thrown at me. I didn't recognize most of them, which was a surprise. What pills am I supposed to make? That's on you to figure out. This is the standard test for a gold badge. We give you 2 sets of herbs mixed together, and you have to know or figure out what they make. She paused for a second before continuing. I'm not sure about those herbs myself, though. They were chosen by a senior alchemist who showed up last week, so your test might be more difficult than usual. I was given a workshop on the 4th floor which was reserved for grandmasters. Once inside, I began examining the herbs. I didn't know any pill recipes that called for any combination of them, so I would have to develop 2 new pills from scratch. The only saving grace was that I knew they could be divided into exactly 2 sets of ingredients. I only recognized 3 of the herbs. While I didn't know a recipe that combined them, I did know they were water, wood, and earth herbs with healing properties. Examining the rest, I found fire and metal herbs that also had medicinal energy that seemed to have healing properties, so I grouped these 5 and set them to the side. The medicinal energy in the remaining herbs was completely new to me, but there were 4 of one type and 3 of the other, so I separated them into 2 more piles. In the end, I was left with a single stalk of what looked to be nothing more than a large green onion. Its medicinal energy was strange, and it didn't seem to fit with any of the existing 3 piles, so I placed it off to the side. With no better plan in mind, I began making a pill using the herbs in the healing pile. There were 5 herbs, forming a cycle of the 5 basic elements. I wasn't sure what kind of pill I was making, so I wasn't completely confident about where to start. However, since it was a healing pill, wood was likely supposed to be the final element, so I started with the fire herb. I used a standard enhancement technique to improve its quality with my wood chi, then slowly combined each herb in sequence. I decided not to push these pills to perfect quality, but other than that, I made the highest quality I was capable of. There were no surprises in the concoction process, and a small pill dropped to the bottom of my cauldron when everything was complete. I had no idea what I had made, so I couldn't judge its efficacy, but it was a high-purity pill, whatever it was, so I put it in a jade bottle and began work on the other set of ingredients. These were strange. I had never seen the type of medicinal energy in them before, but I had seen chi that was similar. The illusionist at the Dragon Gate Festival used 2 types of chi which I had learned were dark and light chi. The energy in these herbs was similar enough that I had to assume they contained dark and light medicinal energy. In my travels with May, I had learned a little more about working with the secondary elements.
They didn't form a chain.
Instead, there were 2 pairs, dark with light and wind with lightning. Dark qi could either negate or bolster light qi based on how it was used. I needed to combine these ingredients in such a way as to bolster the energy instead of negating it. Where to start though? There was one extra dark herb, which seemed to be a clue. There was likely an optimal sequence, but I didn't know how to determine such a thing, so I chose what looked like the best place to start and began concocting. I cleaned the medicinal energy for one dark and one light herb and began looking at how to mix them. I didn't have appropriate affinities, which complicated matters further, but even if I did, I wasn't sure how to mix them in a constructive way instead of a destructive way. The first pill had a basic 5-element sequence. I didn't know the pill, but I knew the sequence and the goal. The ingredients provided me with clues for how to work with them. For the second pill, the number of ingredients told me I needed to end with a dark-based pill. Did the ingredients also tell me how to mix them? I looked at the strange green onion and had an idea. I cleansed its energy and siphoned a small portion away, injecting it into the dark medicinal energy. When I did, the dark energy seemed compelled to mix with the light energy. I then prepared a new dark herb, injected a portion of the onion's energy into the previously mixed set, and pushed it to mix with the new dark energy. I continued this process, injecting onion power into the mixed energy and switching between light and dark herbs until I ran out of ingredients. At that moment, I pushed with my willpower and compressed the energies. A pill formed and dropped to the bottom of the cauldron. I didn't know what I made, or if it was even a proper pill, but I made something at least. With 2 pills in hand, I walked out of the workshop where my guide was waiting for me.
How did you do? She asked. I have no idea.
If you don't know it's bad, then it should be pretty good, said the girl. By the way, when we get down there, make sure to demand a formal appraisal by a certified alchemist. The shop floor was packed when I walked out of the stairwell.
That's him, someone shouted.
That's the fool who doesn't know the difference between heaven and earth. The people at the center of the gathering laughed at this remark, but I noticed that very few found it funny. Instead, most of the people here were giving me an appraising look. They knew what was going on, I realized, and they were here to see the quality of the pavilion's new alchemist. This suddenly made me wonder. If the pavilion only put on this kind of show once a year, why did this guide offer it to me? Was it that so few people would be willing to go through this? That didn't seem right. I looked at my charming young guide out of the corner of my eye. At that moment, she seemed all too similar to May. Open up, shouted a man in the center, let the fool through. I want to hear his excuses. People in the crowd instantly made way for me. This pleased the man who had shouted immensely, but looking at those who moved, I couldn't help but feel the quick movement was in deference to me, not the shouter. All right, hand it over, mocked Rue from behind her counter. Or what, were you not even able to make a single pill? I want a formal appraisal from a qualified alchemist, I said with dignity. She sneered at me. Oh, think you can sneak out of here before we can check your results? No such luck. Alchemistly, she said, turning to the side and giving a deep bow of respect. Would you please assist us in our appraisal? When she spoke these words, the facade of mockery vanished as if it never existed. The pompous young men around me didn't seem to notice, but I saw a look of fear and agitation flash across her face. She was playing her part in the bit, but this alchemist wasn't someone she wanted to offend by doing so. An ancient man with gray hair and a long beard dressed in simple light blue robes stepped out of the crowd. Young man, please allow me to examine your pills. Alchemist Lee was impeccably polite without the slightest hint of mockery in his tone. He understood the situation and was willing to let it play out, but he was not willing to take part in it. This didn't make any difference for the marks in the crowd. They acted as if Lee had been mocking me all the same. Alchemist Lee, I said with a deep bow before handing him my pills, please offer me your guidance. He opened the first bottle and examined it carefully with a slight frown. I heard a snort of amusement from him when he placed it back in the bottle. A wood-aligned high-purity Phoenix restoration pill. A rare sight. The ability to create such a thing shows your skills are promising, but your lack of knowledge hurt you. The pill technically has 117% efficacy, which is quite amazing, but being wood-aligned, it will still be far less effective than a normal Phoenix restoration pill. You should have made it fire-aligned. I nodded at his judgment. I didn't know if the Twin Mountains sect had intentionally limited my exposure to rank 3 herbs, but since I also hadn't seen these while working under the pavilion, my lack of knowledge was likely simply due to the poverty of the wastes. Alchemist Lee proceeded to open the second bottle. He took a long time examining it. His face was a mixture of shock and bafflement. This only made the nearby observers burst into laughter. You have no idea what this is, do you? He asked me. No, sir. I have never seen these herbs before and was unsure how to use them. This is a shadowed soul pill. It makes one completely undetectable for up to an hour, based on its efficacy. This pill, I'm sorry to say, is wrong. It is indeed a high-purity shadowed soul pill, but the ingredients were combined in the wrong order, so I can only rate it at 57% efficacy, but the mere fact you were still able to create it without knowing the recipe and not following the proper sequence is worthy of praise. The onlookers were confused about his comments. Did I succeed or fail? They weren't sure. They wanted to mock me, but they had no idea if it was appropriate. Li stroked his long beard for several moments in thought. Rui Junping, he said, turning to the girl at the counter. Register him as a 3-star gold member. Rui's eyes widened in true shock that went beyond the act she had been performing.
Yes, sir.
Right away. Li looked at me with a grandfatherly smile.
You need to study more.
You have great potential, but you need a firmer foundation to stand upon. A 3-star gold badge is the highest honor we bestow on Grandmaster alchemists, and it should open many doors for you to experience the richness of the Grandmaster level before you are ready to advance further. I gave Alchemist Li a deep bow. Thank you, Elder, for your advice. I will do my best to follow it. I didn't pay any more attention to the rubes surrounding me. They had done their part to stir up publicity, and I wouldn't hold anything they said against them. What do I do now? I asked Rui.
Grandmaster, sir, she stammered.
The 3-star rating seemed to truly shock her. I will register you immediately and a new badge will be provided. When you are ready, please visit the alchemy office and provide them with samples of your work. They will contact you with any special requests we receive. Thank you, I said politely. I turned away and walked out of the pavilion, ready to meet back up with May. I expected someone to try and stop me for a private conversation, but everyone darted out of my path. The next day, I met May for a private lunch to discuss her plans to become the waterflower. It's more difficult than I thought, she said, looking concerned. There are 5 stages in the selection process. First, they will check that I am astrologically suitable for the position, which I can't change, so it shouldn't be a problem. Then, they will check my cultivation base and personal charm, but I don't expect any problems with these, she winked. What's the problem then? The last 2 factors are my professional skills and my ability to nurture talents. Most water cultivators will have learned some level of beast taming, but I don't know anything about that. I thought about it, tapping the table. Are they looking for something that's specific? Just be honest with them. Being a beast tamer might be great, but how will that help your city? Your experience is as a pavilion attendant, managing and helping others. Just try to leverage that. It's not great, she said, biting her lip. It might be the best I can do, but it will hurt my chances. I didn't necessarily agree, but she could be right about how the judges would view it. Worse is that I have no idea how to nurture talents. What could I possibly do to help train beast tamers or formation masters? I cocked my head to the side in thought. How do others learn this kind of thing? The seeds learn from their flower, explained May, but everyone else has to study. There are schools in the mountain district that are set up to teach aspiring flowers everything they need to know, but it takes too long. I have less than 2 weeks until the selection.
That isn't enough time.
Others have been studying for years. When she finished speaking, my eyes widened in shock and certain thoughts I had about the exaggerated length of time it took us to reach the city clicked into place. We could have been here in only a few months, but it took us years. Why? Had such a long trip truly been necessary to avoid dangers, or were we just procrastinating? I gave May a brief look of disgust and my lip began to curl in a snarl. I immediately understood what was happening. I could accept that it wasn't May's choice, that she didn't personally orchestrate this, but her blessing was pushing my limits. I need to go, I said abruptly. We'll talk later. I didn't look at her again as I stood and left the restaurant. May didn't have enough time to learn. She only had 2 weeks. Why? Why did she only have 2 weeks? Why didn't she begin studying for this test earlier? System, how many credits do I have and how much would it cost to grant May enough knowledge about nurturing professional talents for her to pass the flower selection? You have 1,025,806 credits. Sufficient knowledge will cost 24,806 credits. My anger flared. May's blessing was ordering me to buy her knowledge about how to nurture talents. It had encouraged her to prepare exactly the right amount to match the number of credits I had available. The only thing that kept my anger in check was that the situation was too blatant.
It wasn't a hidden plot. It was an open demand.
Did I want to follow its orders? Instinctively, my answer was a hard no. I didn't like having my strings pulled by her blessing, but more than that, it didn't match my plans. There was no reason to jump to lock in my affinities now when they couldn't be upgraded until my next life, but I would need to use my discount before I could buy any knowledge for May. I tried to calm down and think through the situation logically. Why would May's blessing ever think that pushing me like this was a good idea? May's blessing only cared about helping her. It didn't want to help me. It would only help me in so far as helping me helped May. My working assumption was that it kept my interests in mind since I was in a uniquely powerful position to help May, but I had to be careful not to become complacent. This kind of demand. If I refused it, it would drive a wedge between us. I would become even more reticent to trust her. I couldn't see how this would benefit May. If I accepted and things turned sour, that would be even worse. It would prove I couldn't trust her blessing at all. Again, I couldn't see the benefit to May here. The answer seemed to be that her blessing was telling me that it was important for me to spend my credits now instead of holding off. It thought it would benefit me the most to buy something right now, and if I did, it might prove pivotal for my success in this life. Could her blessing even make such complex calculations? Was there such an all-powerful puppeteer controlling her through her blessing? I didn't know. Instead of thinking about questions I couldn't answer, I focused on the one I needed to answer. Was I willing to take a leap of faith here? I sighed with resignation. What would it hurt? Even if I died immediately after this purchase, I would still gain enough credits from my death to smoothly reach this point again. I could take the risk and see where it would take me. So, what did I want to buy? With my discount, I effectively had 2 million credits to play with. If my train of logic was correct, May's blessing was signaling that there was something important I needed to buy, and I should already have enough information to determine what that was. Purchasing permanent affinities was completely out. There was no way that would provide any significant benefit in this life. Purchasing temporary affinities was possible, though. Jumping up to temporary 5-star fire affinity, maybe? Also, I had just met with a skilled alchemist who showed me many places where I lacked knowledge. Was that a clue? System: how much to raise my fire affinity to temporary low 5-star? Temporary low, 5-star fire affinity. Cost 11.5 million credits. That couldn't be it then. I could raise it to peak 6-star, but that didn't feel like enough of a game changer to warrant this situation. I could buy knowledge, but buying knowledge directly was always exorbitantly priced. Buying even a modicum of Lord-level alchemy knowledge would break the bank with very little to show for it. My only idea was to enhance my comprehensions. I wasn't sure how great of an effect the previous boosts had on me, but after paying 20k on cultivation comprehension, I made huge leaps forward in my low-level cultivation techniques. This had to be the play, but how to divide up my credits? I considered one possibility. System: how much to raise my fire affinity to temporary peak 6-star? Temporary peak, 6-star fire affinity. Cost 1.5 million credits. Discount applied. Discounted cost 750,000 credits. System: I want to raise my fire affinity to temporary peak 6-star and increase my alchemy comprehension with 500,000 credits. Temporary peak, 6-star fire affinity. Cost 1.5 million credits. Discount applied. Discounted cost 750,000 credits. Increased alchemy comprehension. Cost 500,000 credits. Discount applied. Discounted cost 250,000 credits. No, I want those to be a single purchase. There was no response. Okay. How much to raise my alchemy comprehension with 1 million credits and increase the speed of my soul growth with 1 million credits? Increased alchemy comprehension. Cost 1 million. Stop. How much to raise my alchemy and cultivation comprehension by 1 million credits each? Increased alchemy and cultivation comprehension. Cost 2 million. Stop. So, the discount on the next purchase had strict limitations. Should I spend all 2 million on alchemy comprehension? It seemed wasteful. Dividing the credits into 4 areas might allow for synergies far more effective than focusing solely on one area. What did I need? Alchemy and cultivation seemed obvious. Herbalism wasn't working out for me without teachers and a large place to grow plants, and even if that were available here, I still didn't see many ways to immediately benefit from it, so I set it aside for the time being. I had wanted to begin understanding the basics of formations, and I might have an opportunity here. The entire kingdom was built around a complex formation, so there had to be powerful formation specialists in the area. I didn't have Earth Chi, which was supposedly required to be a formation specialist, but I had come to learn that Fire Chi wasn't strictly required if one were a skilled enough alchemist, so the same might be true about formations. I considered May's situation and the requirements she needed to meet to become a flower. She needed to learn to manage talents. If I were to become a true city lord, that would be an invaluable skill for me as well. Improving the prosperity of one city was essential for swift cultivation as a lord. If I could only be a city lord for 9 years, I would need to make significant contributions to my city to reach peak lord in that time frame, so I needed to know how to nurture talented people. Even without being a lord, such a skill could see immense returns on investment by sending out disciples like Su Yin to gather new knowledge for me. System, I want to spend 500,000 credits boosting my comprehension in each of the following areas: alchemy, cultivation, formations, and nurturing talents. Increased alchemy, cultivation, formations, and nurturing comprehension. Cost 2 million credits.
Discount applied.
Discounted cost 1 million credits. I still wasn't sure if it was the best option, but I would roll the dice.
Purchase. Purchase confirmed.
25,806 credits remaining. Mentally, I set aside the money needed for May's knowledge and thought. I still had 1,000 credits left. What, oh sagacious blessing of May, was I supposed to spend them on? I realized there was one huge possibility, but there was no way it would only cost 1,000 credits. System, how much to make it so that May's blessing doesn't work on me? Removing host as a valid target of May's blessing. The cost of this is not possible to calculate. External assistance provided. Recalibrating. Calculating. The cost is 900 credits. Note, this change will only remove host as a valid direct target of May's blessing. Her blessing will still consider host's reactions when determining her best course of action when dealing with others. Note, a change has been made to make this effect permanent.
There it was.
I was absolutely certain that the external assistance was provided by her God's be damned blessing. It was willingly ceasing its actions regarding me. If it could do this, May's blessing had me constantly re-evaluating its power. Her blessing had to be nearly as powerful as my own, possibly more. Either extremely strong blessings were more common than I had believed, or we had been intentionally placed next to each other. I wasn't sure which was more likely, but my gut said it was the latter.
Did I want to buy it?
I didn't feel coerced here. It felt more like her blessing was simply giving me the option. Buying it would allow me to know that her reactions were her own when we were alone. They still might not be genuine, everyone wore masks, but they would at least be hers, not her blessings. Even if that made her more likely to betray me since her blessing would have less control over her, I would still prefer that situation over the current one. The risk was that it would give me a false sense of security. Sure, the blessing wouldn't guide her when we were alone in a private dining room, but the moment a waiter walked in she would get exactly the information she needed to manipulate me. Was this even a choice I should make? It was her blessing. I wanted to do this as a defensive measure, but it would still be altering a friend's blessing without her consent. Her blessing was leaving me with 100 extra credits. I already knew what those 100 credits were for. Once again, May and I sat across from each other in a private dining room.
She was cool and composed.
She showed no signs of being nervous about the flower blossoming or the conversation we were about to have.
At that moment, I felt pity for her.
Her world was able to be shaken, and the rock that steadied her would disappear. May, I began with a delicate tone. I want to discuss something with you, but it might be difficult. I want to do something that will have a significant impact on you, but it will only be temporary. I want your consent first, though.
May smiled and nodded. Of course, Fang.
Her voice was steady and confident. Not telling her what I intended was a questionable decision on my part, but I felt it was the right one to make if I wanted our conversation as real as possible. System, I subvocalized, I want to make it so that I'm not a valid target of May's blessing for the duration of this conversation. External assistance provided. Cost 100 credits.
Purchase confirmed.
25,706 credits remaining. May's eyes instantly shot open in panic.
What did you do? She yelled.
She jumped up and her chair crashed to the floor. She backed away from the table, putting as much distance between us as possible. The screaming and loud noises alerted the waitress who was standing outside. She threw open the door of the room in alarm. When May looked at the woman who just entered, she visibly calmed down. The panic was still there, but a soothing influence was pushing down on her. "Miss, what's wrong?" asked the waitress.
"Nothing."
"Nothing. Sorry for worrying you." "I apologize," May stammered.
"Miss?"
"It's all right," said May, regaining her composure. "Everything is fine." The waitress had a worried look on her face, but she slowly exited and closed the door of the room. After she left, May looked back at me, and the panic came back in full force, but she didn't yell out. I sat there calmly, allowing her as much time as she needed to adjust. "What did you do?" she said in a pleading tone. "It's only for this conversation. Your blessing will give you no information about how to respond to me."
"How?"
"It's something my blessing can do. I haven't been able to use it before, but there was a change.
The details aren't important. But don't worry.
Right now, it will only last for this one conversation." May was still breathing heavily, but her panic was slowly starting to ebb. "What do you mean by right now?" "That's what I wanted to discuss with you."
I looked her in the eyes.
"I can make this change permanent. Your blessing will still work normally with everyone else, but it won't work on me ever again. This is your blessing, though. I don't want to choose for you. I want you to decide. Her breathing started to speed up again, and her hands began to shake. She had been living under the constant pressure of her blessing for years, and she had forgotten how to live without it. I need to think, she stammered. Tomorrow, can I tell you tomorrow? I shook my head sadly. I'm sorry. I don't trust your blessing. When you leave this room, you will be back under its guidance. I want to hear what you think, not what it tells you to think. Why? She asked shakily. I breathed out. My blessing is far more powerful than I've told anyone. I can disable your blessing, so. Anyway, I can't share the details, I'm sorry. It's too dangerous for both you and me. In my situation, I can't trust your blessing, and if you're always under its guidance around me, that might cause problems. I don't know if this is a real solution, but it was what was provided, so I want to give you the choice. May collapsed to the floor with her head hanging down. I didn't push her to make a decision. We had as much time as we needed. Tears began falling down her cheeks. Do it, she finally said. If it's the only way, maybe it's for the best. She looked up at me and her face was a mask of grim resolve. Just do it. She looked heartbroken at my admission that I had never truly trusted her. I felt a pang of sorrow when I saw this, but it also firmed my resolve. I didn't want to hurt her, but at the same time, knowing these emotions were genuine allowed me to drop the stone I had been holding in my heart. System, I said aloud while looking at May, permanently remove me as a valid target for May's blessing. External assistance provided. Cost 900 credits. Purchase confirmed. 24,806 credits remaining. I spoke openly, not lowering my voice to hide it from her. She had given me her trust. I wasn't willing to tell her everything, but this was a measure of trust one could extend. System, give May the knowledge she needs about nurturing talents for the flower blossoming. Cost 24,806 credits. Purchase confirmed. 0 credits remaining. After that meal, I didn't see May much over the next couple of weeks. She was busy preparing for the competition, but she was also avoiding me. I didn't push. We both needed time to understand what would happen next. I didn't attend the flower blossoming. The result had been decided the moment May and I finished our last meal together. There was no need to witness it. I wanted to go to support her, but she didn't need my support, and I couldn't help but feel my presence would do more harm than good. May was selected as the water flower. She would spend time adapting to her new role, and I didn't know if I would ever see her again in this life. I could compete to be her groom in a decade, but I wasn't sure if that was what I wanted. We would go our separate ways and see where life took us. After saying my goodbyes with May, I found myself in an interesting position. I was alone in an unfamiliar city with no one I could lean on for support. The Blue Wind Pavilion was there, of course, and I could lean on the institution, but I didn't know anyone in the local branch. I was alone, left to my own devices. This, I realized, was the position I should be in when I use a temporary reset point. This was a new beginning. My mistake before was using a reset point in the middle of a journey. I had created my temporary reset point to serve as a safety net, but after I didn't need it, it felt like an extremely awkward position to pick up from. Many of the major decisions that would affect my life had already been made, and I began to somewhat drift through my life, following May aimlessly. I needed to keep this feeling in mind for the future. It would be best if there was some way to set a kind of permanent temporary reset point at a place like this and use a temporary reset point that I could delete if it wasn't needed when I just wanted a safety net. I noted this down in my journal, but since I didn't have any credits at the moment, it would be something to look into later. At the moment, I had a city to explore. Where should I go? What should I do? There was work to be done in the pavilion. I had begun establishing myself, but I didn't have a true foundation there yet. An attendant had said something about handing over samples. I needed to take care of that, but it wasn't a priority for me. Instead, I wanted to explore the Mountain District. The Mountain District was located in the northeast section of the city, and the buildings were all decorated with shades of light blue. Where the Water District focused on catering to craftsmen, the Mountain District focused on education. As I walked through the district, I saw countless schools and training centers. These were not places where children learned. Their schools were in the Marsh District. The education here was focused on adults. There were the kinds of institutions May talked about, where one could go for specific training to compete for the positions of flower, groom, or seed. There were also several small, specialized libraries with an array of different fields of knowledge available, including mortal disciplines such as horticulture, animal husbandry, and smithing. Most of the buildings, though, were focused on teaching professional skills to cultivators. Buildings were marked with the chi type generally associated with that profession. There were buildings marked with flames where one could learn alchemy and buildings marked with wavy lines where they taught beast tamers. A sun and moon motif marked the buildings for illusionists, and a lightning bolt marked where talisman masters were trained. I searched the entire district, but there were two notable absences. There were no training halls dedicated to wind chi cultivators. I didn't know what trade would be connected to a wind affinity, and I'd never heard anyone talk about one, but there had to be one, and the lack of a building for it was telling. More important, though, was that there was not a single place that trained refiners. Artifact refining was supposed to be the skill connected to metal chi. It was one of the 5 basic elements. Why did no one teach it? Even if it wasn't popular, there should still be someone, right? I remembered back to a comment Suine made when I first joined the Blue Wind Pavilion. She was proud that the pavilion possessed a workshop for artifact refining, but she said it had never been used. Before, I could have attributed it to the Wastes simply not having a sect focused on refining, but maybe there was something deeper at play. After making a note of this in my journal, I continued exploring. As I saw it, I just upgraded 4 aspects of myself, and I wanted training in each of them. First, I wanted to find as many rank 3 cultivation techniques as I could to both fill out my library and begin learning how to create another novel technique. For alchemy, orders from the pavilion would hopefully provide enough new information for the time being, so I didn't worry too much about it. I needed to find basic classes for formations and nurturing talent though. The second should be handled by the watergroom classes, and it shouldn't be a problem for me to sign up for those, but without earth chi, signing up for formations classes might raise some eyebrows. I set my jaw and headed to a building marked with a large rock where they taught formation specialists. I might be laughed out of the building, but I would do my best to learn, and I wouldn't let the mockery of self-important people stop me from moving forward on my path. As it turned out, the receptionists at the 2 training institutes I chose cared nothing about my chi or affinities. They simply thanked me for my interest in their classes, wrote down my name, and took a deposit for the courses. If I couldn't learn the skills they taught, it would be on me, and they would keep the deposit either way, so they wouldn't let any potential customers escape. It would be another month before my classes began, so I put them aside and began tackling alchemy. When I returned to the Blue Wind workshops in the Water District, the same attendant as last time greeted me. I wasn't sure what blessing she had, but it seemed like the kind I would be better off avoiding. "Hello, Grandmaster Su, how may I help you today? I need to register with the alchemy desk. Something about providing samples."
Of course, sir.
"You can visit the alchemy office on the 4th floor. The manager there will take care of you," she said, gesturing to the stairs. "Thank you," I said with a nod, grateful that she didn't insist on walking me up. I had been on the 4th floor of the workshops before, but I didn't take much time to look around. The landing of the stairwell emptied into an open lobby area where a receptionist was waiting behind a counter. "Where is the alchemy office?" I asked, approaching the receptionist. "Welcome, Grandmaster Su, the alchemy offices are right here," she said, walking out from behind the counter and approaching one of the rooms lining the lobby. "I need to register with the alchemy desk. Something about providing samples."
Of course, sir.
"You can visit the alchemy office on the 4th floor. The manager there will take care of you," she said, gesturing to the stairs. "Thank you," I said with a nod, grateful that she didn't insist on walking me up. I had been on the 4th floor of the workshops before, but I didn't take much time to look around. The landing of the stairwell emptied into an open lobby area where a receptionist was waiting behind a counter. "Where is the alchemy office?" I asked, approaching the receptionist. "Welcome, Grandmaster Su, the alchemy offices are right here," she said, walking out from behind the counter and approaching one of the rooms lining the lobby. Looking closer, I saw that each room was marked with the trade skills it managed. The receptionist directly opened the alchemy office's door and gestured for me to enter. After I passed the office's threshold, she quietly closed the door behind me. When she did, I caught a look of pity in her eye. Inside, 3 attendants sat behind a long counter shuffling through stacks of paperwork. Behind them, a middle-aged woman sat at a large desk managing her own reams of paper. I wasn't sure which attendant to approach, so I hoped one of them would call me over. I stood there for over a minute and began fidgeting to try to attract their attention, but they simply continued reviewing their paperwork. I cleared my throat. None of them looked up. Giving up, I decided to just walk forward to the girl seated in the middle. When I did, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the other 2 girls turn their heads slightly toward the one in the middle with a look of schadenfreude. "Hello," I said, trying to grab her attention. "I need to register?" "Yes, sir," she said slightly panicky. "Please, wait one moment. I just need to finish this." Her speed visibly increased. She raced to finish the paperwork so she could help me, but I wasn't sure how long it would take. I stepped back from the counter. After several moments, she was still working, and neither of the other two attendants volunteered their assistance. "Excuse me," I said in a loud voice, drawing the direct attention of everyone in the room. "I need to register. Can someone please help me?" For a long moment, there was absolute silence in the room. Then, the middle-aged woman at the back of the room shot to her feet, and her eyes locked onto me. "You. This is your fault." She gestured at the stacks of paper around the room. "Who the hell causes a huge commotion then fucks off for a week? Get me your samples now." "What?" I asked, stunned. "Samples? Now?" She slammed her index finger on the desk, pointing right where she expected my samples to appear. "Yes, of course," I said reflexively. "But what do you need?" "That's why I came. I wasn't sure what you needed me to provide you with." The woman took a deep breath to regain control. "Give us whatever you think will best display your skills. If a customer requests you by name, we can use the samples to show the work you are capable of. If a customer isn't sure who they want to hire, we can use the samples to help them decide. So, anything will be okay?" "Yes," she growled. I stood there, hesitant to ask another question. "What?" she spat. "Where do I get ingredients?" "You," she began before taking another deep breath. "Lipin, give him the list." The attendant I approached earlier scrambled to find a paper. When she did, she shoved it at me. "That is the list of basic herbs you can requisition here," the woman continued when I had the paper in hand. The paper listed several pills, and below each pill was a list of ingredients. "If you need something else, that is your responsibility. Go to the Wind District and buy it, or go downstairs and hire someone to grow it for you. Hell, go to an auction house if you have to, I don't care. We only deal in the herbs on the list." I hesitated for another moment, then asked another question. "Where can I get new recipes?" "This kid," the woman raised both hands to massage her temples. "How are you a grandmaster if you don't know how to find recipes? Wind District, buy them. Mountain District, go to a library. Fire District, compete for them. Find a teacher, find a master, find a bloody hole where one was buried. If you're smart enough, go and throw some herbs together and create your own damn recipes. The only thing you shouldn't do is come to me for them." "I'm sorry," I said, giving her a deep bow. She shook her head in defeat. "It's fine. Next time, though, if you cause a commotion, be here for the aftermath." Having dozens of wealthy clients asking for the new 3-star Grandmaster and not being able to tell them anything is a bit much. "Sorry," I said again. I looked at the attendant who had passed me the ingredient list. "Can I please get 5 sets of herbs for rank 3 chi gathering pills?" "Yes, sir," she said softly so as to not agitate the older woman. "They will be delivered to room 8. You may wait for them there." "Thank you," I said with a short bow. I exited quickly to avoid the women's gazes. I settled into alchemy room 8, and after my ingredients were delivered, I looked at them, thinking about how I would proceed. I couldn't be average here. It seemed like Alchemist Lee had already scuttled any plans to remain under the radar at the pavilion, and I would need to rise to his challenge. Additionally, I didn't want to be average. Standing out too much had caused me problems in the wastes, and I needed to be able to manage them better, but I didn't want to be someone who did the minimum amount of work to get by. I wanted the things I made to be exceptional. So that is what I would do. If it caused problems, it would cause problems. No matter whether an army came, or the waters rose, I would block it. Or I would die. Either way, I would continue to advance. I began concocting. My goal was to make a complete sequence of chi gathering pills for the basic elements. I started with the pills for wood and fire chi. I could use my own chi to enhance them through techniques, and I had done so many times, so I quickly made 2 perfect pills with 120% efficacy. While making them, I saw areas of the medicinal energy I might be able to enhance through manipulating it with my affinities, but I hadn't even mastered that skill with rank 1 herbs, so I held off. Then, I began work on the earth and water pills. When I started, I was going to use the rough technique I had before, which capped out at around 115% efficacy for earth and 105% for water, but I suddenly realized my mistake. There was no reason the same technique I was using with chi couldn't work with energy from the spirit fire. I just needed to adjust it slightly. It was a risk to do this on my sample pills, but if everything blew up in my face, I would just need to hang my head, drop my pride, and ask for replacements. Working with the earth energy, I used the pattern from the chi technique but subtly changed a few lines to make it better integrate with the medicinal energy. When I did, aside from boosting power, the earth energy almost seemed to begin repairing the herb. As soon as I noticed it, I wanted to look into the phenomenon more. The final result was another perfect pill with 120% efficacy, but my mind began latching onto ideas for how I could begin pushing that further. This wasn't the time though, so I just noted it down in my journal. Following the earth pill, I made the water pill. This was more difficult since my spirit fire only contained a marginal amount of water energy. If I had access to metal chi, I believed I could have stimulated the water energy from the spirit fire further, but I didn't. The final result was a pill with 110% efficacy. That left only the metal chi pill, which I had no means to enhance. I quickly threw everything together and produced a simple pill with 100% efficacy. The list the attendant had provided me had no herbs for the secondary elements on it, and I didn't have any such herbs either, so I was unable to provide samples for pills of those elements. Aside from just ingredients, I also needed recipes for those pills, so delivering any such samples would have to wait for another day. I picked up my 5 pill bottles and headed to the alchemy office. I placed the bottles on the counter and addressed the attendant. "I'm sorry for the trouble. Here are my samples. Do I need to do anything else while I'm here?" "Yes," she said, placing the pill bottles off to the side. "We need a list of pills you are willing to take orders for at a standard rate without negotiation, and we need to know what kinds of orders should be automatically rejected." I thought through the list she handed me earlier. "For now, just say anything on the list you provided me can be handled without negotiation unless the buyer is placing a large order." "What is a large order?" she asked, writing down my words. "Let's say more than 10, though that may need to change in the future based on circumstances." She nodded as she wrote. "Pills to reject? If they provide ingredients and a recipe, none. However, my quality for pills involving secondary elements will be lower. I will procure samples for such pills in the coming days." "Very well," she said while writing. "How can we get a hold of you if an order comes in?" "I'm staying in the Blue Wind residence. You should be able to contact me through the staff there." She wrote, but then paused, waiting for me to continue. I didn't. "And?" she asked. "And what?" I asked, confused. She shook her head. At this point, she must have remembered that I was from some backwater. She reached down to grab something and then placed a small stone disc on the counter. "This is a formation plate. If we need to contact you directly, it will begin vibrating. If it does, please come here as soon as you are able." I took the disc and stored it. The idea was familiar enough, so I wasn't shocked, but I hadn't seen something like that in this world before. "Anything else?" I asked. "No, you are free to go. If you wish to produce any of our standard pills on the list, we will handle purchasing your ingredients and selling your pills. If you make something not on the list, you may bring it here to be appraised, but the pavilion makes no guarantees about purchasing it directly." "Understood. Good day, sir," she said, returning to her paperwork. The alchemy office manager's words about throwing some ingredients together to invent new recipes struck me as an incredibly good idea. I hadn't done any real experimenting in several lifetimes, and I somewhat missed it. The Blue Wind Pavilion should have channels to provide me with anything I needed, but they dealt in premium quality goods, and premium goods came with premium prices. I needed junk herbs I could play with to see what I could make. If I wanted to score a deal on some low-quality herbs, the place I needed to go was the Wind District. There were shops of all kinds in the Wind District, but my focus was on the low-rent areas. There were several small shops that didn't have any employees. The owners of these stores would sleep in an apartment above the shop so that they just needed to walk downstairs each day instead of commuting across districts. Many of these shops didn't open at set hours. They would simply be open whenever the owner was home and awake. If that was in the middle of the night, the shop would be open in the middle of the night, but if the owner wanted to go for a stroll, the store could be closed at any time during the day. Because of this, planning a trip to any of these stores was very hit and miss. I searched the streets for hours before stumbling upon a rundown shop that was covered in grime. Signs advertised herbs for sale, though, so I went inside. The shop's interior was a mess of broken floorboards and dust. Old herbs were wilting in wooden bins throughout the store, and an elderly man sat behind a countertop covered in stains. When I entered, he didn't greet me. He just kept reading whatever he was reading and let me go about my business by myself. Looking through the bins, I was disappointed with the selection, but not surprised. He only had common varieties that were available anywhere. "Old man," I said, approaching the counter, "got anything else for sale?" He snorted at the question without looking at me. "Everything's in the bins." I shook my head. There was nothing here I needed, but I still considered buying the lot. I could use them for studying how to mend medicinal energy, and the cost of so many worthless herbs should be minimal. The only thing that stopped me was that I didn't want to haul around a cart full of herbs, and I doubted this guy had anyone to deliver them for me. If my storage space were bigger, I could just stuff them all in there. I paused. Hadn't the system mentioned something about common storage bags? Was that something I could just buy? I hadn't noticed anything like that before, but I also didn't pay much attention to the people and never went on random shopping trips, so I could have easily overlooked them. Storage bags couldn't be too common though, right? I made a note in my journal to ask about it the next time I was in the pavilion. Old man, any chance you know a place that sells cheap herbs for the secondary energy types? He breathed out heavily to make it clear how little he wanted to answer. Go talk to Old Lady Moo. I wanted to ask, who the hell is Old Lady Moo? But my man had already started ignoring me again. I shook my head and left the shop. There had to be other people who knew who he was talking about. I began walking to restart my search for low-cost precious herbs, but suddenly something in my belt pouch started vibrating. I opened it to find the small stone disc I received in the pavilion going crazy. There must be something that needed my attention. Giving up my exploration for the moment, I turned and headed back to the water district. I arrived back in the alchemy office to see what needed my attention. When the middle-aged woman who managed the place saw me, her eyes burst into fire. Literal fire. Fire chi wrapped around her head, giving her a somewhat demonic appearance.
You! She shouted. Get downstairs. Lipin, act as his mediator. Take him to conference room 1.
You have 15 minutes to get ready.
What's going on?
I asked with wide eyes, beginning to get worried.
Move! She shouted.
Lipin, one of the young female attendants, responded, We've had a lot of requests for meetings with you. Once people saw your sample pills, they demanded an audience.
It's been a hectic day, she said in a quiet voice.
I knew my pills were high quality, but I wasn't the only Grandmaster alchemist in the city, and if Alchemistly, the man who graded my registration exam, was allowed to hand out 3-star gold badges, he had to be capable of making pills of at least that level, right? So, why were people so eager to seek me out to make pills for them? Was it because I was the only one who could make perfect pills? The middle-aged manager saw my confusion and snorted. You don't get it, do you? You need to know this before you enter any negotiations, so I'll try to keep it short. Why do you think people are so eager to talk with you after seeing your pills? I gave the only answer I could think of. Because I can make perfect pills.
She shook her head.
No, there are a dozen alchemists in the kingdom that can do that, and you don't see anyone beating down the doors in a rush to talk to them. It's a rare skill, sure, but there are enough people with high enough affinities or special blessings that it isn't unique.
This stunned me.
I had always considered my alchemy skills above what anyone could match, but the saying was true, there is always someone better. The manager continued. If I want to hire one of those alchemists to make me perfect rank 3 pills, what do you think it would cost? Let me tell you, it's not a matter of gold. Those alchemists have hundreds of years of experience, and they are all long past the point where mere gold holds any value to them. This was something I had found to be true in my last life. One of my perfect rank 3 chi gathering pills would sell for a minimum of 10,000 gold, and I was easily able to make at least half a dozen in a day. Without a fire seed, other alchemists couldn't make them at the rate I could, but even if they were only making a single pill a week, with a decade of work behind them, they would have no need for money. If they don't want gold, what does it cost then?
I asked.
The manager looked at me with intent. It depends on the alchemist. The Blue Wind Pavilion offers alchemists the opportunity to ascend to Lord if they work for us. Other powers can offer opportunities to improve affinities. These are among the most valuable offers you can receive, but they are most valued for those young enough to still advance. Some powers will simply offer a way to live the rest of your life in luxury. It all depends on what the alchemist wants and needs. So, why were so many people eager to seek me out for pills? I asked, returning to the original question. Are they going to offer me the chance to raise my affinities for pills? I was somewhat excited at the prospect. The manager burst into laughter.
No, just no.
These are bottom feeders, not the real power players. They know you are a bumpkin from the middle of nowhere who only recently advanced from master to grandmaster. To them, you are a poor kid who is looking to gain experience in hopes of advancing to pill lord. So, I started, but she cut me off. Where clans would usually need to hand over priceless items for a grandmaster alchemist's assistance, you are someone they can hire at a bargain price as long as they act fast enough. I stood there considering the manager's words. While I wasn't as hard up for cash as some of the potential buyers might have assumed, I had several needs that the average alchemist didn't that these minor powers could help with. I also hoped to compete with my more seasoned peers for the real prizes, like boosted affinities. Not waiting for me to puzzle everything out, the manager gestured at the attendant, Lipin. Get him downstairs, she said, in a voice much calmer than it had been when I first entered. It didn't take long after Lipin and I sat down for my first client to walk in the door. I stood and cupped my fists in a martial salute.
Welcome.
Grandmaster Su, he said, cupping his fists and bowing. I am Steward Mao Dinglu of the Mao family. As you are new to the kingdom, you may not know, but the Mao family is one of the top families of West Marsh City. Of course, Steward Mao, I said with a nod. I have long heard of the Mao family. How can I assist you today? Grandmaster Su, are you aware of the duties and responsibilities West Marsh City bears? It controls the Marsh District, correct? Its focus is on creative endeavors and schools for children. Yes, we are responsible for nurturing the next generation of the kingdom. Alchemist Su, I have seen the quality of pills you can produce. If we could secure a source of perfect pills, it would do wonders for improving our efforts. You want pills for children? Are your charges older than 16? Or do cultivation resources have effects on younger children as well? Steward Mao gave a light chuckle.
You misunderstand.
While your rank 1 qi gathering pills could be a nice incentive for our older children, we are more interested in pills to help them develop properly. Pills to maintain good nutrition, weight, energy, and quite frankly appearance, would all be extremely beneficial. You can think of these as rank 0 pills. Only perfect pills could be used this way, since even high-purity pills would risk damaging their futures by filling their bodies with needless toxins. But, I began slowly while thinking, if these pills are rank 0, that should mean they are relatively easy to create. Aren't there several alchemists in the city who can provide them?
Can?
Yes.
Will?
No, not without costs greater than we can bear. Many of the pills will be used to nurture the less fortunate, and we can only depend on the goodwill of skilled alchemists to bear the cost. I fixed Steward Mao with a gimlet eye, but he didn't show any signs of discomfort. He was blatantly trying to buy pills on the cheap, and he showed no shame in it. He must have done this song and dance many times to become so steadfast when asking for charity. I tapped the table in thought, then turned to the attendant who was serving as mediator for this discussion. How much would a perfect rank 0 pill usually cost?
There is no set price, she said.
Rank 0 is not a true class of pill, and several different types of concoctions fall into this category. Qi gathering powder can be considered a perfect rank 0 concoction, and its price is only 2 silver because almost anyone can make it. Nutrition pills suitable for mortals, though, sell for closer to 1 gold on the open market, but there is no supply. The ingredients only cost a couple of copper, but a skilled master alchemist is needed to make them, driving costs beyond what nearly anyone is willing to pay, so they are typically only sold as a special commission at a high price. Rank 0 pills are either ones that everyone can make or ones that no one is usually willing to make. Simply put, they are pills the Blue Wind Pavilion does not sell. If people aren't producing enough, why not just raise the price?
I asked her.
Steward Mao winced at the suggestion, but Li Pin didn't seem to notice as she explained. Any higher and they won't sell. Even stored in jade bottles, pills only have a limited shelf life, so the market price needs to be low enough that if we stock them, we can sell them before they lose effectiveness. The rank 0 pills the steward refers to are ones that no alchemist will sell for such a market rate, so they are only sold through direct commissions at significantly higher prices. Fine, I said, turning back to Steward Mao. I assume you are here for pills no one else is making. I'll set a price at 1 gold for any rank 0 pill you wish me to make, and I am willing to make any other higher level pills you need at market rates, but you need to supply the ingredients. The steward winced at these prices. That's still a little too expensive for us. I wanted to laugh. The guy was really trying to get a bargain here. That's my selling price, I said, steepling my fingers. Now let's talk about how you can pay. I am in need of any technique or cultivation manuals for any skill or qi type. Any books related to professions, such as herbalism or formation mastery, would also be appreciated. I'm not willing to make 100,000 pills for a single rank 3 manual, but if you provide me with mortal books, I will pay for them at market rate with rank 0 pills. Give me rank 1 manuals, and I will pay for them with rank 1 pills. Your district is responsible for nurturing the youth, correct? You should have significant stores of knowledge that you can pay me with.
Yes, he started.
You don't even need to sell them to me, I interrupted. I will accept loans of any manuals rank 1 to 3 and pay for them with pills at market rates. That's something the pavilion can handle, right? I asked, turning to the attendant. Yes, however, the pavilion would normally take a percentage of any deal it facilitates. Since that is not possible with this arrangement, one of the parties must pay a transaction fee for our involvement. I'll handle the fee, I said before Steward Mao could respond. Just subtract it from my account. I cannot authorize this, the steward responded, but I do not see any reason it could not work. I will discuss this with our elders and be in contact. I understand. Thank you for seeing me today, Steward Mao. The steward bowed and left, and I turned to the attendant. Please make this same offer known to anyone who inquires. If my account begins to run a deficit, let me know and I will make a batch of pills for the pavilion to cover any costs. Yes, Grandmaster, she said, making a note of my arrangements. I had several more meetings to go, and hopefully at least one of them would be more profitable than this one.